Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Sri Guru Charitra, Chapter 1a. Namdharak is blessed with the vision of Sri Gurunath. To transcribe into finite language, in the confines of limited vocabulary, the infinite glory and effulgence of Guru Dattatreya, unified manifestation of Supreme Trinity, Brahma, Vishnu and Maheshwara, is an impossible task for any. Even the Vedas failed and beat a retreat, faltering an excuse, not this, not this, not that, etc. But even so, if at least small, and a single ray of supreme effulgence of the Godhead can be captured, that is enough to redeem the world. And through divine grace, the impossible becomes possible to some or little extent. Saraswati Gangadhar, the blessed devotee of Datta Avatar Sri Nrushinha Saraswati, before setting out to write the sacred Guru Charitra, life story of the Avatar, invokes the grace of Lord Ganesha. Without Lord Ganesha's grace, nothing can be achieved. He is Mangal Murti, embodiment of all the auspicious attributes and an abode of all auspiciousness. He is most easily pleased, responds instantaneously, and bestows his grace ever readily on whosoever calls out to him. He makes the impossible possible. With his grace and help, sage Vyasa could compose the incomparable and monumental Mahabharata, the ever greatest of all epics. Saraswati Gangadhar extols Ganesh as follows. You are the remover of all obstacles. You keep your large fan-like ears always waving. The air waves produced thereby drive away all the obstacles in the path of your devotees. In your stomach sits all the world, and that's why you are extolled as Lambodara. Even all the gods have to worship you alone first before undertaking any of their divine tasks. I pray you have to bless this venture of mine and help me through. Next, Saraswati Gangadhar invokes the grace of Mother Saraswati, the bestower of all knowledge and wisdom. He prays, O Mother, you are the mother of all the Vedas. Without grace, man cannot pronounce even a syllable. You are the life force behind the sound faculty of men. You are the indweller in all the fourfold aspects of sound, which is Para Pasyanti Madhamya Vaikhari, is from the subtlest of the grossest of expression of sound. I request you to bless me and help me in this venture of mine. Saraswati Gangadhar next prays to the three Murtis and to Sri Dattatreya. He prays, O Lord, you are the primeval Guru. You are the one who incarnated in the Kali age as Sri Nrushinha Saraswati to redeem people from their ignorance and their ills, with full faith that you alone are going to steer me in this colossal venture. I am setting out upon this task. It is like the child trying to catch the moon by stretching out its hand, but even so, I have complete faith in you that you will help me through. Thus Saraswati Gangadhar starts the divine narrative, Guru Charitra. As a prelude, he gives brief account of his lineage, of his immediate forebearers. He belongs to the Kaundilya Gotra. He is of the fourth generation in line, reckoning from Sayamdev. Sayamdev's son was Nagnath, and Nagnath's son was Devrao. All of them staunch devotees and worshippers of Gurunath. Sayamdev and Nagnath had the blessed privilege of being closest disciples of Gurunath and of serving the Master in his lifetime. It was because of the merit earned by them that one among their family, Saraswati Gangadhara, could become an instrument of Lord, write about the divine Leelas of great Dattavatar for the benefit of humanity and the world. It should, however, be understood that the life of any great saint or master, and much more so of an avatar, like that of Sri Nrushinha Saraswati, is like a huge iceberg lying submerged in the frozen waters of an ocean. Also, in the following account of Sri Gurunath's life, it is but a fraction of his glory that will be delineated. It is impossible for any to describe the Avatar's full glory. He is a mystery beyond all human comprehension. Now begins The sacred Guru Charitra narrative. Once there was a devotee by the name of Namdharak who had great yearning to visit the holy Gangapura for darshan of sacred Padukas, Guru Padukas, Nirguna Padukas of Dattavatar Sri Nrushinha Saraswati Deva enshrined there. He had heard much most authentic anecdotes how Gurunath continues to shower his grace on all seekers even after his Mahaprasthan, and that pilgrimage to Gangapur is sure to soothe the mind, to satiate the yearnings of the heart, to quench the thirst of the should, to allay the hunger of the spirit, and for all devotees. With great expectations and hopes, Namdharak is set out from his far off village to Gangapur. The journey was long and arduous. He was very exhausted and has lost all stamina. He was seized with despair as to whether he would survive and be able to reach the destination at all. No mother ever forsakes her child. The cow comes seeking its calf. Namdharak had a wondrous dream. Gurunath Sri Nrsimha Saraswati Deva stood right before him, casting his benevolent looks upon him and placing his hand on Namdharak's forehead as a token of his blessing. Namdharak's joy knew no bounds. He fell at Gurunath's feet. He sang out the hymns to praise the Lord. He offered mental worship to him. He collected the dust from under his feet and smeared it on his own forehead and all over the body. He was overwhelmed with joy. Namdharak sees Sri Guru in dream. Chapter 1. Namdharak sees Sri Guru in dream. A devotee of Sri Guru by the name Namdharak, greatly worried due to domestic miseries, left home and started on foot with intense desire of seeking Sri Guru. While on his way, he was praying to Sri Guru all the time. O Guru, all say, thou art Paras, the philosopher's stone that turns iron into gold by mere touch. But then, why should I be required to suffer so much? Although I have been reciting your name all the time and have full faith in you. In this Kali Yuga, you are reincarnation of Trimurti, the three principal gods, Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh. O Sri Nrsimha Saraswati, you are the guide to and the treasure of kindness to the devotees. As a mother does not forsake her child, in the same way, please do not keep me away from yourself, as you are my mother, father, brother, sister, friend, relative, one and all. You are the protector of this universe, donor of the gods. You have all the knowledge. You made Bali, the king of Patal. You gave Vibhishan the kingdom of Lanka. You made this earth devoid of all the Kshatriya race, and then gave it in charity to Brahmana. You offered everlasting bliss to Dhruva, but what did you receive in return from every one of these? Have you ever received nothing? If you have received nothing, then what can an innocent human being like myself offer you? When a child on the lap of his mother opens his mouth to drink milk, what does the mother expect from the child? It does not become you, the great giver of bones, to first receive and then to give. All the wells on the earth do not adore Varun, the god of rains, but yet Varun gives rains in abundance to one and all. My forefathers have been your devotee for generations. I possess only this treasure of service of my family unto you. Kindly give me some loan from this treasure, as I am in very peculiar circumstances. I am seeking your shelter, considering, and you, on your part, overlook my misdeeds and don't be angry with me. If a mother is angry with the child seek father's shelter. You are my mother and father both, so will you not protect me, an innocent child? Are you not even inclined to listen to my miserable tale? Being tired of walking, he sat down under a tree, and soon he was asleep. In his dream, he saw a personality with hair locks on his head, ash markings all over the body, and face full of kindness. He soon recognized him to be Sri Guru, who applied ashes to his forehead and placed his blessing hand on his head. Shri Guru Dattatreya Namostute. Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Shri Guru Charitra, Chapter 2. Namdharak was greatly amazed to see the dream. He awoke and began to proceed further on his path. While going, he was all the time thinking over the dream he had seen in the previous night. He now observed that similar personality, alike that seen by him in the dream, was coming from the front. He prostrated himself humility before him and said, "You are my mother and my father. Kindly favor me, an orphan child. Tell me your name and place of residence." Siddha Muni said, "I am a yogi. I live on earth and heaven also. I have been visiting holy places and now I have come here. I am a disciple of Sri Guru Nrushinha Saraswati, who resides in Gangapur near Sangam, the meeting place of Bhima and Amarja rivers. He is the incarnation of three murtis and always found in meditation. He has come to this earth for salvation of his devotees. His devotees get food, cows, and other wealth in abundance." Hearing this, Namdharak asked him, "Though my forefathers have been devotees of Sri Guru for generations, why should be in such an adverse condition? Will you kindly satisfy me in this respect?" Shri Siddha said, "You say that you worship Sri Guru and yet complain adversities. Then it seems that you are not worshipping Sri Guru wholeheartedly. Even if Sri Vishnu or Sri Shiva is angry with his devotees, Sri Guru can surely protect him. But if Sri Guru is enraged, even Sri Vishnu or Shiva cannot protect him." Namdharak said, "Kindly tell me why Sri Guru is said to be the incarnation of three murtis, Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh. Now, is it that if Sri Guru is enraged, no one else can protect? Where can I find this reference? Kindly explain all of this to me so that my mind would become more firm in my devotion." Sri Siddha said, "Four Vedas came out as the utterance of four-headed Brahma. From the Vedas, 18 Puranas were constituted. Brahma Vaivarta is one of these, and it stated that in the Dwapar Yuga, Vyasa, the Vishnu incarnate, spread the light of knowledge on earth through such volumes known as Brahma Sutras. Rishis and Munis, listen to the tales from Vyasa, which I am narrating to you. Once upon a time, Kali Yuga asked Brahma about the greatness of Sri Guru. Namdharak intervened, asking, "Why did Brahma narrate this to Kali?" Sri Siddha proceeded, saying, In the start of evolution, Adi Narayan, Sri Vishnu, was lying on a leaf of butter. He desired, and the lotus came out of his navel umbilicus. On it was seated Brahma, who looked at the four directions, and he got four heads. He thought that he was all supreme. Realizing this, Sri Vishnu smiled and said, "Ah, I am here." Brahma bowed to him and praised him. Being pleased, Sri Vishnu asked Brahma to create this universe. Sri Vishnu gave him four Vedas and also told him to create this world according to the process given in Vedas. Brahma then created this world, which has several inanimate and animate things such as Svedaj, those born of perspiration such as bugs; Andaj, those coming out of eggs such as birds; Jaraj, those begetting from placenta, that is wombs, such as human beings; those begetting from womb, such as human beings; and Udbij, that is coming out of earth, and that is plants, creepers, trees, etc. Similarly, Brahma created the three lokas. The process of creation has been stated in Brahma Vaivarta Purana in the following manner. Brahma called every yoga one after another and asked him to go to the earth. First came Krita Yuga, who did not speak a lie, was learned and devoid of family attachments, had sacred thread, a necklace of Rudraksha beads around the neck. He said, "People of earth speak a lie and are sinful. How can I go to stay there?" Brahma said, "Stay there for some time. I should be sending another yuga to follow you." Then came Treta Yuga. Fat in body possessed articles of sacrifice in his hand. In this yuga, People performed sacrifices and abode by rules of religions and rituals, and most of them were Brahmins. After Treta Yuga, Dwapar Yuga approached to Brahma. He had arrows and weapons in his hand. He was both kind and wicked. Virtue and sin both were visible in him. Lastly, Kali Yuga was called for ghost-like appearance, thoughtless heart, old age, struggling, and despising mentality were his characters. He came before Brahma and began dancing and uttering childish words. At one moment he laughed, at another he welted and then abused anybody. Seeing him in such strange mood, Brahma asked, "Why are you abusing so filthily?" Kali replied, "I shall win over people by these two means. I am not afraid of anybody," and told me to go to the earth and show influence of his evil intentions. Kali said, "I selfish, destroyer of the dharma. I like quarrel, despising, and I long for wealth and wives of others. I am a friend to those who pretend to be saints, and I am an enemy of all the virtuous." Brahma told him, "In Kali Yuga, lifespan of human beings will be only 100 years. In the former yugas, the lifespan was too long. People followed the path of penance and devotion, and in order to attain supreme knowledge. In Kali Yuga, man can attain salvation by observing penance and devotion for less time. You should help such virtuous persons." Kali said, "Such virtuous men are my enemies. I am afraid of such persons. How should I then go to the earth?" Brahma said, "Take Kala and Atma with you. They will destroy the religious mindedness and even induce virtuous men to commit sins." Kali said, "They are the enemies who abide by religion and are devotees of Shri Shiva and Vishnu, who listen to Puranas, give charities, and who have peaceful hearts. But on contrary, I love those who love their wives and children, dishonor their parents, who despise Vedas and Shastras, who see separateness in Vishnu and Shiva and despise them." Brahma said, "You are clever. People will follow you and act as per your wishes as soon as you go there. If a few persons are virtuous, you do not trouble them." Kali said, "I am cruel. Please tell me, how should I help the virtuous? Please direct me as to how I should behave on earth." Brahma said, "I am sending Kala and Atma also with you, who will direct you. The virtuous only can will you. All others will soon be your slaves." Kali asked, "How is sadhu or saint to be known?" Brahma said, "Please don't harass the learned, those who worship Hari, Hara, who serve parents, gods and Brahmins, cows and plants as Tulsi. You need not affect these." Kali asked again, "What is the importance of Guru? How is he to be known?" Brahma said, "The alphabet Gu means Siddha, and Ru imply Shri Ganesh, who is Guru. Shiva, Vishnu, Brahma, parents are all gurus of this earth. Knowledge imbibed with devotion and rational thinking, Viveka, is seen in the heart of Guru. Study of Dharma, Shastras without Guru is futile. He directs in action, thought and devotion and disintegration. He cannot surpass worldly miseries without the help and guidance of Guru. He throws a flashlight on dark illusionary path. Service to Guru makes one pure in body, speech and thinking. I shall just tell a tale as an example. On the bank of Godavari, there was ashram of Angiras Rishi. Many disciples were being trained in this ashram. One disciple named Sandeepak served his guru Vedadharma with devotion. Once Vedadharma Muni gathered his disciples together and said, "If you really love me, do as I abide you." All replied, "Gurudev, we shall act as per your command. For one who doesn't obey his guru goes to hell and cannot get salvation." The Guru said, "I have committed sins in my previous birth. The effect of many of them has been wiped off by my penance, but some of them are still persisting. I will not get salvation unless I suffer evil effects of these sins with my body. Therefore, I wish to go to Kashi, stay there and get rid of these sins. You have to attend on me and serve me during this period. The one who is strong enough should undertake this hard task." Sandeepak accepted this bid. Vedadharma said, "It is better to get rid of these sins so long as one has sound health, otherwise they spread like poison. So I should go to a holy place and suffer bad effects myself. Even gods have to suffer. Then how can I, as a human being, avoid the same? Sandeepak said, kindly tell me what should I do. I shall spare no pains in serving you. Vedadharma said, I shall become blind, lame and leper. You will have to serve me for 21 years in such condition. If you are resolute, then only you should accept this job. Sandeepak said, Gurudev, I resolve that I shall also be blind, lame and a leper and serve you devotedly and see that you get rid of all your sins. Vedadharma was much pleased with his words. He further said, one should suffer evil effects of one's sins oneself and should not allow the son or the pupil or anyone else to suffer for him. The sins will not be wiped off unless they are borne by one's own body. It is very taxing to serve a deceased person, so you will have to take the troubles even more than myself. Please take me to Kashi and do serve me there. Sandeepak assured his guru as soon as he took him to Kashi. They lived there at Kambaleshwar to the north of Manikarnika. The Muni took a bath in Manikarnika and worshipped Vishveshwara and began to suffer the pangs of the disease. As the time passed on, leprosy developed all over his body. He became blind, losing his eyesight. His body was petrified and pus, blood and germs flowed out of it. He began to have fits also. Still Sandeepak took all the pains to nurse his guru with great devotion. He used to bring alms daily for his guru and feed him, serve him, thinking him to be Kashi Vishveshwar. Vedadharma, being in a diseased condition, became peevish by the nature and often was enraged and spoke harsh words to his disciple Sandeepak. Some day he would not take food, some day he would abuse him cruelly for bringing insufficient, undelicious alms. Some day he would throw away the food in anger and despair. Sometimes he would beat him severely. Another time he would complain he did not clean his body, wounds, clothes smeared with stool and urine, and consequently he was much troubled by flies. When Sandeepak was attending on him, he would say, why did he not go out? When Sandeepak was attending on him, he would say, why did he not go out for alms? In this way, Sandeepak was harassed every now and then. Yet Sandeepak tried his best to bring good, delicious food and vegetables as directed by his guru. Although he was living in Kashi, he never went to Kashi Vishveshwar temple to worship and see most holy shrine of Vishveshwar. Similarly, he did not even think of any other thing, but he solely devoted himself to the nursing and giving best service to his guru, whom he respected as Lord Shiva, Vishnu and Brahma. Though the guru got enraged off and on, he did not retort harshly. Seeing his such devoted service to Guru, Kashi Vishveshwar was so pleased that he appeared before him and told him to ask for some favor or blessing. Sandeepak said, without the approval of my Guru, I cannot ask for your blessings. He then came to his Guru and said, Kashi Vishveshwar is pleased to offer me with some blessings. If you permit me, I shall pray him to remove all your physical pangs and give you sound health. Hearing this, Vedadharma was enraged. He said to Sandeepak, do not pray Vishveshwara for my health. If I do not suffer these pangs, I will have to suffer in next birth, and then this would obstruct my path of salvation. Sandeepak returned to Kashi and told him, my Guru doesn't like me to accept my blessings from you. Being amazed, Kashi Vishveshwar went to Sri Vishnu and reported this wonderful incident to him. Hearing this, Sri Vishnu and Sri Kashi Vishveshwara desired to see this disciple and his Guru, so they both came to Kashi and approached Sandeepak. Sri Vishnu said, O Sandeepak, I am pleased with your devotion to your Guru. You may ask for whatever you desire. I shall fulfill your wishes. Sandeepak said, O Narayan, even after undertaking penance in dense forest for an infinite period, you disappoint your devotees. But when neither did I worship you nor recite your name, why should you be pleased with me and ask me to have a boon from you? Vishnu said, whatever devoted service that you have rendered to your Guru has been received by me. I love such disciples very much. I am under his influence and I willingly offer him my blessings. I like wife's devotion to her husband, bowing to Brahmins, ascetics, sannyasis, and such persons come to my place in the end. Sandeepak said, O Mahavishnu, I have full faith that I shall attain all knowledge of Vedas and Shastras from my Guru. As Guru is my God, Trimurtis, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh are within my reach. Whatever blessings you give me, I shall be getting the same easily from my Guru. I am therefore serving my Guru devotedly. On this, Shri Vishnu said pleasingly, Sandeepak, you are the best amongst all disciples. You are my loving child. Shri Shiva and myself are pleased with your devotion. Ask for a boon. Sandeepak said, if you are so keen to favor me with your blessings, kindly give me such guidance as would be able to serve my Guru with still more devotion. Shri Vishnu said, Amen. We offer you whatever you desire. You have known Guru and also experienced Parabrahma in yourself. The word Guru contains only two alphabets. Still, it is the ocean of nectar. One who dips into it even for a moment will cross this worldly ocean. One who always remembers his Guru is respected in all lokas. When Sandeepak went to his Guru asked him, what did Mahavishnu give you? Sandeepak said, I asked him to guide me to serve my Guru with more devotion, and he was pleased to give me his blessings. I wish I should serve you well incessantly. Hearing this, Vedadharma was extremely pleased. He said, you are the best of all the disciples. You should stay in Kashi. Whatever you say will be true. You will receive the wealth of Kubera, the god of wealth. The miseries of those who remember you will come to an end. The same moment, the body of Veda Dharma Muni became healthy and bright. He had suffered from leprosy and other pangs only for testing his disciple. In this way, Brahma told Kali this tale of Sandeepak. O Namdharak, you should also worship Sri Guru with such devotion, and then only you shall easily pass over worldly miseries. Control your sense, karma, dhyan, and also heart, and other by you will win even the great God Parameshwara. Shri Guru Dattatreya Namostute. Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Guru Charitra, Chapter 3. Durvas curses King Ambrish. Namdharak says, Swamiji, you have removed all my doubt by giving me the knowledge of the greatness of Sri Guru. I am much pleased at heart. Will you kindly inform me where you stay? What is your food? I wish to be in your service. Kindly accept me as your disciple. Sri Siddha embraced him with affection and blessing him said, you will see that miraculous incidents are occurring at the dwelling place of Sri Guru. Studying the life of Sri Guru is like draining nectar. I always read his life again and again. Saying this, he showed his sacred book titled Life of Sri Guru to Namdharak and further said, whatever pleasure or social status we desire, we shall get it soon by reading this. We shall not be affected by any disease incurred due to displeasure of the planets or other reasons. The sin of killing Brahmana is also wiped off if this book is read with devotion and concentration of mind. Namdharak said, O the ocean of kindness, you appear to me Sri Guru himself. I wish to know the life of Sri Guru. Will you please remove the darkness of my ignorance by the light of this life of Sri Guru, which is as bright as the sun? Shri Siddha assured him and holding his hand took him to a lovely place seated under Ashwatha tree, which is like Kalpavriksha, that is tree fulfilling one's desire, and began to narrate him the nectar-like life of Sri Guru. He told him, You do not know how to serve Sri Guru, and hence you have to suffer from anxieties, pains, and miseries. You should, therefore, try to know Sri Guru by good actions and firm belief. Namdharak says, "My body is burning due to threefold fires in this earthly ocean. I am obsessed by anger and temptation. So kindly take me in the boat of knowledge, steer it by the wind of kindness, and thus give salvation to me." Sri Siddha said, "You need not be anxious. You will surely be relieved of your miseries. Those who doubt the power of Sri Guru, they have to always suffer from poverty and hardship. So give up suspicion. Sri Guru is the ocean of kindness. He will give you everything. Just as clouds give rain everywhere, similarly Sri Guru gives showers of kindness. As water is stored in the deep portions of earth on a rocky plain, so an individual attains Sri Guru's favor. Therefore, worship Sri Guru wholeheartedly." Namdharak says, "My mind is clear now, and I'm anxious to listen to the life story of Sri Guru. Kindly tell me why Sri Guru took birth in Bharat." Sri Siddha says, "O my good disciple, you have given inspiration to me. Sri Guru's life is like a Kamadhenu. You will get all the four flavors or favors: religion, wealth, pleasure, and salvation. Sri Hari and Sri Hara have come to this earth in the form of different species at different times for the benefit of their devotees. Three Murtis have different characteristics: Brahma's Raja, Vishnu's Sattva, and Shiva's Tama. But these three don't exist separately. In former times, there lived a king by name Ambrish. He observed Ekadashi fast. He induced Shri Vishnu to come to earth. In order to test Ambrish's Ekadashi Vrata, Durvasa Rishi came to him as a guest. That day, Sadhan Dwadashi was only for 24 minutes after sunrise. Ambrish received Rishi warmly, worshipped him, and requested him to return soon for dinner. After finishing his morning bath and rituals, Durvas went to river, took bath, and started rituals. Seeing that the time for Dwadashi, 12th day of fortnight, was finishing, and fearing the breaking of his vrata, Ambrish took holy water and dines. In the meanwhile, Durvasa returned, and seeing Ambrish had dinner before him, he was enraged, and so he cursed Ambrish. Ambrish prayed Sri Vishnu, protector of devotees. Sri Vishnu came from Vaikuntha, his abode. Ambrish told Sri Vishnu that Durvas had, for no reason, caused him to take birth in different species. Sri Vishnu told Durvasa that he had cursed Ambrish in vain, and that he should curse him instead of Ambrish. Durvasa thought that people on earth cannot see Sri Vishnu, so it would be better to ask Sri Vishnu to descend on earth with Sri Lakshmi for the salvation of the people. So he said to Sri Vishnu, "You should descend on the earth 10 times." Shri Guru Datta Dattatreya Namostute. Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Shri Guru Charitra, Chapter 4, Birth of Shri Dattatreya. In the first instance, there was water everywhere. Then an egg, Hiranyagarbha, with gold inside, came into existence. Universe has come out of it. Due to the Raja, Brahma came into existence. He is known as Hiranyagarbha. He broke into two hemispheres. The earth and the sky came into existence. Brahma thus created 14 bhuvanas, 10 directions, mind, speech, time, 6 enemies, namely desire, anger, etc. Brahma created 7 sons, Manas Putras, which are Marichi, Atri, Agniras, Pulasthi, Pulaha, Kratu, and Vaishishta. Of these, Sri Guru took birth in the house of Atri. Anusuya, devoid of hatred, was the devoted wife of Rishi Atri. Seeing her exceptional devotion to her husband, the gods in the heaven began to fear that someday she might overcome them. Hence, Indra and other gods went to Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh and said to them, how can one describe the greatness of devotion of Anasuya to her husband Atri? She served her husband with body, mind, and speech. She also serves guests, giving them desired food. None returns disappointed from her place. Fire, sun, and wind are also afraid of her. We all are afraid of her. She may sometime win over this heaven. Therefore, kindly do something to give us relief. Hearing this, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh said, we shall test her devotion. Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh came to Atri Muni's ashram in the mendicant's disguise when Atri had been out to the river for daily rituals. The mendicant said to Anuya, we are very hungry. Give us food. We have come here hearing your good name for offering the guests for their desired food. Anusuya bowed to them respectfully and said, you please return soon after finishing your bath and daily rituals. The 3 gods replied, we have already taken bath and finished daily rituals. Atri Rishi may take time to return. Better you serve us food soon. Anasuya seated them on carpets and began serving food on leaf plates. The guest said to Anasuya, we have one more desire. We have come here from a long distance as we have heard of your beauty. We wish to see your beauty while you serve us food. If you do not comply with us, we shall leave this place without meals. This made Anasuya bitterly anxious. She realized that some great personages have come to test her chastity. She thought that if they returned without food, she would lose sanctity of her penance. Believing that her mind is pure and that her husband's penance will protect her in this ordeal, she told them, you have your food without any doubt. I shall serve you food as you desire. She went into her kitchen and then, remembering her husband and saying, the guests are like my children, she came out to serve food to the guest. Instantly, all 3 gods were transformed into 3 newly born crying babies. She was terrified to see 3 babies crying. She took the babies one after another to her breast for feeding. Anasuya thus became the mother of 3 great gods. She placed them in a cradle and pulled the string to and fro and began singing lullabies. It was midday. Atri Rishi returned from river after finishing his rituals. He was very much astonished to see Anasuya pulling strings of a cradle and singing songs. Anasuya narrated all that had happened. Atri Rishi, by the power of intuition, knew that the babies were 3 murtis, so he bowed to them. The 3 gods were also much pleased. They stood before him and told Atri to ask for a boon. Atri said to Anasuya, you may ask for whatever you desire. Anasuya said, these babies should stay in this ashram as our sons. The 3 murtis were really compiled. Anasuya began to nurse and feed them. Brahma was known as Chandra, Vishnu was known as Datta, and Mahesh was known as Durvas. After some time, Chandra and Durvas told their mother that they both were going away for penance and that third, Datta, would be staying with her. She should know him as Trimurti. After this, Chandra and Durvas went away. Chandra went to Chandralok, Durvas went to the forest for penance. Datta or Dattatreya remained with Anasuya. Dattatreya is the founder of the seat of Sri Guru. Shri Guru Datta Dattatreya Namostute. Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Shri Guru Charitra, Chapter 5. The birth of Shripad Shrivallabha. Shri Siddha said, Namdharak, Shri Vishnu had several incarnations as Matsya, fish, Kacha, tortoise, Varaha, boar, Narsimha, man with lion head, Vamana, Parshurama, Rama, Krishna, Buddha, and Kalki to protect the sadhus and punish the wicked. Bhagiratha did his utmost to bring the Gangas on the earth for the salvation of his forefathers. Similarly, a Brahman woman worshipped Sri Dattatreya, and hence Sri Dattatreya took birth from her womb. I shall now narrate this tale to you. A Brahman named Apal Raj lived at Pithapur in the east. Sumatha was his most devoted wife. On one Amavasya day, there was an anniversary day in the house of Apal Raj. On that day, Sri Datta came in disguise to his house for alms. Generally, alms are not given to beggars on the anniversary day. But though the Brahmins invited for the ceremony had not dined, Sumatha offered him alms. Hence, Sri Datta was much pleased, and he disclosed his divine appearance to her. She humbly bowed to Sri Datta, who said, Mother, what do you desire? She said, You are a treasure of kindness and protector of devotees. You are well known in all the 14 Bhuvanas. You just called me a mother. I begot children, but some of them died soon, and those that are surviving, one is blind, the other is lame. Therefore, I feel my life to be futile without a good son. I wish I should have a son who would be world famous and learned like yourself. Will you fulfill this desire of mine? Sri Datta said. You will have a son, well known in Kali Yuga. You abide by his wishes. He will be learned. He will fulfill your desires. Saying this, Sri Datta disappeared. Sumatha told this to her husband. He too was much pleased. Both believed that Sri Datta himself will come to their home in the form of a child. The husband said, Sri Datta lives at Mahur and Kolhapur. He comes in the mendicant's form, daily alms at midday. You should always give him alms. Sumatha told her husband that she had offered alms to Sri Datta that day, even before Brahmins invited for performing the Shraddha had dined. The husband said, You did very well. My forefathers will be more satisfied as Sri Datta himself has taken alms today. As you have obtained blessings from him, you surely will get a son. You need not worry. Thus they were passing their time with pleasure. Sumatha became pregnant. After the full period of 9 months, she gave birth to a son. Brahmins foretold that this child will be a great guru and an ascetic. Thinking him to be incarnation of Sri Datta, he was called after one of Datta's name, Shripad. His thread ceremony was performed when he was 7 years old. Even at this age, he knew the four Vedas, Mimamsa, Tark, etc. All the people wondered at his brilliancy and said he must be God in human form. He taught the Brahmins of the city various subjects like Achar, Yuvahar, Prayashchitta, Vedanta, Bhashya, Vedartha, etc. When Shripad was 16 years of age, his parents began to think of his marriage. He said, I am a brahmachari and an ascetic. I love yoga. My name is Shrivallabha. I now intend to go into forest for observing penance and obtaining divine knowledge. Hearing this, parents recollected the words of Sri Datta. the mendicant and realized that he would have his own way. Still, due to affection, they were very much aggravated. The mother said, "We expected you to protect us in our old age." Saying so, the mother became unconscious. Shripad consoled her and said, "Do not be anxious. I shall give you whatever you wish. Believe in me and live happily." The mother said, "My dear son, I forgot all my previous miseries only on the account of you, and I cherished a great hope that you would protect us in our old age. We have two other sons, but one is lame and the other is blind. Who will look after them?" Shripad looked at his lame and blind brother with nectar-like sight. Instantly, the blind brother caught his sight, and the lame one caught his legs. Both became learned, well versed in Vedas, Shastras, and Vyakarana. They prostrated before Shripad Shrivallabha. He blessed them, just as the iron is transformed into gold by the touch of the philosopher's stone. So both the brothers were enlightened, and they became respectable due to the blessings of Shripad. He then said to brothers, "You will have sons and grandsons and great grandsons, and you shall live happily." He told his brothers further, "Serve your parents. You will be happy in this world and get salvation in the end." He then said to his mother, "You should be happy now, and your sons will live for 100 years. They will have sons and daughters, and you will see them living merrily. They will have wealth for generations and shall be famous for their learning. Now, do not prevent me from going to the forest. I have to go to the north to guide the sadhus." Saying this, Shripad Swami disappeared and came to Kashi, where he began to live secretly. After some days, he went to Badri Narayan. He visited holy places one after the other, and in course of time, one day reached Gokarna. Shri Guru Dattatreya Namostute. Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Shri Guru Charitra, Chapter 6, Ravana and Gokarna Mahabaleshwar. Namadharak says, Swami, though Trimurti was Siddha, having yogi powers to do and undo things, why did he visit the holy places, and why did he prefer Gokarna to other places? What is its significance? Sri Siddha said, I am much delighted with your question. I am encouraged to narrate incidents from Sri Guru's life. Shripad Shrivallabha reached Gokarna, and on his way he met disciples and gave them divine advice. Gokarna is a sacred place of Sri Shiva and one of the 12 famous Jyotirlinga. Sri Ganesh founded here the original linga of Shiva. It is known as Mahabaleshwar, the tale of which I shall narrate to you now. Ravana's mother, wife of Pulasti, was a great devotee of Shiva. She worshipped a new Shivalinga every day. One day she could not get a new Shivalinga. Fearing that her brother would be futile, she prepared an earthen linga and began to worship it with devotion. Seeing this, Ravana asked her what she was doing. She said that she was worshipping a Shivalinga. Ravana said, You being my mother, it is great misfortune that you have to earthen Shivalinga. Well, what do you intend to achieve by this worship? Mother replied that thereby she will get a place in Kailash, abode of Shiva. Thereupon Ravana said, Why do you take so much troubles? I shall bring Kailasa itself to you. Saying this, he went to Kailasa and began to shake it violently with his 20 hands. He tried to lift it up. Due to this action of his, 7 banks were shaken. Shesha moved his hood. The tortoise began to tremble with fear. Amarpur, capital of Indra, king of gods, was shocked. Parvati went to Sri Shiva with fear and said, What happened to Kailasa today? When everyone was distressed, how are you lying at ease? Please do something. Sri Shiva said,
You need not be anxious. Ravana, one of my devotees, is playing a game. Parvati entreated, kindly protect the gods who are terrified. Shri Shiva rests Ravana's 10 heads and 20 hands underneath the Kailas. Finding himself in distress, Ravana uttered, Shiva, 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 I have made a mistake. Forgive me. I seek your shelter. Kindly do not kill me. Shri Shiva is very simple and kind, was pleased by his prayer, so he took him up from death. Ravana then cut his head, turned his hand into violin, and he attached his intestines to serve as musical wires, and then began to chant Samaveda and sing other ragas on the tune of this musical instrument. He praised Sri Shiva in 9 rasas and 36 ragas, being much pleased by Ravana's performance and great personal sacrifice. Sri Shiva appeared before him and said, I am much pleased. Ask for whatever you desire. Ravana said, O God of gods, Lakshmi is my maidservant. I possess all the 8 treasures. Brahma is my priest. All the 33 crore gods are serving me day and night. The sun, the moon, the Varuna, the wind also obey me. Agni, fire god, washes my clothes. Yama does not take away anybody without my permission. Indrajit is my son. Kumbhakarna is my brother. Kamadhenu is at my doors. Now I have come to take away Kailasa with me, as my mother has accepted a vrata to worship you daily. Kindly fulfill my mother's desire. Shri Shiva said, if your mother wishes to worship me, then what is the necessity of taking Kailasa to her? I shall give you my Atmalinga, which will fulfill all her desires instantly. It is just like my soul. Saying this, he gave his Atmalinga to Ravana and said, place this at a holy place, reciting the Rudra Sukta and worship it with 108 recitations of the particular mantra. One who worships this linga continuously for 3 years will gain my prowess. One who possesses this linga will live for eternity. One is relieved of any great sin simply with the sight of this linga. Do not place this on the ground until you reach Lanka. Taking this Atmalinga, Ravana at once started for Lanka. Narada Muni immediately approached Indra and said to him, how are you sitting idle? Ravana has become immortal. You will lose all your prominence. Sri Shiva has given him Atmalinga and has assured him if he would worship it for 3 years with devotion, he will be an Ishvara himself. How will you then rescue 33 crore of gods who are in his custody? Better you all be his slaves. Also send divine damsels like Urvashi, Ramba, Menaka, etc. to him. Being shocked, Indra requested Narayan to advise what he would do. Narada asked him to go to Brahma. Indra and Narada went to Brahma and narrated what had happened. Then, accompanied by Indra and Narada, Brahma went to Sri Vishnu and requested him to devise some means to overcome this calamity. Sri Vishnu was enraged to hear this tale. He, with all others, immediately went to Sri Shiva. Sri Vishnu said to Sri Shiva, what made you give Atmalinga to Ravana, the most wicked, who has made all his captives? How do you bless such a cruel person? Now he will conquer even the heaven. Sri Shiva said, I was extremely pleased with his devotion. He cut his head and hands and made me a violin using intestine for strings and sang Samaveda and other songs in different ragas. Sri Vishnu said, you give such blessings and the demons become impudent, and then we are troubled much as they harass the gods and Brahmins, and I have to descend to earth. Well, tell me, when did you give the linga to Ravana? Shri Shiva said, I gave it to him only 2 hours before. Hearing this, Sri Vishnu immediately sent his Sudarshan Chakra to guide the sun and asked Narada to go to Ravana, induce him to linger on the way, as he would like to observe his evening sandhya. He then called Ganesha and said to him, Ravana always disregards you. I'll go to you first, and you fulfill their wishes, while those who speak ill of you, you bring obstacles and in their undertakings. Ravana deceived Sri Shiva and has taken away from him the most valuable Atmalinga. So you should go to him in the form of Brahmachari boy and winning his confidence take the Atmalinga from him at sunset when he would engage himself in the evening sandhya. and place linga on the earth. If you do so, the linga will remain there. Saying this, Sri Vishnu gave Ganesh various sweets, still balls, good coconut corn, milk, ghee, sugar, etc. Narada had already proceeded. Ganesha followed him hurriedly. Narada approached Ravana and said, I had just been to Kailasha and knew that you pleased Sri Shiva by your hard penance and have brought this Atmalinga from him. You have obtained extraordinary power and strength due to this. This linga has great significance. Please let me see the linga. I shall explain to you all its qualities. As Ravana did not believe Narayana, he showed him the linga from a distance. Narada asked, do you know when and how this linga came into existence? This is a very interesting account. The black-skinned, bright deer, having all the fragrant things, was lying in the Brahmanda Khand. Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh once went there for hunting. They killed this deer, and satisfied with their hunger with its flesh, the deer had 3 horns on its head and the 3 lingas below. Each of them took one linga and preserved it as his Atmalinga. One who worships this for 3 years becomes Ishvara himself. The place where this linga is placed is like Kailash. Therefore, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh have great prominence over all other gods. Ravana intercepted. I have no time to listen to you, as I have to reach Lanka soon. Let me proceed further on my way. Narada said, this is evening time. You know the Vedas. You should act prescribed by the Vedas. This is the time for evening Sandhya. Let us perform the same. Saying this, Narada went away for Sandhya. In the meantime, Ravana saw Ganesh in the form of Brahmachari boy who was plucking durvas, a particular durva. Ravana thought that the boy would not deceive him. Better observe Sandhya, entrusting the linga to that boy. So, thinking, he approached Ganesha, who was afraid to see Ravana with 10 heads coming to him. But he began to run away. Ravana asked him, who are you? Who are your parents? Ganesha said, why are you inquiring? Does my father owe you? Ravana smiled and said, don't be afraid of me. Don't be afraid of me. I'm asking this only out of curiosity. Ganesha replied, I am the son of Sri Shiva. He has ash smashes all over the body. He has a necklace, Rudra Bij, around his neck. He bears headlocks on his head. My mother is Parvati. My father rides a bull, Nandi, with my mother and begs for alms daily. Ravana said, your father is a pauper. He begs for alms from door to door. So it seems like you are unhappy at home. I live in a beautiful city, Lanka, rich with magnificent buildings, gardens, and other wealth. You live with me. I shall give you whatever you desire. Ganesha said, there are many Rakshasas in Lanka. They will devour me, a boy living in forest. Hence I will not come to Lanka. Ravana again entreated him to hold the linga in his hand till he observed Sandhya. Thereafter, Ganesha said with hesitation, I am ignorant. I won't hold this linga in my hand as it may be heavy. Let me go to my place. Ravana still persuaded him and induced Ganesha to hold the linga as he proceeded to observe Sandhya on a seashore. Ganesha warned him, as soon as I feel the linga heavy, I shall place it on the earth. Saying this, Ganesha took the linga and waited there. All the gods had gathered in the sky and were witnessing this event. Ravana was offering agrahas, water ablutions, to fire god. Ganesha called Ravana and said that he is fatigued and he should take the linga from him soon. Ravana made signs by hand and asked him to wait for a little more time. After a while, Ganesha again called Ravana and asked him to come immediately as it was becoming unbearable for him to hold linga. Ravana was meditating by this time. Seeing that Ravana was not coming, Ganesha recollected Sri Vishnu's words and placed the linga in the presence of all the gods in the sky. All the gods were greatly pleased to see this and showered flowers in the head of Krishna in admiration. Soon after, Ravana returned, and seeing that the linga was placed on the ground, he was much annoyed. He began to thrash Ganesha in wrath. Ravana tried his best with all his might to lift up the linga, but the linga could not be shaken. As Ravana tried to lift it up, It took the shape of the ear of a cow, so it is known as Gokarna. And as Ravana exercised all his might to lift it up, it is called Mahabaleshwar. In despair, Ravana went to the forest for hard penance. There are many other incidents signifying the greatness of this holy place. This is narrated in the Skanda Purana. Shri Guru Dattatreya Namostute.
Shri Guru Charitra, Chapter 7. Saumini and Madayanti at Gokarna. Namdharak says, Swami, will you tell me who were benefited by visiting this holy place of Gokarna? Sri Siddha says, just listen. Formerly, there lived a brave king with the family of Ikshvaku. He knew all the Shastras. He was considerate, strong and kind. Once, he went on hunting and seeing a demon like a flame of fire, he aimed an arrow and the demon fell on the ground senseless. The brother of the demon wept utterly in grief. Before dying, the demon asked his brother to take revenge of his death. The brother approached the king in human form and sought his service and was engaged as a cook. On the anniversary day, the king had invited rishis like Vashishta and others. When Vashishta and others were seated on their seats, the new cook served human flesh in the plate of Shri Vashishta. Being enraged, Vashishta cursed the king that he would become Brahmarakshas. The king was also annoyed to see that he was being cursed for no fault of his. He therefore took water in his hand and intended to curse Shri Vashishta in return. Maharani Madayanti hastened to the king and entreated and prevented him from cursing his guru. She requested him to pray Vashishta for Ushap, blessing to nullify the effects of the curse. Being pacified, he poured the water in his hand on his own feet, whereby, after being a Brahma Rakshas, he was called Kalmashpad. Madayanti bowed to Vashishta and prayed for Ushap for the king. Vashishta was cooled by this time. He assured her that the king would attain human form and return from the forest on completion of 12 years. Kalmashpad lived in a dense forest. Once he saw a young Brahmin couple pass by. He clasped the Brahmin youth with the intention of devouring him. The young wife of the youth wept bitterly and requested Kalmashpad with folded hands, saying, Kindly release my young husband who is well versed in Vedas, and thus give me my Saubhagya, which is good fortune. By doing this, you will add to your virtues. Treat me as your daughter. If I beget a son, I shall give him your name. But the demon did not listen to her and killed the youth and ate its flesh. The wife of the youth collected the bones of her husband, arranged a pyre and set fire to it. Before burning herself in the same pyre, she cursed the demon, You will die instantly when after 12 years you will become a king and touch your wife. The king returned to the city after 12 years. He told his wife, Madayanti, all about the curse of Brahman's wife. Madayanti was much grieved to hear it. She exclaimed, Even after staying in the forest in hardship for 12 years, you are not relieved of the evil effects of your evil actions. There is no son in our family. What should we do now? The king called old priest and told him, I have killed a Brahman when I was a demon and was staying in the forest. How can I be relieved of its evil effects? The priest said, You should visit all the holy places and then your sins will be wiped off. The king then started to visit all the holy places one after the other. He performed sacrifices, gave money in charity, served meals to Brahmins and the poor, did other virtuous acts. Still the sin of Brahmahatya followed him like a shadow. Accidentally, he met Gautam Muni. He bowed to Muni respectfully. Gautam asked, When you have your own kingdom, why are you wandering from place to place, and why are you so much worried? I have committed Brahma Hatya. I have performed sacrifices and several vratas. I have visited holy places and did virtuous acts. Yet I am not relieved of this sin. I am fortunate to see your holy self today, replied the king. Gautam said, You need not worry. Shiva will protect you. You go to Gokarna and get rid of this sin. Mrityunjay, Shri Shiva, always stays there. Though your sins are not wiped even after going through several holy places, still if you go to Gokarna, all your sins will be destroyed. Even Vishnu and Brahmadev lived there for penance, and their desires were fulfilled. Gokarna is like Kailas, Shiva stays there. At instance of Sri Vishnu, Sri Ganesh installed the Shivalinga. All the demons, gods, rishis, munis, siddhas live and worship Shiva and thereby attain all four velas, Purusharthas. With the blessing of Sri Shiva, Brahma, Vishnu, Karta, Vairya, Vinayak, Durga, and others have also installed lingas here known after their names. All waters here are holy. This is thus the most important holy place. In Krita Yuga, this linga was white, in Treta it became red, in Dwapar yellow, and in Kali Yuga it has become black. The root of this linga is in the Sapta Patal below. Even with the sight of this linga, one is relieved of the sins of Brahma Hatya, gets one's desires fulfilled, and after death, one attains salvation. The devotees staying here go to Kailas in the end. One should bathe and offer charities on Sunday, Monday, and Wednesday. It is virtuous to worship here on Vyatipat, Makar Sankranti, and Mahashivratri days. Bholenath Shiva passes judgment over all our actions in the month of Magh. If one observes fast on Shivratri and offers pale leaf to Shivalinga, one's entrance in the heaven is ensured. Gautam Muni further said, So many have been benefited by visiting Gokarna. I myself have witnessed a wonderful incident when I had been to that place. When I was sitting under a tree, I saw a leper woman. She was without food the whole day. All her body was affected and pus and germs were seen all over. She had lost her teeth and had no clothes on her body. Being a widow, her head was shaved and she was much troubled due to midday hot sun. She sat under a tree, being tired, and soon died. Shivadutas came there to take her to Kailas. While living with the Shudra, she ate flesh and took wine daily. One day she killed a calf thinking it to be a lamb and reserved its head for the next day. When it was time for milking the cow, she looked for the calf and she came to know that by mistake she had killed it. In grief she uttered the word Shiva, Shiva. What a great sin I have committed unknowingly. Fearing the wrath of her husband, she buried the head, flesh and bones of the calf and told people that the calf was taken away by the tiger. Yet, when she died, Yamadutas took her to Yamapuri and placed her in hell. She suffered tortures and was born again a Shudra woman. She was ugly, black and blind. Her parents cared for her. For some time afterward, she begged for her food. She was an orphan without any shelter. She developed leprosy and in course of time, she grew old. Many people were going to Gokarna on Mahashivratri day, expecting to get good alms. She also followed them. It being fast day, nobody offered her food. In joke, someone placed pale leaf on her hand. Knowing that it was not eatable, she threw it away, which by chance fell on Shivalinga, and thus she had the credit of worshipping Shiva in that dark night. This pleased Shiva, and Shivaduta sprinkled nectar on her body. and she looked like a heavenly woman, she was taken to Shivaloka. Hearing this, the king was delighted. He went to Gokarna and was relieved of all his sins. Gokarna has great significance. Hence, Shripad Shrivallabha had also been there and stayed there for 3 years. Chapter 8. Shripad Shrivallabha blesses a Brahmani and her son. Namdharak asks, how long Sri Guru Shripad Shrivallabha stayed there in Gokarna and what happened later? Shri Siddha. Sri Guru lived secretly for 3 years and from there he went to Shri Giri. After 4 months he went to Nivriti Sangam and hence to Kuravapur on the banks of Krishna river. There lived a Brahman well versed in Veda and Shastras. He had good-natured devoted wife Ambika by name. She begot children but none of them survived except one son. In due course, his thread ceremony was celebrated, but he was dull, foolish and dumb. His parents were much worried. The Brahman got tired and while training him, at times beat him for not learning his lessons. His wife could not bear this cruel treatment to her only son. Brahman died after some time. The woman lived with her son begging for their livelihood. The boy grew up, but being foolish and poor, no one liked to give one's daughter in marriage to him. People said to him, your father was a learned man, but you are like a stone. You have brought disgrace to your family. How are you not ashamed of begging for your living? Better give up your life in river Ganga. He was aggravated to hear such hard words on and off. He therefore intended to give up his life in the deep waters of Ganga. Seeing this, his mother said to him in grief, I shall also accompany you. They both went on to river Krishna. Shripad Shrivallabha had also been there. Seeing him, the mother bowed to him and said, we both have decided to give up our lives in this river, but as committing suicide is a sin, how shall we be relieved of our miseries without being offended? Sri Guru asked, which miseries induce you to give up your lives? Narrating her whole account, the woman said, Swami, we visited this holy place and observed vratas for getting a son, and after we got him, we understood he is dull. All despise him and scold him. I therefore request you to bless me with a son who will be pious like yourself, at least in the next birth. He should prove good for all our future generations. Seeing her devotion, Sri Guru said, you worship Shiva with devotion and you will have God-like son. Nanda Gavali worshipped God and hence Sri Krishna lived at his home. Your desire will also be fulfilled if you worship him devotedly. How did they worship Sri Hari? What vrata did they observe? Sri Guru said, on every Shani Pradosh worship Lord Shiva. A tale in this respect is narrated in Skanda Purana. There lived a righteous king, Chandrasen in Ujjain. Manibhadra was his chief counsel. He worshipped Shiva with utmost devotion, and Shiva favored him with the most bright Chintamani bead which he had given to his master Chandrasen. A mere touch of the bead would turn iron into gold. By mere sight of the bead, one's desires were fulfilled. So all the kings desired to have such a bead. Many kings tried to get the bead from the king and offered him money for the same. But all efforts were in vain. So they all combined their forces and attacked Ujjain. When Chandrasen was engaged in worshipping Shiva on a Shani Pradosh day, children watched the worship of the king and they also wished to worship Lord Shiva similarly. Boys gathered stones and prepared a Shiva temple and placed one stone as an image of Shiva Linga and began worshipping it with flowers and other herbs. The mother of the boys came there and took their sons for meals to their home. But one boy did not go home. His mother thrashed him angrily and said, "It is night now. Come home and have your meal. She broke the temple and threw away the image of Shivalinga. Seeing this, the boy began to weep in grief and intended to give up his life. But after some time he fell asleep. Sri Shiva was pleased with his devotion and created a beautiful temple. A linga of precious stone was installed there. Shiva awoke the boy, looked at him with affection, and asked him to have a boon from him. The boy was much delighted. He bowed to Shiva and said, "My mother has broken the evening worship. Kindly forgive her." Shiva said, "As your mother has seen this evening worship, she will get a son named Shri Krishna in next birth, and you will also have all the pleasures." The forces of enemies were emerged. They spoke amongst themselves, "What wonder is this? How this bright, beautiful temple has been created here within a night. Let's give up enmity and see King, who is virtuous on friendly terms." They sent their messengers to the king. King requested them to come to visit the Shiva temple where he should see them. Chandrasen was also wonderstruck to see sun-like bright Shiva temples sprung up during the night. The cowboy's house looked very bright. The king asked the reason of this miracle. The boy narrated the whole story to all kings who had gathered there. All were much pleased to hear him. They said, "You really become the king of the herds of the cow." They offered the boy many gifts and land, and except Chandrasen, all the kings returned to their places. The boy went home and narrated this to his mother, all that had occurred. He said, "Shiva was pleased with my evening worship. As I requested him to forgive you, even though you had broken the temple, he was not angry with you. Besides, he assured that the incarnation of Shri Krishna will stay at your home." Shripad Shrivallabha narrated the significance of Shani Pradosh worship to Brahmani, and seeing her devotion, placed his palm over the head of her son, blessed him. Eventually, boy instantly had the knowledge of Vedas, Shastras, Tarak, Bhashya, etc. All the Brahmins and his mother were wonderstruck to see this. The mother respectfully bowed to Sri Guru and said that she was fortunate to see Sri Guru and get his blessings. She said, "You are God yourself. We shall worship you in the evening. I hope I shall have a son like yourself in my next birth. Let not your words be untrue." Saying this, she began to worship Sri Guru every evening with devotion. Her son got married and had sons and grandsons. Those who are blessed by Sri Guru receive all leisures in the same way. Chapter 9. A washerman blessed to be a king. There lived a washerman at Kurapura. He was a great devotee of Sri Guru. Shripad Shrivallabha used to go to the river, have bath, morning sandhya and other rituals just like ordinary Brahmin. The washerman would go to the river, wash Sri Guru's clothes and would bow to him in reverence. Once Sri Guru asked him, "Why do you take so much trouble for me? I am pleased with your services. Go home and live happily." Hearing this, the washerman gave up household attachment, lived at Sri Guru's dwelling place, swept the courtyard and sprinkled water on it every day. He thus served Sri Guru with more devotion. Once in spring, in the month of Vaishak, a Muslim king came to the river along with his harem of beautiful women, wearing precious ornaments and clothes, with many servants, elephants, horses, musical instruments, and was enjoying joyfully. The washerman was looking at the splendor and glory of King. He began thinking, "How fortunate shall I be if I could also enjoy such glorious life?" Knowing his intentions, Sri Guru asked him what he was thinking about. The washerman replied, "I was just thinking what deity this king might have pleased to have such pleasure, such splendor and glory. However, I do not long for it. I have all my pleasures at thy feet." Sri Guru said, "You are struggling hard in life. Do you aspire to enjoy glory? If the senses are not satisfied by enjoying their objects, they obstruct the path of moksha, which is freedom from the cycles of birth and death. So you better take the birth in a Muslim royal family and enjoy kingly life. Washerman said, kindly do not ask me to go away from you. Sri Guru suggests, you will have a birth in royal family of Bidar and I shall meet you later in your life. I shall also have another birth and shall be known as Nrushinha Saraswati. I shall be leading a sannyasi life. Saying this, Sri Guru allowed him to go, but again asked whether he would like to enjoy royal life in that very birth or the next birth. Washerman expressed, I am now grown old. It would be good if I enjoy royal pleasures from the childhood. Soon after, the washerman died and was later born in the royal family of Bidar. His account is narrated in the 50th chapter of this book. Sri Guru was thus much praised and respected during his stay at Guravpur. I am unable to describe all the miracles of his life. Guravpur has become holy place due to his residence. Shripad Shrivallabha disappeared in River Krishna on Guru Dwadashi. Real devotees can still see here Shripad Shrivallabha, the Dattatreya incarnation. Many have experienced this. Chapter 10. Vallabhesh saved from thieves. Namadharak, please tell me the next birth of Shripad Shrivallabha. Siddha says, Shripad Shrivallabha had many incarnations. All possess the omnipotence of Sri Narayan. Devotion of Sri Guru is never futile. Sri Guru never disappoints his disciples. Therefore serve him from your heart. I shall narrate to you one tale as an example. Vallabhesh, a righteous Brahman, was doing business. He used to go to Shripad Shrivallabha Padukas at Guravpur every year. He once declared that if he made good business, he would feed 1,000 Brahmanas at Guravpur. Fortunately, he earned good profit. He always recited Sri Guru's name. He started for Guravpur with good money. Knowing this, some thieves also accompanied him. After 2 or 3 days, one night, the thief killed a Brahman when he was asleep and wanted to take away all the money. In the meantime, Shripad Shrivallabha, with locks of hair on his head and Trishul at Khatwang in his hand, appeared on the scene. He killed 3 thieves, but one who surrendered himself, saying, I am innocent. I didn't know that these 3 people would be killing the Brahman. You are omniscient. Kindly save me. Hearing his prayer, Shripad Muni told him to rub Vibhuti all over the body of this Brahman. As soon as the enchanted Vibhuti was applied to the Brahman's body, he woke up. It was dawn when Shripad Muni disappeared from the place. Vallabhesh asked the person sitting by his side, Why have you held me? Who has killed these men? The person replied, A great ascetic had come here. He killed these thieves with his Trishul. He saved me for you. He asked me to rub enchanted Vibhuti to your body. He woke you and made you sit by his hands. He has just disappeared. He might be great god Shiva. On hearing this, Brahman realized that all this has been done by Sri Guru Shripad Shrivallabha. Taking the amount from the thieves, he went to Guravpur. He worshipped the Padukas of Sri Guru with great devotions and fed about 4,000 Brahmans. O Namdharak, through Shripad Shrivallabha has disappeared, he still comes to protect his devotees. Chapter 9. A washerman blessed to be a king. There lived a washerman at Guravpura. He was a great devotee of Sri Guru. Shripad Shrivallabha used to go to the river, have bath, morning sandhya and other rituals just like ordinary Brahman. The washerman would go to the river, wash Sri Guru's clothes and would bow to him in reverence. Once Sri Guru asked him, Why do you take so much trouble for me? I am pleased with your services. Go home and live happily. Hearing this, the washerman gave up household attachment. lived at Sri Guru's dwelling place, swept the courtyard, and sprinkled water on it every day. He thus served Sri Guru with more devotion. Once in spring, in the month of Vaishak, a Muslim king came to the river along with his harem of beautiful women, wearing precious ornaments and clothes, with many servants, elephants, horses, musical instruments, and was enjoying joyfully. The washerman was looking at the splendor and glory of king. He began thinking, how fortunate shall I be if I could also enjoy such glorious life. Knowing his intentions, Sri Guru asked him what he was thinking about. The washerman replied, I was just thinking what deity this king might have pleased to have such pleasure, such splendor and glory. However, I do not long for it. I have all my pleasures at thy feet. Sri Guru said, you are struggling hard in life. Do you aspire to enjoy glory? If the senses are not satisfied by enjoying their objects, they obstruct the path of moksha, which is freedom from the cycles of birth and death. So you better take the birth in a Muslim royal family and enjoy kingly life. Washerman said, kindly do not ask me to go away from you. Sri Guru suggested, you will have a birth in royal family of Bidar and I shall meet you later in your life. I shall also have another birth and shall be known as Nrushinha Saraswati. I shall be leading a sannyasi life. Saying this, Sri Guru allowed him to go, but again asked whether he would like to enjoy royal life in that very birth or the next birth. Washerman expressed, I am now grown old. It would be good if I enjoy royal pleasures from the childhood. Soon after, the washerman died and was later born in the royal family of Bidar. His account is narrated in the 50th chapter of this book. Sri Guru was thus much praised and respected during his stay at Gorakhpur. I am unable to describe all the miracles of his life. Gorakhpur has become holy place due to his residence. Shripad Shrivallabha disappeared in River Krishna on Guru Dwadashi. Real devotees can still see here Shripad Shrivallabha, the Dattatreya incarnation. Many have experienced this. Chapter 10. Vallabhesh saved from thieves. Namadharak. Please tell me the next birth of Shripad Shrivallabha. Siddha says, Shripad Shrivallabha had many incarnations. All possess the omnipotence of Sri Narayan. Devotion of Sri Guru is never futile. Sri Guru never disappoints his disciples. Therefore serve him from your heart. I shall narrate to you one tale as an example. Vallabhesh, a righteous Brahman, was doing business. He used to go to Shripad Shrivallabha Padukas at Gorakhpur every year. He once declared that if he made good business, he would feed 1,000 Brahmanas at Gorakhpur. Fortunately, he earned good profit. He always recited Sri Guru's name. He started for Gorakhpur with good money. Knowing this, some thieves also accompanied him. After 2 or 3 days, one night, the thief killed a Brahman when he was asleep and wanted to take away all the money. In the meantime, Shripad Shrivallabha, with locks of hair on his head and Trishul at Khatwang in his hand, appeared on the scene. He killed 3 thieves, but one who surrendered himself, saying, I am innocent. I didn't know that these 3 people would be killing the Brahman. You are omniscient. Kindly save me. Hearing his prayer, Shripad Muni told him to rub vibhuti all over the body of this Brahman. As soon as the enchanted vibhuti was applied to the Brahman's body, he woke up. It was dawn when Shripad Muni disappeared from the place. Vallabhesh asked the person sitting by his side, Why have you held me? Who has killed these men? The person replied, A great ascetic had come here. He killed these thieves with his trishul. He saved me for you. He asked me to rub enchanted vibhuti to your body.
He woke you and made you sit by his hands. He has just disappeared. He might be great god Shiva. On hearing this, Brahman realized that all this has been done by Sri Guru Shripad Shrivallabha. Taking the amount from the thieves, he went to Kuravpur. He worshipped the Padukas of Sri Guru with great devotions and fed about 4,000 Brahmins. O Namdharak, through Shripad Shrivallabha has disappeared, he still comes to protect his devotees.
Chapter 11 Birth of Sri Nrushinha Saraswati. An account of Brahmani has been given in Chapter 8. She was worshipping Sri Shankar devotedly in the evening on Shani Pradosh. She died in course of time and took the next birth in a Brahmin family at Karanja in Berar. Her name was Amba Bhavani. She was married to a Brahmin youth Madhava, who was also a devotee of Shiva. As per her nature of previous birth, Amba Bhavani worshipped Sri Shiva along with her husband devotedly. She became pregnant when she was just 16 years old. Customary ceremonies were performed in the 3rd and 5th month. She used to have good desires. She advised people with higher principles. Filling of oti, that means putting corn coconut in the open side of the sari worn by woman in the 7th month, and Shrimati and Seemanti was also observed. After completing 9 months, a son was born to her. The baby uttered Om from very birth. People wondered to see this. The astrologers foretold he will be a great ascetic and Jagat Guru. He will not marry, but will be known, revered all over the earth. Being an incarnation of God, he will wipe off all your miseries and fulfill your desires. The parents of the child were very much pleased to hear this, and they gave money and clothes to the Brahmins. In order that the baby may not suffer from the evil eye of person, lemon and salt were waved on him and thrown away. He was named Shaligram Dev, but his pet name was Narahari. He was later publicly known as Nrushinha Saraswati. Knowing thus that the baby was an incarnation of God, his parents bowed to him. The mother put the baby in the cradle and sung lullaby songs, but the baby would prefer to lay down on floor and play cheerfully. The child became 1 year old. It did not utter any words except Om. The parents were anxious to see the child speak other words also. As days passed on, they were afraid of his being dumb. Some people would say he has all the knowledge, but purposely he doesn't speak. The child became 7 years old. His parents did not know how to celebrate his thread ceremony. As they were Brahmins, the thread ceremony was most essential. They worshipped Gauri and observed Pradosh and other fasts, but they were of no avail. They were now anxious to know how to make the boy recite Gayatri mantra, which a Brahmin boy learns at the time of his thread ceremony. Seeing the parents in dejected mood, the only son approached them and tried to console them. He held the iron bar in his hand, and instantly it was turned into a gold bar. Seeing this, the parents were astonished. They gave him some more iron, and that too was turned into gold. Then the parents asked the son when and how he would learn to speak, how he would speak. He moved his hand around his chest and lion and expressed that when the sacred thread would be worn and Nunch's grass would be tied around his lion, he would speak. The parents were much pleased and they started enthusiastically preparing for his thread ceremony. Still, some doubted the success of the function. The parents invited all the relatives, friends, and learned Brahmins for the function. The ceremony started. On the first day, his head was shaved and dinner took place. Next day, after the bath of the boy, a sacred thread was put on his left shoulder. The boy dined with his mother and other boys of his age. The father uttered Gayatri mantra in the ears of the boy Narahari, who recited it in his mind. The mother then came with alms. After offering the first alms, the mother asked the boy to recite Rig Veda. Narahari recited
recited Rigveda. After giving the second arm, the mother asked Narhari to recite Yajurveda, and he did. After the third arms, Narhari recited Agnayahi from Samaveda, the third Veda. Thus people realized that Narhari had the knowledge of all the Vedas, and they bowed to him with reverence. Narhari then said to his mother, "You have asked me to beg for alms. I would therefore live on begging, so allow me to go and visit the holy places." Hearing this, his parents were much aggravated. The mother fell on the ground. After recouping, she said, "We accepted that you would take our care. So far, due to our misfortune, you were not speaking. Now, seeing that you can speak, we are much delighted, and we think that our devotion to God has been fruitful. But now, you're talking of leaving us, and this is making us very uneasy." Narahari said, "You need not be sorry. You will have 4 sons, and they will look after you very obediently." So saying, he placed his palm over her head. She instantly recollected her previous life and saw Shripad Shrivallabha standing before her. She bowed to him humbly. Narhari raised her head and said, "Mother, keep this a secret. We sannyasis keep ourselves aloof from family life. As I have to do my mission, please allow me to go." "Mother, dear son, do not go leaving us alone. No religion asks one to be an ascetic in such a tender age. You have Brahmacharya ashram for 12 years. The second is Grihastra, the most important in 4 ashrams. After going through the third ashram, which is Vanaprastha ashram, one becomes liable for the 4th ashram, Sannyas ashram. So say the Shastras. So study Vedas in Brahmacharya ashram. Later on, get yourself married and have the pleasures of family. Then perform sacrifices, and thereafter become a sannyasi. But it is not desirable to be a sannyasi in childhood." Chapter 12. Narhari becomes Sri Nrushinha Saraswati. Narhari said, "This body is perishable. What is its guarantee? So as long as one has a sound body, they should act virtuously. Your advice is for them who have won victory over death. They can say they will follow religion later. So one should do religious deeds in childhood. There are 3 stages of life: the childhood, youth, and old age. But it is not certain when one will die. Yamaraja is counting every moment of a man's life, day and night, knowing that life is running fast. Those who not lead religious and virtuous life are like beasts. House, property, wife, children, mother, nothing is eternal. Old age kills a man, just like crocodile devours him. Therefore, a wise man should do virtuous deeds in young age. Why do you then prevent me from going? This life is like a dream. This body may perish in a moment." Mother says, "Dear child, you are advising me. You told me that I will have 4 sons. So you should stay with me till I have at least 1 son. If you go disregarding my request, I would give up my life instantly." Narahari smiled and said, "What I have said will not be otherwise. However, when you get 2 sons, let me go. Then I shall not stay here. I promise to stay here for 1 year." Thus Narahari lived happily. All people wondered to see that the boy of 7 knows all Vedas and can teach the same. Crowned up, learned persons also came to him to learn Vedas and Shastras. His mother became pregnant. After 9 months, she gave birth to 2 handsome sons. The parents were glad to have 2 more sons. By the end of 1 year, the 2 babies became 3 months old. Narahari told his mother that her desire was fulfilled. She would get 2 more sons and they will all live happily. She should now permit him to live as per sannyasa dharma. The parents bowed to Narahari and said, "You are our family god. We cannot say anything before you. Please forgive us if we have spoken any harsh words, thinking you to be our son. Our devotion to Sri Shankar has materialized. You made us glorious. When shall we see you again?" Narahari says, "I shall be before you whenever you remember me. You will have 1 daughter and 2 more sons. You will have no miseries, and in the end, and in the end you will attain the best place in Paraloka. Now I have to proceed to Badrinarayan to meet Siddha, so please allow me to go. The parents, males and females of the town, walked with Narahari. Some said, "See how a brahmachari is going for penance. He is an incarnation of God. Else, at such a tender age of only 7, how can he know all the 4 Vedas?" All bowed to him and returned. The parents still followed Narahari, who then appeared before him in the form of Shripad Shrivallabha. The parents put their heads on his feet, and then Narahari immediately went away. Narahari started from Badrinarayan. On the way he reached the holy Kashi. He did penance there and saw Vishveshwar. He also practiced there all kinds of yogas. Many sannyasis also observed penance at this holy place. Narahari showed great proficiency in yoga. Many sannyasis came to see him. There had been one old sannyasi named Krishna Saraswati who had realized Brahma. He also showed respect for Narahari. He said to all sannyasis, "He is not an ordinary human being, but he is an incarnation of God and deserves respect from all. Let us request him to be a sannyasi and bless people." Accordingly, all went to him and said, "It will be better if you now accept sannyasi diksha as per religious rules and accept worship and respect from us and favor us with your blessing. Sannyasis are despised in this Kali Yuga. Though there are different means of devotion, sannyas is in particular dishonored. Sri Shankaracharya rejuvenated sannyasa dharma in 7th century, but now Kali is more influential. The sannyas is being degenerated, so you please rejuvenate it." Narahari heard their request and accepted sannyasa diksha from Sri Krishna Saraswati. Namadharak interrupted, "When Narahari himself was Sri Guru Dattatreya's incarnation, why did he have another guru?" Sri Siddha says, "In former days, Vasishtha was a guru of Sri Rama and Sandipani was the guru of Sri Krishna. In the same way, Krishna Saraswati became the guru of Narahari, and thereafter he was known as Sri Nrushinha Saraswati. In human life, human customs are to be followed, and so Narahari approached the very well-known aged Yati sannyasi Krishna Saraswati and accepted him as his guru. Sri Shankar is the first guru, Vishnu second, Brahma is the third. After these followed Vasishtha, Parashar and Vyasa, who was the incarnation of Sri Vishnu. Thereafter, Shukha, Gaudpad, Govind Guru, Shankaracharya, Vishwarupavarya, Dhyan Bodh Giriya, Giriraj, Ishwar Tirth and Bharati Tirth succeeded one after other. Thereafter, Vidyaranya, Shripad Muni, Vidya Tirtha, Mali Ananda, Dev Tirtha, Saraswati Tirtha, Saraswati Yadovendra, and his disciple was Shri Saraswati. Such is the line of succession of gurus. Sri Guru Nrushinha Saraswati was much respected in Kashi for his deep knowledge of Vedas. After some time, Sri Guru went to Badrinath with many followers. After taking a round of Marugiri and seeing the holy places of Navakhanda, Sri Guru came to Ganga Sagar. He then went by the bank of Ganga and came to Prayag. A learned Brahmin Madhav saw him there. Sri Guru initiated him with sannyas and named him Madhav Saraswati. And later on, Sri Guru had many more followers.
Sri Guru Charitra, Chapter 13. Brahman's colic pain subsided. Namdharak says, "Gurudev, Sri Guru initiated sannyas to Madhava at Prayag. Please let me know what occurred later on." Siddha said, "Sri Guru lived at Prayag for some days. He had many disciples there. These included Bala Saraswati, Krishna Saraswati, Upendra Saraswati, Madhav Saraswati, Sadananda Saraswati, Jnanajyoti Saraswati, and myself as 7 chief disciples. And then he visited holy places in the south and came to Karanjahim, where he got invited door to door. The mother recollected that he was Shripad Shrivallabha and called herself fortunate. She told this to her husband when both requested him to liberate them from the worldly sea. Sri Guru said, if a person accepts sannyas, his 42 generations, 21 paternal and 21 maternal, are liberated. Their issues have no fear of the cord of death. You will see that your sons will live for 100 years. Then you will go to Kashi, the holy place of liberation. There is no doubt in this. Ratnai, his sister, requested Sri Guru, I am entangled in a family trap. Please take me out of this. I want to do penance. Sri Guru said, serve your husband and this will liberate you. One has to suffer as per one's faith. Females can win over this worldly sea only with the help of their husbands. Thinking the husband to be Shiva, serve him. This is what the Vedas, Shastras and Puranas dictate. She asked further, you know the past and the future also. Please tell me what is my future. Sri Guru says, in the previous birth, you hit a cow with your legs. You made the neighboring couples quarrel amongst themselves. So you will develop leprosy for hitting a cow, and your husband will leave you and be a sannyasi. Hearing the Guru, she said, after this, he said, you shall live amicably for some years. In your old age, your husband will accept sannyas. When you have leprosy, you will see me. You come to Papa Vinashi on the bank of Bhima river in the south. Nearby is Bhima, Amarja, Sangam and Gangapur. After bathing in the Papa Vinashi, you will be cured of leprosy. Sri Guru then went to Trimbakeshwar, the place of penance of Gautama Muni. Shankar was pleased by the penance of Gautam, who brought Ganga on the earth for the benefit of people. Sri Guru travelled by the bank of Godavari and came to Manjrika. A learned Brahman, Madhavaranya, lived here. He adorned Nrushinha. Seeing that Sri Guru appeared, he bowed to him and praised him in Sanskrit. Sri Guru was pleased and appeared before him in his divine form. Madhavaranya prostrated before him and chanted prayers. Sri Guru then blessed him. Sri Guru then went to Brahmeshwar. Here, a Brahmin suffered from acute colic pain. He was rolling in sand of river due to severe pain. He had been on fast for several days. Whenever he dined, he had severe pain. He was intending to give up his life by drowning himself in river and thus getting rid of the acute colic pain. Knowing his intentions, Sri Guru asked his disciples to bring the Brahman to him. When he was brought to him, Sri Guru asked him, why are you committing suicide? This is a great sin. What is your misery? Brahman said, I am burdensome on this earth. I dine once in a fortnight or a month, but I have to bear a very severe colic pain. The body lives on food, and if food cannot be taken, how can I survive in this body? Sri Guru said, I shall give a medicine. You have full meal today. The Brahman was much encouraged with Sri Guru's words. In the meanwhile, the officer of the town came to the river for bath. Seeing Sri Guru, he bowed to him with reverence. Sri Guru inquired, may I know your name and whereabouts? The officer said, I belong to Kaundilya Gotra and am a Brahman of Apastamba Shaka. My name is Sayam Dev. I come from Kanchi. I am serving here as a town officer of a Muslim ruler for a year. I feel myself very fortunate to see thy holy self today. Sins are wiped off by seeing the Ganga. Heat of the body subsides by seeing the moon. Poverty is destroyed by the favor of Kalpataru. But by seeing thyself along, all these 3 misspells are wiped off and one gets all the 4 velas. Sayam Dev humbly expressed, Gurudev,
He dined yesterday after a month, and subsequently he had severe colic pain. If he is given food today, and if he dies, shall I not be responsible for his death? Shri Guru, I am giving medicine which should be fried in ghee and given to him. Besides, give him food containing sugar and milk. Do not have any doubt in the mind. Sayam Dev agreed and further requested Sri Guru to grace his home by his presence and accept alms at his house. Sri Guru gladly accepted the invitation. Sri Guru, 3 Brahmins and other disciples came to Sayam Dev. Sayam Dev's wife Jakai was a devoted wife. Both worshipped Sri Guru ceremoniously. They worshipped the disciples also. All had a happy dinner that day. The colic pain of the Brahmin disappeared instantly by the grace of Sri Guru. All were wonderstruck to see this miracle. Sri Guru blessed Sayam Dev, saying, "Your family will flourish and devotion of Guru will be continued in the later generations of your family." Chapter 14. Muslim King favors Sayam Dev. Sayam Dev bowed to Sri Guru and said, "Gurudev, though you are a Trimurti incarnation, due to our ignorance you appear to us as a human being. The truth is you are all-pervading. It is beyond our intellect to describe your greatness. I am the servant of Muslim king who is very cruel. He invites a Brahman every year and kills him. He has invited me today. If I go to him, he will kill me. But as I have now seen your holy, how can he dare to kill me?" Sri Guru placed his palm on his head and said, "You don't care a bit. You go to the king fearlessly. He will receive you well and send you back to me. Have faith in my words. I am here till you return. Then I shall proceed further. You have been my devotee. You will live happily and have lasting wealth." Sayam Dev went to cruel Muslim king. He was reciting Sri Guru's name all this time. As soon as the king saw Sayam Dev, he turned his face and went inside. Sayam Dev said to himself, "What harm can a cruel king do to one who is blessed by Sri Guru? How can a serpent bite the kids of a Garud? How can an elephant kill a lion? A devotee of Sri Guru has no fear even from death." The Muslim king felt drowsy and had a sound sleep. He saw in the dream that the Brahman was beating him. He woke and came outside and saw Sayam Dev. He came to him, fell at his feet, and said, "You are my master. Who called you here? You can go back happily." Saying this, he offered clothes and ornaments to Sayam Dev. Sayam Dev soon returned to his place. He first went to see Sri Gurudev on the banks of river. He bowed to Sri Guru and reported what had happened. Sri Guru again blessed him and said he would now proceed southwards. Sayam Dev folded his hands and said, "Now I shall not leave these feet. I shall come with you. You only can liberate us from this worldly sea." Ganga was brought on this earth for liberation of forefathers. In the same way, you have descended on this earth for our liberation. Shri Guru says, "I am going southwards for a certain purpose. You shall see me again after 15 years. I shall be then staying near your place. You should then come to me with your family and children. You should live without worry. All your miseries and wants will be wiped off now." Sayam Dev offered clothes and ornaments to Sri Guru. Sri Guru came to Arogya Bhavani Vaidjanath and lived there secretly. Cults, sects, and ages. Parshuram gave the earth in charity to the Brahmins. Still, the Brahmins approached him and asked for more. So Parshuram lived in the sea secretly. Similarly, Sri Guru sent all his disciples on a pilgrimage and himself lived secretly. The disciples asked, "Gurudev, why are you indifferent with us? Vedas and Shastras say that all holy places are at thy feet. When Kalpataru is near us, why should we go elsewhere?" Shri Guru says, "As you are sannyasis, you should visit different holy places and make your mind firm. I shall go to Sri Shaila in Bahudhanya Sanvatsar. You should come and see me there." So we go to holy places as per your instruction, but kindly tell us to which places we should go. Shri Guru says, Kashi is the famous holy place on earth. It's on the bank of Bhagirathi, Ganga. You travel 60 yojans, 2 miles by its bank, and observe 60 Krishna Prayashchitas. Then go to Prayag, Allahabad, and observe 120 Richa. There are 25 towns on the bank of river Yamuna and 40 on the bank of river Saraswati. Take bath in the river daily. Thus, this is like performing a sacrifice. One attains Brahma in the end. Travel by the bank of rivers such as rivers Varuna, Kushavarti, Krishnaveni, Vitasta, Saraswati, Marud Vridha, Ashikni, Madhumati, Payasvini, Gritavati, Devnandi, etc. At every place take bath and Prayashchitta. Even sin of Brahmahatya is wiped off. Travel by the banks of Chandrabhaga, Revati, Sharayu, Gautami, Vedika, Kaushiki, Mundakini, Sahasravakra, Purna, Bahuda, Aruna. Bathe at the Sangama confluence of rivers is like that of Prayag. There are other holy places as Pushkar, Vairochani, Falgu, Tirtha at Gaya, Setubandha, Rameshwara, Sriranga Padmanabha, Purushottam, Nemi Sharanya, Badrinath, Kurukshetra, Shri Shaila, Vithutirtha, Kedar, Koti, Narmada, Matrukeshwar, Kunja, Kokamukhi, Prabhas, Gokarna, Shankhakarna, Ayodhya, Mathura, Kanchi, Dwarka, Gaya, and Shaligram, Sambhalgram are the 7 cities giving liberation. Traveling by the bank of Godavari gives fruit of doing Vajpaya sacrifice. Visit Bhimeshwar, Vajra Sangam and Kush. Travel by the bank of Purna, Krishna Veni, Tungabhadra, Bhima. Visit Pampa, Saroval, Harihar, Pandharpur, Mrityuling, Gangapur near Bhima Amarja Sangam. There is an Ashpatha on the Amarja and in the north Varanasi. In the east are Papi Vashi Rudrapad, Chakratirth, Keshav Dev, Vinayak, Koti Tirtha, Mamat, Kalpeshwar, C. Varada Malaprabha Sangam and Nevrati Sangam. When Jupiter is in Leo, all the rivers have union with Ganga, which is Bhagirathi. When Guru is in Vipro, which is Kanya, Bhagirathi comes in Krishna. Have bath in Patal Ganga and see Mallikarjuna. Baths at Kaveri Sangam, Payasvini and Bhavanashrini are virtuous. See places like Samudra Skanda, Sheshadri, Shri Ranganath, Padmanabha, Shrimanta Ananta, Trimamala, Kumbhakonam, Kanyakumari, Matsya Tirtha, Pakshi Tirtha, Rameshwar, Dhanushkoti, Mahalakshmi at Kolhapur, Mahabaleshwar, origin of Krishna, Bahe, Nrushinha Deva at Kolegaon, Bhuvaneshwari at Bhillavadi, Shrupali, Chaya Bhagavati, Vishwamitra's place, Shweta Shring. A river is said to be in menses when she gets new rain water, so bath in river is not desirable on that day. All the disciples then bowed to Shri Guru and departed for visiting the holy places. Chapter 16. Greatness of Shri Guru. Nam Dharak says, when all the disciples went away on the pilgrimage, who served Shri Guru? Siddha says, I was the sworn of delusion, but your question has given rise to the sun of knowledge. Shri Guru's life is like Kamadhenu. Shri Guru lived secretly in Arogya Bhavani near Vaijnath. I was with him at this time. A Brahman came to Shri Guru, praised him and humbly said, I am doing penance, but my mind is not become still. I am greatly appeased to see you. Kindly tell me means to attain knowledge and liberate me. The Brahman further said, Gurudev, I had a Guru. He used harsh words and asked me to do undesirable service. He did not teach me logic, grammar, language, etc. He said that my mind is not still, so I left him in anger. Shri Guru said, you are a fool, harming yourself and being treacherous to Guru. You speak ill of Guru. How can you have knowledge? Why did you come to me leaving Guru, who is Kamadhenu? By pleasing the Guru, by service, by giving respect to him, one can know Vedas, Shastras, and 8 Siddhis. The Brahmin placed his head on the feet of Sri Guru and asked, Gurudev, kindly tell me who is a Guru and how to serve him. Shri Guru says, Mother and father are Gurus, Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh are Gurus. One should serve his Guru with devotion. I will narrate you a tale in this regard. Dhyoma Rishi lived at Dwaravati. He had 3 disciples, Aruni, Vaid and Upamanyu. In former lives, the Guru tested his disciples before giving knowledge to them. Dhyoma said to Aruni, Go to my field and fill it with canal water. Aruni went to the field. The canal was flowing with great force. Paddy was sown in the field, which was on higher land than the level of water. He placed stones to divert the water to the field. He then laid his body across the canal, and thus half of the flow of the water entered the field. By sunset, Aruni did not return. Dhyoma went to the field and called him loudly. He feared a serpent might have bitten or a tiger might have attacked him. Hearing Guru's voice, Aruni came out of the canal and bowed to Guru. He stood near him. Dhyoma embraced with pleasure and blessed him, saying, You will know all Vidyas. Go home and get married and live happily. Dhyoma then said to Vaid, Go to the field, keep a watch on the crop, and when it is ripe, bring it home. Vaid accordingly went to the field, kept the watch day and night. When the crop was reaped, a cart with 1 bullock was given to him, but Vaid placed the corn in the cart, yoked the buffalo on one side of the yoke, and himself pulled the cart on the other side. He could not draw the cart with the buffalo. Still he drew it with much strain. The buffalo got stuck in the mud and could not move forward, so he alone drew the heavy cart. Subsequently his neck was strangled, and he had to face great strain. In the meantime, Dhyoma came there and released him from the yoke. He embraced Ved and said, You'll know Vedas and Shastras well. The 3rd disciple, Upamanyu, was fat and dull. Dhyoma asked him to take the cattle for grazing the forest. Upamanyu took the cattle to graze. At times, being hungry, he would return early from the forest. Sri Guru told him to not come from the forest till sunset. The cattle would graze on the banks of river while Upamanyu would bathe. Take alms from the Brahmins living nearby. Thus he satisfied his hunger. One day Guru asked him, How are you living? He said that he took alms and dined. Sri Guru said, How would you dine without us? Give the alms in the ashram and again go to the forest. Upamanyu followed the suggestions of his Guru. He would give the alms in the ashram, but as he did not get full meals at the ashram, he again took alms from some Brahmin's house and satisfied his hunger. When the Guru knew this, he angrily said, Give both the alms in the ashram. As directed, he gave both the alms in the ashram. He was anxious now how to satisfy his hunger. He saw calves drinking milk of cow, and milk much fell on the ground and was wasted. He held that milk in his hand and drank it. After some days, Guru asked him how he was fat. He said that he drank the milk that fell while the calves drank the milk from the cows. Guru said, You should not drink milk tasted by the calves, as this makes you dull. While remaining in the forest, he saw milk like paste coming out from rui plant. He held the milk in leaves, and while he was drinking it, some drop of this went in his eyes. Subsequently, he lost his eyesight and became blind. Now he thought Guru would be angry with him. He began to collect the cattle, but as he could not see, he fell in the well. When Dhyoma came near the well, he said to him with sympathy, Recite Ashwini Kumara mantra. After doing that, he got back his eyesight. He came out of well, bowed to his Guru and stood by him. Dhyoma placed his palm on his head, and instantly he had all the knowledge. Dhyoma said to him, Go home, get married and live happily. You will be well known. One of your disciples, Untank, will bring kundal, an ear ornament, and win the shesh. He will advise King Janmejaya to perform sacrifice of serpents and kill all the serpents in sacrifice. As stated, Uttank caused Janmejaya to perform sacrifice, in which even Indra had come down along with Takshak, the king of serpents. All this due to greatness of Guru. He will liberate you. You should try to please him. The Brahmin said, Gurudev, you have given me this right advice. As I have offended my Guru, how can I please him now? It is very difficult to appease the wounded heart. I would therefore leave this worthless body of mine. Saying this, he bowed to Sri Guru. Sri Guru realized his repentance and knowing his desires, Sri Guru said, all your sins are wiped off now. Remember your Guru. Brahman folded his hands and prayed, You are the Guru of all the world and reincarnation of three gods. How can there be darkness after the rise of sun? You please protect me. Hearing this, Sri Guru was kind to place his right palm on his head and instantly he had the knowledge of Vedas, Shastras and Mantras. By the touch of philosopher's stone, iron is changed into gold. Similarly, the Brahman had become learned. Sri Guru again asked him to go to his Guru. Brahman went to his Guru. Sri Guru went to Bhuvaneshwari near Bhillavadi and stayed under Audumbar tree on the bank of Krishna secretly.
Chapter 17. A dull Brahmin boy becomes learned. Sri Guru observed Chaturmas living under Audumbar tree in Bhuvaneshwari secretly. Still his fame and name spread in all the quarters. Namdharak asks, why Sri Guru lived secretly? Why did he observe Anushthan and ask for alms? Sri Siddhamuni says, Shankar and Guru Dattatreya like to beg alms. Sri Guru roamed through holy places for protecting his devotees. Many people came to him and harassed him, and hence he lived secretly. But though the Kasturi is hidden, fragrance cannot be hidden. Similarly, brightness of Sri Guru could not be hidden. At Kavir, there lived a Brahmin who knew Vedas. He had a dull, foolish son. His parents died in childhood. When he was 7, his thread ceremony was celebrated, but he could not do Sandhya and recite Gayatri Mantra. Local Brahmins abused him, saying, Your father knew Vedas and Shastras, but you have spoiled his name. Your life is worthless. Chintamani is best among the beads. So is the knowledge for a person. A man is honored for his knowledge. A king is respected by his people, but even a king respects learned persons, as knowledge is wealth. The boy requested him to suggest means for his improvement. Brahman said, You will have knowledge in next birth. You should beg for your maintenance in this life. The boy, being rejected, went to the forest. He was thinking of giving up his life. In the evening, he reached Bhillavadi. He took darshan of Bhuvaneshwari and sat at the door of the temple. Next morning, he cut his tongue and placed at the feet of the goddess and said, If you do not be kind with me, I shall even offer my head at your feet. That night, he had a dream in which Devi appeared before him and said, O Brahmachari, why are you getting angry with me? There is an avatari Purush sitting under Audumbar tree on the bank of Krishna. Go to him, he will fulfill your desires. He woke up and at once ran and crossed the river. He rolled at Guru's feet and started praising him. Guru was pleased with him, blessed him, and put his hand on his head as Varadahasta. At once the boy got knowledge and enlightenment. He also got his tongue back. If a crow has a dip in the Manas Sarovar, it will become a Hansa, which is a swan. So, he who touches Guru's feet will acquire all knowledge. Guru is almighty. His glory needs to be sung. Chapter 18. A poor Brahmin gets wealth. Varuna Sangam is known as Kashi in the south. Sri Guru came here from Bhillavadi and stayed near Panchaganga Sangam for 12 years. Shiva, Bhadra, Bhogavati, Kumbhi Nadi and Saraswati are the 5 rivers. This famous holy place is like Kashi and Prayag. There is a temple of Amreshwar and an Audumbar tree as Kalpa Vriksha. 64 yoginis lived here. There are 8 holy places in the neighborhood. They are Shukla Tirtha, Apavinashi Tirtha, Kanya Tirtha, Siddha Tirtha, Varada Tirtha, Prayaga Tirtha, Shakti Tirtha, Amar Tirtha and Koti Tirtha. Sri Guru lived under Audumbar tree. He would go to Amrapur for alms. In Amrapur lived a Brahmin knowing Vedas. He had a devoted wife.
He had a sem creeper at his door. When he could not get sufficient alms, he would live on the boiled sems. He adorned Sri Guru with devotion. He invited Guru for alms one day. After taking the alms, Sri Guru blessed him, saying, "Your poverty is wiped off." While leaving the premise, Sri Guru cut the root of the sem creeper. Seeing this, the Brahman's wife bitterly said, "Our means of livelihood are lost." The Brahma tried to console her, saying, "There must be some good intention of Sri Guru in cutting the root of this sem. It is our good fortune that Sri Guru came to us for alms. Don't blame Sri Guru who blessed us, he will protect us." The Brahman took away the leaves of the creeper from the courtyard, and while taking off to take the root of the creeper, he found a vessel full of gold coins. He told his wife, who was much pleased and now repented for blaming Sri Guru. Both of them went to Sri Guru and worshipped him with devotion and reported what had occurred. Sri Guru said, "Don't tell this to anybody, else the wealth will be destroyed and will be destroyed. You shall live happily with your sons and grandsons." Chapter 19. Greatness of Audumbar. Ganganuja's poverty wiped off. Namdharak asked, leaving the other holy trees, why did Sri Guru live under the Audumbar tree? Greatness of Vishwatha is described even in the Vedas. Why then he preferred Audumbar? Siddha says, Shri Vishnu took Nrushinha avatar to kill demon Hiranyakashipu. He tore the belly of the demon by his nails. He took out the intestines and put them around his neck. Nrsimha's nails were filled with strong poison and caused great heat in his body. So Lakshmi took Audumbara fruits and thrust Nrsimha's nails in them. The poison and the heat of the bodies reduced, and Lakshmi and Nrsimha were pleased. So they blessed the Audumbara tree. You shall always bear fruits, and people will worship you as Kalpataru. Strong poisons will be subdued even by your side, and sterile women will get babies if they worship you with devotion. Audumbara is a Kalpataru in Kali Yuga, hence Shri Guru lived under it. Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh live here in the form of Sri Dattatreya. When Shri Guru lived here, 64 yoginis used to come to him at the midday and take Shri Guru to their place under the water of river, worshipped and offered them delicious food, and Shri Guru would return to his place under Audumbara. Brahmins wondered how this sannyasi lived along under the Audumbara and did not go down in the town to anybody for alms. Some Brahmins kept watch, but at midday they got frightened, so they gave up the idea. Ganganuj was a farmer who had his field at the riverside. At midday, he saw 64 yoginis come out of the river, bow to Sri Guru and take him to the river. A passage was created for him by bifurcation of the river water. After some time, Sri Guru returned by the same passage. Next day, Ganganuj also followed Sri Guru where he was being taken by yoginis. He saw that there was a nice place with buildings of precious stone, and there was a high, well-decorated throne. Sri Guru was seated on the throne. He was duly worshipped, had artis. Sri Guru saw Ganganuj. Sri Guru asked him, "How did you come here?" He replied, "I came here to see thy holy self." Saying so, he bowed to Sri Guru, who said to him, "Your miseries are wiped off. Your desires will be fulfilled. Do not disclose this to anyone, whatever you have seen here, else you will lose all instantly." Then Sri Guru came to Audumbara with him. Ganganuj came to his fields and found a treasure. He got wealth also. He served Sri Guru with his wife and children with more devotion thereafter. On Magha Purnima, Ganganuj said to Sri Guru, "It is said that path at Kashi and Prayag is very virtuous. How can this be possible for me?" Sri Guru said, "Panchaganga Sangama is like Prayag, Jugal is in Kashi, and Kolhapur is like Gaya. If you wish to see Kashi Prayag, I shall show it to you." Sri Guru was sitting on a tiger's skin. He asked Ganganuj to shut his eyes and hold the hind part of the skin firmly, and they instantly reached Prayag in the morning. After having bath, they went to Kashi at the midday. They had darshan of Kashi Vishweshwar and went to Gaya in afternoon. They returned to Audumbar by the same evening. Sri Guru now thought of leaving the place. 64 yoginis requested him, "Why are you leaving us? All our miseries are wiped off when we see you." Sri Guru smiled and said, "I am always at this Audumbara. You live here happily. Amrapur is also my dwelling place. Those who worship you, this Audumbara and the Padukas here, all their desires will be fulfilled and they will get 4 Guru Charitra. One who takes bath at Papa Vinashi Kanya Siddha Tirtha worships the Audumbara and these Padukas for 7 days and sterile. If one recites a mantra under Audumbara with pure mind, that mantra will become a great virtue. 1 lakh rounds of this tree will wipe off leprosy, and one's body will be as bright as gold. Such is significance of this place." Saying this, Sri Guru came to Gangapur on the banks of river Bhima. Chapter 20. A Brahmani relieved from Brahma Hatya and gets a child. Gangahar, a Vedic Brahman, lived at Shirol. His wife was devoted and good-natured, but the misery was that she had no children. She got children, but they all died after birth in childhood. She observed fast, vratas, but they bore no fruit. Some Brahmins said, "This is due to sins of previous birth. Those who commit abortions become infertile, sterile. Those who kill a cow or a house and take others' wealth have no issues in next birth." Other Brahmin told her, "You took some money from a Brahmin of a Shaunak Gotra. He asked you to pay many times and at last he committed suicide. His spirit does not allow your issues to survive." The Brahmin was very sorry to know this. She requested the Brahmin to suggest means to get relief from the troubled spirit. Brahmin said, "After the death of Brahmin, his ritual rites were not performed. You go to the bank of Krishna, observe fast for a month, bathe in Papa Vinashi and worship Audumbara for 7 days. Do Abhishek to Sri Guru, bathe in the Kamyari Tirtha and give 100 rupees to Brahman Shaunak Putra and observe death rituals of the Brahman. Then Shri Guru will protect you." The Brahman said to her, "Shri Guru lives at the Audumbara. He protects his devotees from all miseries. You spend money as per your convenience on the advice of Sri Guru." Brahmini went to the place, bathing in the Papa Vinashi. She took rounds of Audumbara, bathing in the Kamyatirtha. She worshipped Sri Guru and observed fast. After 3 days, Shaunik Gotra Brahman came in her dreams and began to thrash her. She took shelter of Audumbara tree. Sri Guru appeared and asked the Brahman why he was beating the Brahmani. Hearing what the Brahman told, Sri Guru said, "If you harass my devotee, I shall punish you. Accept whatever this Brahmani has to offer you and leave her. Mind if you again harass her." The Brahman spirit bowed to Sri Guru and said, "It is my good fortune that I could see you. I shall act as per your order. Kindly liberate me." Sri Guru told the Brahman, "You give the money you have in charity in the name of the Brahman spirit." Sri Guru told the spirit, "After rituals of 10 days, you shall be free from this life." The Brahmani had worshipped Audumbara for 7 days. Sri Guru came in a dream and said, "All your sins are wiped off. You will now have sons and daughters who will live a long life." She acted as asked by Sri Guru for 10 days. The sin of Brahma Hatya was wiped off and the spirit of the Brahman was liberated. On the last day, Guru appeared in her dream and placed 2 coconuts in her sari and asked her to do the last function, Udyapana of Vrat. The Brahman couple worshipped Sri Guru with devotion. Sri Guru appeared before them. Brahman got 2 sons in course of time. Thread ceremony of the first son was duly celebrated, but the boy fell sick and died on the 3rd day. His parents began to weep in grief. Brahmini said, "Shri Guru, you are the donor of true and real things. I believed in your words. How did this happen? Due to the sin of Brahma Hatya, I took your shelter." Next morning, the Brahmins of the place tried to console her and demanded the corpse of the boy for funeral. But she held the corpse of her son at bosom and refused to give it. She said, "Burn me also with this corpse." Brahman said, "Does mother give her life with that of a son? How foolish are you? Besides, to commit suicide is a great sin." In meantime, a sannyasi came there and began to advise her. Chapter 21. Death child became alive. Sannyasi said, "You are mourning in vain. One who has come to birth in this world has to die. This body is made up of 5 elements, and when they are separated, the body also perishes. Sattva, Raja and Tama are 3 qualities of those elements. Sattva begets God, Raja begets human being, and Tama begets demon. Man does good and bad actions, and accordingly he gets enjoyment or suffering. Being deluded by affection and greed, men have pleasures and miseries. They are dependent on the actions of their previous birth. Even gods and rishis have to suffer. Body is like a bubble in water. Some die in childhood, some in youth, and some in old age, as per their actions of past life. As one comes to birth, one's enjoyment and suffering are destined. No one has victory over death. You had many lives in different species, birds, animals, worms, human beings. But how many of these can you recollect? If you had been a human being, can you tell me whose wife or daughter had you been? If you cannot know this, why are you mourning? You give the corpse to Brahmanas for the funeral. Hearing the advice of sannyasi, Brahmani said, "You have advised me, but I am not satisfied. If fate is unchangeable, why should one adore God? Being unfortunate, I adored Sri Guru. If one has fever, one goes to a physician and seeks relief by his medicine. Sri Nrushinha Saraswati is incarnation of Trimurti. He blessed us by giving us sons with long lives. How can it be untrue? In such circumstance, why this calamity should befall me? Therefore, I have decided to give up my life." Hearing her decision, Sannyasi said, "Sri Guru has blessed you to have sons having long lives, and still your son has died. Then you better go to the place of Audumbara with your dead child." Encouraged in this fashion, she tied the body of her son to her back and came to Audumbara. She dashed her head on the padukas and began to mourn. As the night was approaching, Brahmans again asked for the dead body, but she refused to give. Brahman said, "The body will emanate foul odor tomorrow, and then she will have to give it." Saying this, they went home. Only the parents remained there. Later on, after midnight, the parents felt drowsy and got a nap due to exertion. In her dream, she saw a person with vibhuti marks on the body, wearing rudraksha around neck and a trishul in the hand, and had tiger skin on the body. He said to her, "Why are you blaming me and mourning? What ails your son?" Saying so, he applied bhasma or vibhuti to the forehead of the son, opened his mouth, and blew air into it by his mouth. Thus oxygen was infused in his body. The result was that the boy began to move his limbs and came to life. At first she was frightened. She thought that one sees in one's dreams whatever is in one's mind. But as she awoke, she found that the boy was making movement and his body was warm. The boy sat and asked for something to eat as he was hungry. She took him to her breast. Then she gave up fear and was delighted. She aroused her husband, both bowed to the padukas of Sri Guru and prayed, "Kindly forgive us for our harsh words." They took rounds of the tree and went for bath. After bath, they washed the blood on the padukas and worshipped them with great devotion. By this time it was morning. Brahmins had come there again for the funeral, but they were wonderstruck to see the child alive. All were glad to see this miracle and praised the greatness of Sri Guru. Chapter 22. An old barren buffalo gives milk. Sri Guru was staying at Sangam and used to go to Gandgapur for alms. There were about 100 Brahmin families in Gandgapur. Amongst them, a poor Brahmin lived with his devoted wife. He had old barren feminine buffalo. Putting a rope in her nostrils, she was hired for carrying soil and other articles. He lived on the petty amount of hire thus received. One day Sri Guru came to this Brahmin at midday for alms. Other Vedic Brahmins said, "We have good delicious food at our houses." Still Sri Guru preferred to go to this poor Brahmin. They felt sorry. Sri Guru wished to go without discretion of rich or poor. Sri Krishna went to stay with Vidur instead of Duryodhan. He accepted simple coarse food at Vidur's home. Similarly, Sri Guru loved sattvic persons more. Even bad fate was changed by the favor of Sri Guru. It was the month of Vaishak, and so heat of the sun was terrible. When Sri Guru came to Brahman's house, he had gone out. His wife bowed to Sri Guru and offered him a seat. She said, "My husband will return with the alms. Kindly wait for a while." Sri Guru said, "There is a female buffalo at your house. Why don't you give me milk?" Brahmini said, "The female buffalo is old. Moreover, she is barren from birth, so we use her for hire and have to put rope in her nostrils. We live on the petty amount of hire." Shri Guru said, "You are not telling me the truth. Go out and take milk from her and give it to me now." When Shri Guru talked in this fashion, the woman took the pot and went to the buffalo and began to milk her. When 2 pots full of milk were obtained, she was surprised and believed that he was not an ordinary sannyasi but an incarnation of God himself. She boiled the milk, respectfully offered it to Shri Guru. Shri Guru was pleased and said, "Lakshmi will live at your house all time, incessantly." He then went to the Sangam. When the Brahman returned, he learned what happened. He said to his wife, "Our poverty is now wiped out. Let us go to Shri Guru." They both went to Sangam and worshipped Shri Guru with devotion. As blessed by Shri Guru, Brahman had a son, daughter, long life and abundant wealth, and they lived happily. Liberation of a Brahma Rakshas. Establishment of Math at Gangapur. Next day, some people came to Brahman to take his buffalo for hire. The Brahman said that he would not give her as she was giving milk. He showed the people 2 pots of milk she was giving. She was barren till yesterday, and she had never been pregnant, yet she was giving milk. All were surprised to see this miracle. News spread all over, and the chief officer of the town also came to know about it. He came to the Brahman and asked him about the miracle. Brahman said, "The miracle has occurred due to the blessing of sannyasi living at Sangam. He is an incarnation of God. He came for alms at midday yesterday. There was no food at home. He asked to give him milk as alms. My wife told him that the female buffalo was barren. The sannyasi was angry and he asked her to milk the buffalo in his presence. It was really wonderful that the buffalo began to give milk from that time." Hearing this, the head of the village and his wife and children and other men went to the Sangam to see the sannyasi, bowed to him and began to sing praise. Sri Guru asked him about the intention of coming there. The officer said with folded hands, "Instead of living in the jungle, Swami should establish a mutt and live in the town and guide them in their spiritual life from time to time." The village head also said that he will build a mutt for him. Shri Guru thought that it was time to disclose himself to the society. He therefore agreed to the proposal. The officer seated Shri Guru in a palki palanquin with respect and took him to the Gangapur. All the people of the town came for Guru's darshan and worshipped him. They praised him. Swami reached the south gate of the town. There was a peepal tree there in which ferocious demon was living for a long time. He had been very cruel in his previous life. All houses around that tree had been destroyed. But when the demon saw Sri Guru coming in the procession, he ran towards him, bowed at his lotus feet and said, "O Guru, redeem me. Your darshan has destroyed all my bad qualities." Guru said, "Go to the Sangam immediately and take bath in it, and all your sins will be washed away and you will get liberation." The demon then took bath at Sangam and returned and bowed at Guru's feet. Shri Guru placed his hand on the demon's head and blessed him. Thereupon the demon changed into a human being and was liberated from his curse. By remembering Guru, he left the place. All those who saw this incident said, "O Guru, you are not a mortal being. You are the manifestation of Dattatreya himself. Victory to you." As promised, the village head built a mutt for Shri Guru and worshipped him every day with devotion. Shri Guru went to the Sangam every day for Anushtan. The village head took him there in a palanquin and went with him. Thus Guru's fame spread far and wide, and with the touch of his lotus feet, Gangapur became a holy place of pilgrimage.
Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Guru Charitra, Chapter 24. Kumasi is a village near Gangapur. There lived a Trivikram Bharati who had studied 3 Vedas. He was a devotee of Sri Narahari. Hearing the name of Gurudev, he said, "Such kind of high living does not become a sannyasi." He criticized Sri Guru in his way. Sri Guru asked Gramadhipati to arrange for going to Kumasi. Elephants, horses, pageantry, and musicians were gathered. Sri Guru was seated in Palki and a grand procession started towards Kumasi. As usual, Trivikram was worshipping Narahari in his mind, but he could not see the shrine of Narahari in meditation. Then he saw all the people were sannyasis with sticks in their hand and having the appearance of Sri Narahari. He was amazed. He felt flat before the procession, praying, "You are Trimurti God, Guru of the universe. I could not know you due to my ignorance. Kindly disclose yourself in your real form. You are all-pervading Nrushinha Saraswati. I see here that all are yatis having the same appearance. I cannot recognize you and bow to you. I have committed many sins, but I have been doing your Manas Puja daily. It seems that it is bearing fruit today, and I have the pleasure of seeing thyself. You have descended for the liberation of ignorant person like me. So kindly show me your real hallowed form." Being praised by Trivikram in this way, Sri Guru appeared before him in his real form in the procession. Sri Guru said to him, "You have been criticizing me and have been calling me a pretender." Trivikram said, "Kindly pardon me, wipe off my ignorance. I am sinking in the sea of ignorance. Give me a lift in the boat of knowledge and take me with you." Shri Krishna showed Vishwaswarupa to Arjuna. Similarly, you have favored me by showing your universal form. O Guru of universe, your greatness cannot be fully described by people like me. Shri Guru said, "You have known Paramartha. You will not have any birth thereafter." Blessing Trivikram, Shri Guru returned back to Gangapur. Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Chapter 25. Imprudent Brahman's Vanity. There was a cruel Muslim king in Vidura. He used to call Brahmins and ask them to recite Veda and explain their meaning. He would then give money to such Brahmins. He would say that if Brahmins kill animals in sacrifice, then why should they blame us for killing animals? One day, 2 Brahmins, knowing 3 Vedas, came to the king and said to him, "If there are any learned Brahmins in your city, call them to discuss with us all the 4 Vedas." The king inquired, but no learned Brahman came forward to discuss with these Brahmanas. They decided to visit other place in the country and discuss Vedas with Brahmanas and obtain victory certificates from them. In course of time, they came to Kumasi and invited Trivikram Bharati for a discussion or demanded a certificate of victory. Trivikram Bharati humbly denied to the discussion, but due to their persistence, he said, "My Gurudev resides at Gangapur. Let's go there. You will be given certificates if necessary." Trivikram Bharati and 2 Brahmins came to Gangapur. Trivikram bowed to Sri Guru and told him why those Brahmins had come there. Sri Guru asked the Brahmins, "Why do you want to discuss? We being sannyasis, we do not give any importance to victory or defeat. What will you gain by such discussion?" The Brahman says, "We have roamed all over the country and we have won everywhere. Here we have several certificates of victory. Hence you and Trivikram can both discuss with us." Shri Guru said, "Vanity results in destruction. What was Bali's fate? What did Banasura gain? Ravana and Kauravas also perished. Even Brahma and others do not know all Vedas. So think over again and give up the idea of discussing." Still impudent Brahmanas insisted to have a discussion. Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Chapter 26. Vedas Analyzed. Shri Guru said, "Even rishis had to take great pains to learn Vedas. In Kali Yuga, the span of life is short. It is impossible to learn all Vedas completely. Bharadwaj asked Brahmadev to teach him all the Vedas. Brahmadev showed him 3 heaps of Vedas which appeared as huge hills. Bharadwaj was stunned to see them. He then requested Brahmadev to give as much of the Vedas as he could learn. Brahmadev gave him 3 handful of Vedas. He could not even study these. Mantras of 3 Vedas were separated, which formed a 4th Veda, Atharva Veda. Vyas, the incarnation of Sri Vishnu, taught these 4 Vedas to his 4 disciples. He narrated Rigveda to Pail. It was tall and of a prominent neck. It had sharp sight and was as bright as the sun. Its gotra was Atri. Its god Brahma. Its chand meter was Gayatri and Upaveda Ayurveda. It has 5 parts and 6 Brahmans and Arans. Vyas narrated Vaishampayan, the second disciple, Yajurveda, which is full of rituals for different sacrifices. Its gotra was Bharadwaj. It was thin, and its chand was Trishtup. Its god was Mahavishnu. It was also as bright as the sun, and its Upaveda was Dhanurveda. It has 86 parts. Samaveda is the 3rd Veda which pleases by its music. Vyasa narrated this to Jaimini, his 3rd disciple. It is calm and controlled. Its lips are red and has a stick in his hand. Its gotra is Kashyap, Guru is Rudra, and Chand is Jati. Its Upaveda is Gandharva. It has divided in many parts. Highly learned Vyas narrated Sumantu, his 4th disciple, the 4th Atharva Veda. Its god is Devesh, Gotra Baijan, Chanda Swachanda. Its Upaveda is Ashtashastra. It has 9 parts and 5 kalpas. No one can know all these 4 fully. Knowing only a part of Vedas, how do you say you know all the Vedas? Due to knowledge of Vedas, Brahmins were highly respected in the past. They were called gods of the earth. Even the kings worshipped them. 3 great gods were under their control due to the strength of Vedas. Indra and other gods were afraid of the Brahmanas, as they could turn a straw into a mountain and a mountain into straw. Sri Vishnu also requested the Brahmins. In the Kali Yuga, Brahmins have given up the Vedic path, and so their power is lost. They serve lower classes, sell Vedas. Though there are several parts of Vedas, many are lost. You say that you know 4 Vedas, but do you know the end of any Veda? So do not persist for discussion. Better go away from here. Do not waste your lives in vanity. The impudent Brahmanas could not appreciate Sri Guru's advice, and they still said, either discuss with us or give a certificate to that effect. Sri Guru was enraged to see their attitude. He said, let it be as you desire. Just as a butterfly jumps on a lamp, you are digging your own grave. Shri Ganeshaya Namaha, Chapter 27. Harijan becomes a learned Brahmin. Shri Guru saw a man passing by. He asked his disciples to call him. He was Harijan. He bowed to Shri Guru and prayed him for liberation. Shri Guru gave a stick to a disciple and asked him to draw 7 parallel lines. On doing so, Shri Guru asked Harijan to cross the line. The Harijan crossed the first line, and Shri Guru asked him who he was. He said he was Kirat. On crossing the second line, he had more knowledge. On crossing the third line, he said he was Gangasud, that is a boatsman. On crossing the fourth line, he became a Shudra. On crossing the fifth line, he became Somadat Vaishya. On crossing the sixth line, he was a Kshatriya named Godavari. On crossing the seventh line, he said, I am a Brahman. I know Vedas, Shastras, Vyakarana, and I am a Adhyapak. Shri Guru said, these 2 Brahmans have come to discuss Veda Shastras. You may discuss with them. So, saying, he asked him to apply enchanted vibhuti to his body, due to which he looked more bright. Seeing this miracle, Brahmins began to tremble with fear and started getting pain in the heart. They fell on the feet of Sri Guru and said, we are great offenders. Kindly forgive us and liberate us. You are incarnation of 3 gods and Guru of the world. Your greatness is indestructible. Sri Guru said, you have harassed Trivikram Muni and have committed
many other offenses. You will become Brahma Rakshas and have to suffer for your sins. The Brahmins again entreated, how shall we be free from this worldly sea? Sri Guru said, you shall be Brahma Rakshas for 12 years. Shuka Narayan, a Brahman, will come and advise you, and then your sins will be wiped off and you will be liberated. You go to the river now. The Brahmanas went to the river. They had a severe heart pain and they died. They lived as Brahma Rakshasas, and after 12 years they were liberated. The Harijan Brahman said to Sri Guru, I was a Brahman, then how was I degenerated? What sins had I committed? Kindly enlighten me. Chapter 28. Advice of Karma Vipak to Harijan. Sri Guru said, I will tell you the account of your past life. One gets birth as per one's good or bad actions. Brahman and person of other caste are degenerated if they lead a faulty life. One who leaves his parents or guru and goes elsewhere, and who forsakes his wife, becomes a Chandal. One who adores other deities, leaving one's family god, who speaks lie, who kills animals, sells his daughter, sells horses, sets fire to the forest, separates a cow from his calf, rides on an ox, becomes a Chandal. A Brahmin, after going to holy place, does not bathe there and does not observe 6 karmas. His first wife, being alive, marries with other and forsakes the first, who enjoys with widows, becomes degenerated. Similarly, one who breaks tanks, wells, causes split in Brahman's house, takes meals in the evening, runs away from the battlefield, leaving the master, does not observe Shraddha, speaks about one's virtues, administers medicines without knowing the pulse, censures Hari and her. He also gets birth in a Chandal family, mixes water in cow's milk, becomes a dog. One who criticizes Vedas, disrespects Brahmins, suffers from stone in bladder. One who causes abortion of women becomes neutral. Even if he has a child, they do not survive. He who steals book becomes blind. One who steals his friend's house suffers from glands in neck. A thief of food articles suffers from tumor. One who takes away money offered to the god becomes a leper. One who steals cow's milk becomes a leper. The bad results of adultery are given in the Shanti Parva of Mahabharata. Sri Guru then explains how different kinds of activities lead to different kinds of birth in the next life. Hearing this, Trivikram said, if one has committed a sin, how can it be wiped off? Sri Guru said, if there is real repentance, the sin is wiped off. Prayashchitta, puritative acts, are given in Karma Vipak as follows. Take Brahma Danda, give cows with ornaments to charity in Brahman. If this is not possible, give money. If the sin is minor, then giving of gold coin will suffice. If a man and his wife both have committed a sin, both should take prayashchitta or recite Gayatri mantra 10,000 times or feed 12 brahmanas. Gayatri Krichara, Prajapati Krichara means to take oral meal once a day or take madhukari, food alms given at Brahmins, and have fast for 3 days. Mild sins are wiped off by this act. In Ati Krichara, take 15 morsels of food in the morning and 12 in the night, or take 8 morsels of madhukari food, each in the morning and in night. Take ghee for 3 days and milk for 3 days. Live only on air for 3 days, and then only on milk for 3 days, and then take only milk for 21 days. A weak person can observe fast, taking till good parched paddy, which is lahi, in Parna Krichara, water in which leaves of certain trees are dipped has to be taken. One should declare one's sin in the meeting openly. Tirtha Krichara means to go to holy place, take bath, recite Gayatri mantra for 1200 times. All sins are destroyed by doing this. bath at Setubandha, wipes of sin of killing a child in womb. Recitation of 1 crore Gayatri mantra wipes off even the sins of Brahma Hatya. Pavamanas Sukta Indra Mitra Shunashep Apamadhya Tad Vishona Purush Sukta from the Vedas will wipe off sins if recited daily. Taking of Panchagavya, that is mixture of 5 things: cow's milk, curd, ghee, cow's urine and dung. After repentance, destroys sins committed due to ignorance. Brahma Hatya, drinking, enjoying with Guru's wife, theft of gold, cooperation in these crimes are 5 great sins which are destroyed by the favor of Sri Guru. Sri Guru told Harijan, "You were Brahman, but you disregarded your parents and therefore you have become a Chandal. You bathe at the Sangam for a month and your sins will be wiped off." And then the Harijan said, "A crow becomes a Rajhansa on going to the Manas lake. Similarly, I have been pure by your darshan. How can the iron transformed into gold by the touch of philosopher's stone be iron again? Assimilate me now amongst the Brahmins." Sri Guru smiled and said, "You are born in low caste. How can you be a Brahman without change of present day? In former times, Vishwamitra was born as Kshatriya. By penance, he called himself a Brahmarshi. Indra and other gods said, if our Guru Vasishtha calls you Brahmarshi, we shall follow his verdict." Vasishtha did not address Vishwamitra as Brahmarshi. Vishwamitra was enraged and he killed 100 sons of Vasishtha and came to eat the flesh of the corpse. Thus the Bhasma touched the dead body of the Brahmana. He being a sinner, he was being taken by Yamadutas, but as his body had marks of Bhasma, Shivadutas also came to carry him to Shiva's place. When the Shivadutas attacked the Yamaduta, who then left the Brahman's corpse and complained to Yama, who came to Shivadutas and angrily asked them, "Why did you take that sinful Brahman from my men?" The Shivadutas told him, "The body of the Brahmana had marks of Bhasma on it. So as per Shiva's order, we are taking him to touch the body with the marks of Bhasma." Being satisfied, Yama then went away. Brahma Rakshas said, "When I was a king, I had constructed a tank in a forest and had given some land to Brahmins. So, as told by Yama, I had the fortune to see you in his 25th life. Kindly tell me how Bhasma is applied and liberate me from the cycles of birth and death." Vaman Deva was an incarnation of Trimurti Dattatreya in the form of a Rishi. As a Jagat Guru, he wandered from place to place to redeem humans. Vaman Dev said, Shri Shankar had gone to Mandrachal along with his Rudragan. Indra, Brahmadev, Vasishtha, a Yaksha, Gandharva and Rishis had come there to see Shri Shankar, who was seated on a beautiful throne having 7 backgrounds, all very bright and made of precious stones. He had moon on his forehead, locks of hair on his head, Takshank on one ear and Vasuki on another, and wreaths of serpent around his neck. He had Trishul in one hand and Damru in the other, sword in his hands, and held different kinds of weapons in other. He was sitting with Parvati Devi, who was wearing rich clothes and ornaments. Sanat Kumar requested Sri Shankar to tell some means by which one would attain all the 4 Purusharthas. Sri Shankar said, "Have 3 Pundara, 3 lines on forehead, and apply Bhasma on body. This will destroy all sins, and after death one goes to heaven." Vaman Dev gave enchanted Bhasma to Brahma Rakshas, who applied it to his body and had 3 Pundara on his forehead. He was at once transformed into a celestial person, and a plane descended to take him to heaven. Though Bhasma has much greatness, the greatness of Sri Guru is still more, and so, due to the favor of Vaman Dev, the Brahma Rakshas was liberated. Chapter 29. The Great Power of Bhasma. Trivikrama bowed to Sri Guru and asked, "O Guru, how did the Chandala get knowledge and how did it vanish after the bath?" Sri Guru said, "He received knowledge when I sprinkled vibhuti, the sacred ash on him. His knowledge disappeared when the ashes disappeared. One who applies vibhuti will become pure and whole and get knowledge of a Brahman." He then narrated the story. In Krita Yuga, there was a Mahayogi named Vamadeva. He used to apply bhasma to his body. He was without pride and desire. Once he wandered into a forest named Gurucharitra. There a demon came to eat him. But as he held Vamadeva, some bhasma on Vamadeva's body rubbed off onto his body. As a result, demon sins were washed away and he received enlightenment. O Trivikrama, one's sins are washed away on once coming into contact with a person of good character and integrity. The demon bowed to Vamadeva and prayed for redemption. Sri Guru asked the demon about him. The demon said, "Now I remember my 25 previous births, before which I was a king named Durjaya. I was a wicked king, harassed by citizens, including women, and drank a lot of alcohol. Due to all this, I had to go to hell and become a ghost for 100 years. Then I took birth as a dog, jackal, and other animals. I was tired of all these births. Then I became a demon. Although I eat so many animals, I am still hungry, so I come to eat you. But the contact with your body has washed my sins away. I have attained peace and acquired knowledge. O compassionate one, redeem me and explain to me how I attained knowledge due to contact with bhasma on your body." Vamadeva said, "The power of bhasma is great and limitless. You touched my body on which I had applied sacred ashes." With these words, he put the power of Shiva mantra into bhasma and gave it for the demon to apply. The demon said, "O Shri Jagadguru, I met you due to my good deeds in my previous birth. As a king, I had built water tank and gave lands to cows, and now I have been rewarded. I have been purified." With these words, he applied bhasma to his body. Doing so, he immediately got into heavenly body. Vamadeva was an incarnation of Trimurti Dattatreya in the form of a rishi. As a Jagadguru, he wandered from place to place to redeem humans. This demon bowed to Vamadeva and attained moksha. This was the story of Sri Guru to describe the glory of bhasma. The power of bhasma is great. Even a demon was saved by it. But no mantra is successful unless it is blessed by a guru. That's why they say no salvation is possible without Guru. He is a liberator and protector.
Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Shri Guru Charitra, Chapter 30. The death of a young Brahmin husband. When Shri Guru lived at Gangapur, his name and fame spread all over the country. The desires of all were fulfilled by the favor of Shri Guru. Gopinath, a rich Brahmin, lived in Mahur. His children did not survive. Both the Brahmin and his wife were the devotees of Sri Datta. They had a son. When he was of 5 years, his thread ceremony was celebrated. When he became 12, he got married. When he was of 16, the couple looked charming and loved each other intensely. Unfortunately, the youth fell ill despite medication, and his wife serving him devotedly, he could not take full meals. This happened for 3 years, after which his body started emitting foul odor. Even the physicist did not like to go near him, but his wife served and nursed him with great devotion. The parents of the couple were rich. They were pained to see the suffering of their son and daughter-in-law. Japa, vrata, charity, sacrifices, feeding Brahmins, and the poor, all had been done, but all futile. All days were passing in grief, relying on the Almighty God. The youth tried to console his parents and wife in several ways. The wife requested her father and mother-in-law to send them to some holy place. She said, "My husband would recoup his health there." Sri Guru Nrushinha Saraswati lives in Gangapur. His fame and name have spread all over the country. Send us to him. The parents managed for their journey to Gangapur and paid them a goodbye with heavy hearts.
On the way, the youth had three dosh, and when they reached Kangapur, the youth died. The wife wept bitterly. The local people tried to console her, but all in vain. She exclaimed, I brought you away from your parents and have been the cause of your death. I have committed a great sin. How can I show them my face now? She fell on the dead body and wept. In the meantime, there arrived a bright-looking sannyasi with bhasma on his body. He was wearing rudraksh around his neck and he had locks of hair on his head. Knowing the cause of her mourning, he began advising her, saying, everyone gets the fruit of his or her actions in the past. You need not mourn on the death of this youth. Everyone who has born has to die one day or the other. When Ganga is flooded, logs of wood from different places come together and again go apart. Several birds come for a shelter on a tree in the night and fly away in the morning. Similar is a family life. Due to affection, we say, my father, mother, brother, sister, daughter, son, but we are just foams or bubbles in water and do not last long. So is this life on earth. Life is like a dream, don't move.
Sri Guru Charitra, Chapter 31, Code of Woman's Behavior. The young wife requested the sannyasi to tell her how she should behave. The sannyasi explained to her. He said, this code is mentioned in the Kashi Khand of Skanda Purana. Agastya Muni lived in Kashi. His wife Lopamudra was a great devoted wife. Vrindagiri was a disciple of Agastya. Once Narada came to Vrinda and said, you are praiseworthy in all aspects, but there is one thing lacking in you. You are not as high as Merugiri. Hearing this, Vrinda got enraged and began to grow and touched the sky. Due to this, the entire country in the south of Vindhya plunged into darkness. Subsequently, the Brahmins could not observe their daily rites and sacrifices. The rishis told this to Indra, who went to Brahmadev and narrated this to him. Brahmadev said, Agastya is the guru of Vindhyagiri. Send him southward. Saying Agastya, Vrinda will slowly come down to bow. Agastya should ask him to be in that very position and not grow high. In this way, the calamity will be removed. Indra, accompanied by Brihaspati and other gods, came to Agastya at Kashi. They worshipped Agastya and Lopamudra and praised them. At that time, Brihaspati, the guru of gods, narrated the code of a devoted wife. He said, Arundhati, Savitri, Anasuya, Lakshmi, Parvati, Shantarupa, Menka, Suniti, Sandhya Devi, Suryakanta, Swahadevi, all have been devoted wives. So is Lopamudra a great devoted wife. Every devoted wife respects the guest and the elderly, greets her husband when he comes from outside. She worships her husband, thinking him to be Sri Shankar. She gets up, cleans the courtyard and sprinkles it with water. After bath, she dresses and wears ornaments when her husband is at home. If the husband is happy, she is not dejected. She applies haldi, kumkum, kajal, wears the Mangal Sutra around the neck, bangles. A woman should not live deserting her mother and father-in-laws, brother-in-law, brothers and sisters. In this way, Brihaspati told Lopamudra regarding behavior of devoted wife. The same was narrated by the sannyasi to the mourning woman. Chapter 32, Behavior of a Widow. Dead husband made alive. Brihaspati told regarding the behavior of a widow. In the Vaishak month, she should give an earthen vessel in charity. In the Kartik, lamp should be given to a Brahman. She should offer umbrellas and shoes to the person going on pilgrimage. Whatever vrat she observes, its udyapan should also be duly done. Brihaspati had told Lopamudra in relation with the code of female behavior, and the same was narrated by the sannyasi to the young woman. Then he said, You now act as you wish. Going to the sannyasi, the woman said,
You are like my parents, brothers and all. I have no relatives here. Sannyasi blessed her and said, You have come from a long distance with your deceased husband to see Sri Guru. What was destined to happen has happened. Even great men like Harish Chandra Bhishma could not avoid it. Still, you better see Sri Guru who can even win Kal. He applied bhasma to her forehead and gave her 4 Rudra beads and said, Tie 2 in your husband's ears and 2 around your neck. Then sprinkle tirth on the body of your husband and on yourself. After Rudrabhishek to Sri Guru, the sannyasi then went away. The young woman started preparations for observing Sati. She called Brahmins and gave Prayashchitta to the body of her husband. The body of her husband was taken to the river, and she was going in front of the corpse with fire pot in her hand. The young girl of 16 appeared as bright as Goddess Lakshmi, and all wondered to see her courage. A pyre of food and cow dung cakes was prepared. The young woman was offered bayan, haldi, kumkum and mangal sutra to married women, bowed to them and said, Please inform my parents and father and mother-in-law that we are staying in holy place and are in good health. Otherwise, out of grief, they will give up their lives. She was praying all the way in mind, O Trimurti, your fame is widespread and you possess all the siddhis. If a complaint is made to the ruler, he gives justice. If one goes to the physician, he gives medicine for relief. I came crossing 20 villages with the hope that my husband will recover. I am coming to ask you how my husband expired on the way. She saw Sri Guru sitting below an Ashwatha tree and she bowed to him respectfully. Sri Guru blessed her and said, You shall have Saubhagya forever. She again bowed to Sri Guru and exclaimed, You will have 8 sons. And he exclaimed, You will have 8 sons. The Brahmins accompanied her, told Sri Guru her husband has expired and she has come here to see you. Hearing this, Sri Guru smiled and said, Her Saubhagya is everlasting. Bring her husband's body here immediately. Let me see when he lost his life. Some persons brought the dead body before Sri Guru. The strings were cut and the cloth covering was removed. The tirth of Rudrabhishek was sprinkled on the dead body and Sri Guru looked at it with his sight full of nectar. Immediately the Brahman youth sat up as if aroused from sleep. He wore the dhoti and asked his wife why she did not awake him before, why he was brought here and who was the sannyasi. The wife narrated to him all that had occurred. Then both of them bowed to Sri Guru with devotion and began praying to him. All the persons who had assembled there were delighted to see the miracle. One person said to Sri Guru, This Brahman died as per his faith. How can he be alive? Sri Guru smiled and said, I requested Brahmadev to give 30 years of his life from the next birth to this Brahman youth. All were astonished to hear this. All bowed to Sri Guru and returned. The young Brahman couple bathed at the Sangam worshipped Sri Guru devotedly and pleased the Brahmins and the poor by giving alms in charity. Chapter 33 Devoted Concubine. Next day, the young Brahmin couple bowed to Sri Guru and sat before him. The wife asked Sri Guru, When I was mourning, a sannyasi advised me. He gave me 4 Rudra beads and asked me to tie 2 beads in the ears of my husband and put 2 beads around my neck. He also told me that when I go to see Sri Guru, I should sprinkle tirth of Rudrabhishek on my husband's body and mine. Who was that sannyasi? Sri Guru smiled and said, Seeing your devotion, I myself gave you the Rudra beads. Since do not touch those who wear Rudraksha. The significance of Rudraksha is very great. One should wear a garland of 1,000 Rudraksha. If this is not possible, then wear one of 108 beads around the neck, 40 on the head, 12 in both the ears. One who bathes with Rudra beads on his body gets a credit of Ganga Bhat. If the Rudraksha is worshipped, it is like worshipping Sri Shiva Shankar. I shall now tell you a tale in this aspect. There lived a king, Bhadrasen, in Kashmir, and his son's name was Sudharma. The name of his minister's son was Tarak. Both were fast friends. They were of the same age. Both of them had studied together. They were devotees of Shiva. They used to wear rudraksha and apply bhasma. They did not like rich clothes and ornaments. Once Parashar Rishi came there. The king greeted and worshipped him. The king said to Rishi, "My son is fond of rudraksha and has no liking for good clothes and ornaments befitting a royal family. Please advise him properly." Prashar said, "The account of his previous birth and that of your mantri is wonderful." There lived a concubine in Nandigram. She had constructed a high-class dancing hall where she sang and danced daily. She had many attendants. She tied rudraksha around their necks and taught them to dance. She was a great devotee of Shiva and gave alms to the Brahmins and others profusely. One day a rich Vaishya wearing rudraksha came to her. He had in his hand a shivling of precious stones which was as bright as the sun. The concubine longed to have that shivling. She asked her maidservant to ask the Vaishya if she would sell the shivling or if he could give it to her if she accepted to serve him. When the maidservant told this to the Vaishya, he laughed and said, "I would gladly give this linga to your mistress if she agrees to serve me." The Vaishya then said to the concubine, "How can I believe that you would be honest with me for 3 days? Take an oath for this." The concubine took the oath. "I shall serve you devotedly for 3 days." He then gave the linga to her hand and said, "I love and regard this linga even more than my life. If it is lost or destroyed, I shall give up my life. Keep it safe." She agreed and kept the linga tied to a pillar in the dancing hall. Both then entered the inner apartment. Dancing hall caught fire and was burnt in no time. Efforts to extinguish the fire were made, but the linga was burnt. Seeing that the precious linga was burnt, Vaishya arranged a pyre and burned herself. The concubine was much grieved. Her relatives tried to persuade her from giving up life, but she was firm in her resolution. She called Brahmins and gave money in charity. She arranged a pyre. She took 3 rounds around it and leapt in the fire of the pyre. Instantly, Sri Shiva, with 5 beads and locks of hair on his head, caught her in his 10 hands and took her out of the fire and said, "I am pleased with your devotion. You are a great. You can ask for a boon. I myself had come to you as the Vaishya to test you. I myself set the dancing hall on fire and entered the pyre and got burnt." The concubine said, "Kindly take me with all my relatives and servants to your place." Sri Shankar seated them all in his divine plane and took them to Kailas. Chapter 34. Rajkumar and Mantri, devotees of Sri Shiva. Prashar further said, "Due to the training of the previous birth, both are dhyanis and devotees of Shiva." Hearing this, the king asked, "You have narrated the account of previous birth of these Kumaras, but what is their future?" Prashar says, "You ask about the future of your son, but you will be grieved to know the same." The king, "Kindly tell me truth. If it gives me grief, kindly suggest measures to get rid of it." Prashar said, "Your son will live for 2 years. He will die on the 8th day from today. For this you worship Umakanta, the Guru of universe, with Rudraksha. The significance of this Rudra Sukta is very, very great. He will save the life of your son." The 4 Vedas came out of the 4 mouths of Brahmadev. Yajurveda contains Rudra Sukta. Brahmadev told this Rudra to Maricha, Atri, etc. These rishis taught this to their disciples. Thus it has come on this earth from generation to generation. By reciting Rudra, all the sins are wiped off. You invite 100 Brahmins and have 10,000 Rudrabhisheks on Shiva Shankar. This will enable your son to live a long life. The king invited the Brahmins as instructed, and Rudrabhishek was started ceremoniously. On the 8th day at the midday, the Rajkumar all of a sudden fell on the ground senseless. Abhishek Tirtha was sprinkled on his body. The Brahmins also threw enchanted akshata of the Rudra on him. Due to this, Yamaduta did not dare to come near the Rajkumara who awoke. His death was thus averted. The king and people were very much delighted. The king spent much in charity. In the meantime, Narad Muni came there and said, O king, while Yamadutas were taking away from your son, Shivadutas attacked them and freed your son. Yamadutas fled away to Yama and complained. Yama went to Sri Shankara and asked, Why did your Dutas attack my Dutas? Sri Shankar said, When Rajkumara was granted long life, why did your Dutas go to snatch him without consulting Chitragupta? When record of Chitragupta was checked, it was seen that Kumara's life was 12 years at first. He was granted 10,000 years life later on. Seeing this, Yama repented and went away. Your son has got life by the virtue of Rudrajap. His death is averted. Such is the great power of Rudra. Chapter 35 Kach Devayani. The young wife asked Sri Guru, What is our future? How should I live thereafter? Please favor me with a mantra. Sri Guru said, A wife should serve her husband devotedly. She needs no other advice or mantra. If a mantra is given to a woman, some calamity falls. This is evident from the tale of Kach Devayani. In olden days, the gods and demons were often at war. Shukracharya, the guru of demons, would recite Mahamrityunjaya mantra in the dead demons, and the dead demons would be made alive. Therefore, it was rather difficult for the gods to win the war. Indra, the king of gods, went to Sri Shankar and told him this fact. Sri Shankar was very angry and he asked to call Shukra. Nandi, the Shiva's bull, went to Shukra, who was in meditation at the time. Nandi therefore held him in his mouth and brought him to Shankar. Shankar at once devoured him. After some days, Shukra came out of the body of Sri Shankar. He again started reciting Mahamrityunjaya mantra and brought the demons to life. Indra told Brihaspati, the guru of gods, about the Amrit Sanjeevani mantra of Shukracharya and said, The guru of the demons makes them alive with the help of this mantra. You being the guru of gods, why should you not protect the gods? Brihaspati said, If Sanjeevani mantra is heard by 6 years, it will lose its importance. So it would be better to send someone as a pupil to learn the mantra from Shukracharya. Let my son Kacha be sent to him. He will learn the mantra and return. Kacha took the leave of gods and came to Shukracharya. He bowed to him and stood before him. Shukracharya inquired of who he was and why he had come to him. Kacha replied, I am a Brahman Kumara. Hearing your fame, I have come to learn at your feet. Shukracharya's only daughter Devayani was standing by her father. She liked the Brahman youth and requested her father Shukracharya to accept him as his pupil. Shukracharya agreed and Kacha started staying with him. The demons did not approve of this as they suspected that the gods would learn the Sanjeevani mantra from Shukracharya and then it would be impossible for them to win a victory over them. Therefore, when Kacha had been in the forest for bringing Durva, the demons killed him. In the evening, when Kacha did not return home, Shukra by intuition knew that he was dead, so he recited Sanjeevani mantra and brought him to life. Kacha then came home. Once again, Kacha had been to forest, the demons killed him, and then pieces of his body was thrown in all directions. Devayani again showed anxiety. For Kacha, Shukra again recited the Sanjeevani mantra and brought him to life. Devayani was his only daughter and Shukracharya had great affection for her. The demons now contrived to kill Kacha on Ekadashi fast day. They then mixed his flesh in wine and offered it to Shukracharya for drinking. For the third time when Kacha was missing, Devayani wept and requested him to bring him to life. Shukracharya realized that Kacha was not seen anywhere but was in his belly. He told Devayani that Kacha was in his belly and if he is taken out, he himself would die. Devayani said, You are bringing to life all the people and saying that you would die? How is this?
Kacha is my soul. If he does not come back, I will give up my life. Shukracharya says, besides myself, no one else knows the Sanjeevani mantra. There is a condition that this mantra should not be divulged to anyone. And if it is heard by 6 years, that is 3 people, it will lose its effect. This is a problem with me. Devyani said, teach me the mantra. I will recite it and make you alive. Shukracharya says, the Shastras prohibit telling a mantra to a woman. Devyani, who was greatly dejected, said, then you may live with your mantra happily. I am giving up my life. Saying so, she fell on the ground senseless. Shukracharya brought her to consciousness and gave her the Sanjeevani mantra. When he was reciting the mantra, Kacha, who was in Shukra's belly, also heard it. Shukra recited the mantra and Kacha came out of his body, tearing his belly. Subsequently, Shukracharya fell dead. Then Devyani recited the mantra 3rd time and Shukra became alive. Thus Kacha heard the mantra and made it by heart. Now Kacha folded his hands and said to Shukracharya, I have studied at your house so far. The demons do not allow me to live peacefully here. Kindly therefore allow me to go home now. Devyani interrupted, I have made you alive thrice. I love you, you should marry me. Kasha said, being the daughter of my Guru, you are my sister. You made me alive from time to time and so you are like my mother. If I marry you, people will blame me. Hearing this, Devyani felt sorry and at the same time she was enraged. She cursed him, your learning will be futile. You will forget all that you have learned. Kacha said, you have cursed me in vain. You will marry a person other than a Brahman. Your father has taught you Sanjeevani mantra against rule of all Shastras. Hence it will not work now. Saying this, Kacha went away. Seeing that Kacha had returned, Indra and other gods were delighted. The young wife then requested Sri Guru to suggest some vrata. Sri Guru said, I will tell you a vrata by which your saubhagya will be perpetual and your husband will get prosperity. This vrata was told by Sooth to the rishis in former days. In this vrata, you have to worship Sri Shiva every Monday, observe fast on that day and keep control over your senses. This vrata can be observed by married women, unmarried women, widows, young and old persons of both sexes. Chaitra Vamana was a pious king in former lives. He had a daughter named Simantini who was beautiful and good-natured. Once her astrologer said that all the stars in her horoscope were good, but she would be a widow at the age of 14. The king and others were extremely pained to hear this. Once, Maitrayani, wife of Yajna Valkya, came to king. Simantini requested her, kindly tell me a means by which my saubhagya will be perpetual. Maitrayani told her to observe Monday vrata and said, by observance of this vrata, your desires will be fulfilled and you will get all prosperity. Simantini therefore began to observe this vrata devotedly. Simantini was married to Chandrangad, the son of Indrasen of the famous Nil family. With due festivities, Chandrangad stayed at Chitrayarma for some days. Once he went to Kalindi, Yamuna river with some friends. They were traveling in a ferry boat. All of a sudden the boat sank in the river. Even after diligent search, no trace of Chandrangad was found. Simantini and her parents were in great shock to know this. Indrasen and his wife were deeply grieved. He lost interest in affairs of his kingdom. Taking this opportunity, the enemies conquered the throne and put Indrasen and his wife in jail. The dead body of Simantini's husband was not found, hence she was prevented from the observance of Sati. Srimantini continued her Monday fast and even the worship of Shiva. When Chandrangad was drowned, he was taken by the Naga Kanyas to Vasuki in Patal. All the persons in it were like serpents. Takshak, the king, had 1,000 horses and was sitting on a bright throne. Chandrangad was brought
before him. Takshak inquired about him with affection and assured him about his safety and asked him to live there happily. After some days, Chandrangad requested Takshak, I am the only son of my parents. I am recently married and my wife Simantini is only 14 years of age. My parents' wife, mother and father-in-law must be mourning deeply for me. So kindly arrange to send me to them very soon. Takshak gave him nectar to drink and offered him costly clothes, ornaments and precious stones. He also gave him a swift horse and a Naga Kumara to accompany him. They instantly appear on the bank of Kalandini, where accidentally, it being a Monday, Simantini had also come with her female attendees for bath. It was the very place where Chandrangad had drowned. Looking at him, Simantini said to her attendees, who is this celestial person coming out of water? I remember to have seen him before. Please inquire. Chandrangad looked at Simantini and began to think, she appears like my dear wife, but how is it that she has no Mangal Sutra around her neck and Kumkuma on her forehead? He descended from the horse and came near Simantini and inquired about her with affection. Simantini asked her attendees to narrate the incident. The attendants told him 3 years before her husband had drowned here in this river. She is continuing her Monday Vrat in grief, and today being a Monday, she has come here for bath. Her husband's kingdom has been taken over by his enemies, and they have put her mother and father-in-law in jail. Simantini then asked, may I know who you are, God or Gandharva? Why are you inquiring about me? She recollected the face of her husband and began to mourn. Seeing her dejected, Chandrangad held her hand in affection and told in her ears in a low voice, you need not mourn, your husband will meet you on the 3rd day. But do not disclose this to anybody. He rode the horse and went away with the Nagakumara to see his parents. When he reached the outskirts of the city and the Nagakumara entered the city, he told the then ruler, Chandrangad has returned from the Patal with assurance of assistance from Takshak. Reinstill Indrasen on the throne with honor, otherwise you are doomed. The ruler was alarmed. He released Indrasen from the jail and seated him on the throne with honor. Indrasen embraced Chandrangad with affection. A message of joy was sent to Chitravarma, who with Simantini and others was greatly rejoiced to hear this news. Again, a ceremony like a wedding was celebrated and Chitrangad and Simantini met each other. Chitrangad offered the ornaments, precious stones, fruits of Kalpataru, etc. brought from Takshak to Simantini. She attained all the glory due to observing Monday Vrata with great devotion. As advised by Sri Guru, young couples started observing Monday Vrata. Their parents also came there, bowed to Sri Guru, and were glad to see good health of the couple by the grace of Sri Guru. They gave much in charity. Then they all returned to their place. The couple later on had children. They used to come to see Sri Guru every year and had all the prosperity. Shri Ganeshaya Namaha, Chapter 36. Code of Brahman's Daily Rituals. There lived a pious Vedic Brahman. He did not take food at others' place. He would beg alms and live on the same. His wife was discontented and hot-tempered. A rich person came to Gangapur for Samaradhana, feeding Brahmins and others. But as this Brahmana did not accept food from others, his wife was also not invited, and she was discontented for not having good delicious food and sweets. Once a very rich person came to Gangapur to observe Shraddha. He invited all the Brahmin couples and offered good dakshina, clothes and rich delicious food. She told her husband about this. He said, if you wish to go, you go there, but I do not accept food at others, so I cannot come. The wife went to the Brahman host and said, my husband does not take food at others. Can I come alone to you for meals? The host said, I invite Brahmin couples, so you can come with your husband. The wife would not know what to do. She came to Sri Guru Nrushinha Saraswati and narrated him her grievance and said, I like to enjoy delicious food, but my husband does not take food at others, so I am not invited by anybody. At present, a rich Brahmana is inviting all Brahman couples and offering them good dakshina, clothes, and rich delicious food. Kindly advise my husband to accept this invitation. Hearing this, Sri Guru smiled, asked his disciples to call her husband. When he came, Sri Guru said to the Brahmins, your wife desires to take delicious food. You should accept the invitation of Brahmana and fulfill your wife's desire. Married women should not be displeased. Brahmana said, Gurudev, I am observing vrat of not taking meals at others, but as per your adesh, I shall accept this invitation. This Brahman couple went for meals at the rich Brahman, who offered them good delicious food. While dining, the Brahman's wife observed that the dogs and pigs were also dining with her. Being disgusted, she got up and returned home and told this to her husband. He said, I had to break my vrata for you and accept food eaten by dogs and pigs. Both then came to Sri Guru. Sri Guru asked the wife, how did you enjoy the food at the rich Brahman host? You have always blamed your husband. Now are you satisfied? The wife said, I broke the vrata of my husband by asking him to take food at others' place. Kindly forgive me. Sri Guru said to the Brahmin, your wife's desire of taking delicious food is now fulfilled. I will tell you the rules of acting as per order of the religion. If a Brahmin is in need of a Brahmin for some religious function and for Shraddha, you should go for meals. If you do not go, you will commit an offense. You should take food at Guru, disciple, maternal uncle, father-in-law, brothers and saints. If you recite Gayatri Mantra, you are not offended. Brahman then asked, kindly tell me at whose house the food should be avoided. Sri Guru said, good-natured Brahman should not dine at one who takes service from parents, who is greedy, who gives in charity, displeasing his wife and children, who is proud, armed, who lives on begging, who praises himself and cajoles others, who does not observe Vaishishvadev. He should also not dine with those who get enraged, who is cruel, adulterous, a pretender, who forsakes his wife, a woman who forsakes her son and husband, a Brahman who sells wine, one who does not bathe, does not observe Sandhya and Shraddha, one who is treacherous, one who despises other, one who forsakes his parents and cajoles his guru, who kills cows, Brahman or a woman, one who does not give in charity, who despises one's food and praises the food of others. Food at such persons' place should be avoided. If one takes food on Amavasya, he loses virtue of 1 month. All these sins are wiped off if one abides by one's own religion. The Brahman further asked Sri Guru, kindly tell me the code of daily rituals of a Brahman. Sri Guru said, I will tell you the code of rites of a Brahman as narrated by Prashar to the rishis in the Nemi Sharanya. One should get up on Brahma Muhurta, that is, before the sunrise, and bow to Sri Guru and God. One should not face sitting the south at night, facing the north in the morning and evening. Arms, hands and legs should be washed. He should take 2 Achmana and saying bow to Keshavaya, Narayanaya and Madhavaya. If there is no water at hand, you should touch the eyes and ears. Holy places on the palm. Brahma Tirtha is at the root of the thumb. Agni Tirtha is one in the palm. Pitru Tirtha is at the root of thumb of the forefinger. Dev Tirtha is at the ends of the 4 fingers except the thumb. Rishi Tirtha is at the root of the small finger. While offering tarpan to forefathers, gods and rishi water, till etc. are to be poured through the respective tirthas. Achamana, saying Keshavaya Namaha, Madhavaya Namaha, Narayana Namaha. Little water on the Brahma Tirtha is to be taken in the mouth and is to be drunk. The water is poured in the plates After saying Govindaya Namaha, if one becomes wet in rains, if one comes home from funeral, then one becomes pure by taking two achamanas. Bath, snan. Morning bath gives one strength, life, intellect, pleasure and nutrition. Grihastha and Vanaprastha should bathe in the morning and midday. A yati, tapasi or sannyasi should bathe thrice, while a brahmachari should bathe once a day. If there is no sufficient water, and in case of difficulty, any one of the following alternatives may be chosen. Agni Snan means to stand in the sun. Mantra Snan means to sprinkle water on the body after reciting Apohi Sthadi mantra. Bhasma Snan means to apply bhasma or vibhuti all over body. Vayu Snan, Tirtha Snan means to bring the idol of Vishnu in the mind. After saying Apavitra Pavitro Va mantra, if water is sprinkled on one's body, it's like bath. A weak person should sponge his body with cloth dipped in warm water. Healthy person should bathe with cold water. In case of difficulty, do upasnan. Wash hands, feet and rub the body with a wet cloth. If cold water is not tolerable, hot water bath should be taken. Water itself is pure. Heated water is more pure. Grahastha should bathe with hot water. He should take achaman in the midst of the bath. Females should not bathe over the head daily. In the bathe at home, do not do agahamarshana, saying of mantra, wiping of sin, and tarpana, offering till towards forefathers and rishis. While taking bath in river, face to the flow of water and do aghamarsanam. In the bath at home, turn your face to the east in the morning and west in the evening. Bath purifies the body if taken after weeping, vomiting, and sight of bad dreams. A grihastha should not wear wet and saffron clothes. He should have a upavastra as a dupatta. If there is no upavastra, the credit of bath goes to Rakshasa. The Brahmin should wear white dhoti and should have a cloth or dupatta or shawl on the body, bhasma or vibhuti. After bath, one should apply bhasma or vibhuti as per Shastra rules. If it is not available, kopi chandana should be applied. Devotees of Vishnu have vertical lines of bhasma on the forehead. For acquiring long life, one should apply bhasma with middle finger. For devotion, use tarjani. For food, use anamika. The bhasma should not be applied on the third day of Shraddha, thread, wedding, and other ceremonies, and after fuel bath. These are required for Brahma Yajna and Tarpan. Durva, Vala, Darbha, Kusha, Kunda, wheat, paddy, mola, Naga, Motha, Bhadra, and Mushti are 10 kinds of grass which can be used as darbha. Darbha should be brought on Bhadrapad and Shravan Amavasya and stored and used for a year. Brahma is at the end of darbha, Rudra is at the root, and Vishnu is in the middle. Pavitraka, ring of the darbha, should be kept in the finger. The sins are wiped off due to this. While doing japa, tapa, homa, and chanting of the Vedas, gold or silver ring should not be taken off. For wearing darbha pavitraka, a ring should not be put in tarjani by one who has father. Ring with 9 gems destroys sins. Brahman should have a ring with at least 1 gem. A Brahman should start Sandhya after bath early in the morning when nakshatra is visible in the sky. He should offer water to the sun at sunrise. If the normal time for offering water has elapsed, one more water offering must be given. Mandesh demons are always fighting with the sun. To nullify the obstruction in the rising of the sun, these water offerings are to be given. These water offerings strike the demons like weapons, and in order to wipe off this sin, one has to move around oneself saying Asavaditya Brahma, recitation of Gayatri. After this, recollect the names of rishis and recite Gayatri mantra. For this, for this purpose, use a garland of Rudraksha coral beads or white stone beads. One should not observe mourn while reciting. One should recite the morning and midday sandhya after standing and evening sandhya sitting. Recitation of Gayatri at home gives one's credit. If done outside, it gives double credit. If it's done on bank of river, the credit is threefold. If it is done at a cowshed or at Vrindavan, the credit is tenfold. Recitation at the place of Agnihotra gives hundredfold credit. At a holy place or near shrine of God gives thousandfold credit, while recitation near Vishnu gives 1 crore fold credit. Near Shiva, it gives immeasurable credit. Recitation made while sitting on a broken wood plank causes misery, and that done while sitting on a grass causes loss of good faith and glory. Recitation done while sitting on a stone causes disease. That done while sitting on a bhasmasan causes cure of disease. A blanket seat gives pleasure. A seat of skin of a black deer gives knowledge, while that of skin of a tiger gives salvation. Kushasan causes hypnotism and destroys all diseases and sin. The appearance dhyana of Gayatri in the morning Sandhya is of a Kumari. Her color is red. Her clothes are red. She is riding a goose. She has 4 hands and 4 heads. The appearance of Gayatri in midday Sandhya is of a young lady. Her color is white. Her clothes are white. She is riding on an ox. She has 5 heads. The appearance of Gayatri in the evening is of an old lady. Her color is black. Her clothes are black. She rides Garuda. She has 4 heads. Sunmukha, Sampat, Vitat, Vistrat, Dvimukh, Trimukh, Chaturmukh, Panchamukh, Shanmukh, Adhomukh, Vyapanjalik, Shakat, Yampash, Gnantit, Shanmukha, Pralambha, Moti, Matsya, Kurma, Varaha, Sinhakranti, Mahakranti, Mudgar, and Pallava are 24 mudras. Recitation of Gayatri with these mudras is more fruitful. Gayatri has 3 parts or pada or charan, and they should not be recited without pause after each part. Mana means mind, tra means soul. Recitation of mantra therefore should be done with the union of mind and soul. Brahmachari and a grihastra should recite Gayatri mantra 108 times daily. Vanaprastha, Yati or a sannyasi should recite it 1000 times. In case of difficulty, one may recite it at least 10 times daily. Recitation in the mind is the best. Whispering in mouth is a medium and loud recitation is the worst. While reciting with a bead of garland, do not transgress the menu or the head bead. If it is transgressed, 3 pranayamas should be observed. Reciting Gayatri a crore time fulfills all desires. After japa, prayer should be recited while standing. Go to 10 dishas, gods, Brahman, Guru, pronounce one's gotra and birth, and then end the ritual of Sandhya. The home should be swept daily and kept clean. The earthen floor should be smeared with cow dung and water. Rangoli design should be drawn in courtyard and before shrines of worship. A grihastha should keep cow, shaligram, goya, and grahayagni at home. A Brahman should perform Sandhya daily and should also worship gods daily. In the morning, worship should be done with 16 upacharas, and in the night, light of ghee should be wavered before the shrines. Yama punishes those who do not worship gods. The 8 places or objects of worship are as follows: the shrine of gods, the earth elevated construction for fire of sacrifice, Sthandil, Agni, sun, water, heart, Brahman, and Sadguru. Flowers brought from trees in the forest are of medium value. Those purchased are worst. The flowers grown by oneself in one's own garden house are the best. Flowers eaten by worms and having holes should not be used. Durva should not be offered. Kevda should not be offered to Shiva. Tulsi should not be offered to Ganesh. Flowers of Dhrota and Rui should not be offered to Vishnu. Keep the pot of water at the left hand, all the articles of worship at the right hand. 16 uchars of worship should be observed devotedly with Panchamrita. Shankha should be kept on the left and the bell on the right. After bowing to gods, do Achamana and Sankalpa. Pronunciation of desire of worship, mentioning the time, year, ayan, ritu, month, paksha and tithi, nakshatra, places of various planets on the day, and the purpose or the desire of worship. Then start ordinary bath with water, panchamrit, abhisheka, chanting Purush Sukta, Vishnu Sukta, Shri Sukta, Lakshmi Sukta, Rudra Sukta, Pavaman Sukta, etc. After Abhisheka, dry the shrines with a piece of cloth and place them at their places and offer clothes, ornaments, gandha, haldi, kumkuma, flower, tulsi, beel leaves, saying, "Give me shelter, protect." Withered followers taken out of the shrine should not be touched to one's head and nose and kept aside to be immersed in river. Bhasma scented sticks be applied to forehead and tirtha should be drunk. For purification of food and wiping of 5 great sins, one should do Vaishvadeva in the morning and in the evening before meals. Homa in the morning is sacrifice for God. Tarpan is sacrifice for forefathers. At the time of dinner, one should wait for a guest. If a guest comes, give him food. If he is a yati, give him food and water also. Before taking meals, wash your feet, hands and mouth. If an unknown person dines with you, offer him food at a distance. There should not be distinction of food for the persons dining at a time. After 4 Chitrahutis, take 5 Pranahutis. Observe mourn during meals or at least up to Pranahutis. There should be no noise while taking water or liquid articles. If while dining the lamp goes off, then stop taking food till the lamp is replaced. Sattvic food increases knowledge while tamas food decreases knowledge. While dining, first take liquid articles and then take others. Last aposhan should be half taken and half should be poured down. For purification of mouth and fingers, take 2 achamanas. After dinner, take pan and hear Purana, evening sandhya, etc. And meal should be taken as in the midday. It would be better if the articles prepared with milk are taken in the night. Do the professional work during the day. Saurpat should not be chanted after sunset. Before going to bed, bow to God and dedicate all the karma of that day to Him. The Brahmins who behaved as instructed by Sri Guru attained good Pata Lok. Chapter 37, Dharma of a Brahman. Sri Guru explained the customs that a Brahman should follow. He said, "You should keep the house clean. Then the prayer room should be kept clean and decorated with rangoli. Meditate in silence and worship God. Wooden and stone idols may be worshipped, as they are forms and abodes of God. Sit on good, clean seat and do pranayama. Worship God with flowers and with faith. Worship Vishnu Tulsi as he loves Tulsi. Worship Shiva with Belapatra. Ganpati loves Durva. In afternoon, feed the guests and visitors. Lotus leaf and banana leaf are good for eating. You must not eat in lead or copper plates. Bronze plates are best for eating. Eat sweet dishes first. Rice should not be eaten first. It will not get digested. Eating leftover food is forbidden. After food, you may have tambula, betel leaf and nut with lime. There is no harm if one eats food with ghee or oil. After food, you should study the Vedas. One must not sleep on the cremation ground, in a dilapidated temple, or on a river bank, or an ant hill or crossroad. Parashara rishis had laid down these customs and dharma. There is no difficulty for him who practices these customs as directed by the scriptures. He is revered even by the gods. Kamadhenu will come to his house. Lakshmi will live in his house forever. Such a person will become a Brahmadhyani. The Brahman was happy to receive this guidance on Dharma and said, O ocean of mercy, you have taken this incarnation to redeem devotees. You are like a lamp of knowledge and you have removed the darkness. Saying so, bowed at Sri Guru's lotus feet and Sri Guru blessed him. This is the story of Guru Charitra. Whoever listens to it will gain great knowledge. It is the source of light for the ignorant. Chapter 38. 4,000 fed with food of 3 seekers only. Someone did Samaradhana on every day and Sri Guru was invited with his disciples. Once a poor Brahman named Bhaskar of Kashyap Gotra came there. He also wished to do Samaradhana and offer alms to Sri Guru. But due to poverty, he was very anxious as to how this could be achieved. He gathered some flour and rice, which he kept in the matha. Other Brahmins ridiculed him, saying, How can you do Samaradhana? Out of whatever rice you have, you cannot give even one particular to each Brahman. Seeing his devotion, Sri Guru asked Bhaskara one day to do Samaradhana. He was glad and even encouraged by Sri Guru's words. He brought ghee, vegetables and prepared food after bath. All Brahmins thought that they would have to dine at their homes and have ordinary meals that day. Sri Guru asked Bhaskara to invite all Brahmins for Samaradhana. Bhaskara said that Brahmins played joke with him, so it would be better if a disciple was sent. As instructed, the disciple invited Brahmanas to come to Math for Samaradhana. Sri Guru asked Bhaskara to bring food prepared by him and cover it with Sri Guru's cloth. When this was done, Sri Guru sprinkled holy water from his bowl on the food and said, without removing the covering cloth, take out the articles in other pots and serve them to the Brahmins. Brahmins sat for the dinner. Food was served to thousands, and yet much food was in balance. After the Brahmins had taken food, they were requested to send their wives and children for dinner. After them, all others in Gangapur were invited for dinner with their families. Sri Guru asked Bhaskar to dine. After his dinner, it was found that all the food originally prepared was still in balance. Sri Guru asked Bhaskar to throw the food in the river so that the creatures in the water would be satisfied. This was a great miracle. Food sufficient only for 3 persons was provided to 4,000 persons. Several such incidences have occurred in the life of Sri Guru. Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Shri Guru Charitra, chapter 39. 60-year-old woman begets children. There lived one Shaunak Gotri, Apasthamba Brahman named Somanatha. His wife Ganga was devoted wife, pious by nature. She was 60 years old but had no children. She used to come to Sri Guru and bow to him devotedly every day. Sri Guru, being pleased, one day asked her, Why are you worshipping me daily? What do you desire? God will fulfill all your desires. Shri said, Without a son, the home is like a forest. Please give me a boon so that I will have a son at least in my next life. Sri Guru smiled and said, Service to the Ashwatha tree will not be futile. There is an Ashwatha tree at the Bhimarjuna Sangama. I am present there after the bath in the river. Therefore, worship the Ashwatha devotedly. The greatness of Ashwatha is narrated in the Puranas. Brahmadev is at its root, Vishnu in the middle portion and Rudra on the top, and the Agni god lies in the interior of this tree. In months of Ashada, Paush, Chaitra, when Guru and Shukra are not set, when the moon is favorable on an auspicious day, observe fast and start worshipping the Ashwatha. Do not touch the tree on Sunday, Sankranti and in evening. The floor at the root should be smeared by cow dung and have rangoli designs. Worship the Ashwatha thinking it as Trimurti with 16 upcharas, then saying Purush Sukta and observing Maun and taking rounds of the tree.
observing silence and taking rounds of the tree. 2 lakh rounds destroy the sin of Brahma Hatya. Ashwatha gives 4 Purusharthas. The desire of a son is also fulfilled by him. Recitation of Mrityunjaya sitting at the Ashwatha on Saturday avoids accidental death and gives long life. One gets credit of feeding several Brahman if one Brahman is fed under its tree. If Ashwatha tree is grown, 42 generations are liberated. But if one's Ashwatha tree is cut, a great sin is performed. Home performed under the tree gives credit of a great sacrifice. Do homa of 1/10 of the number of rounds and feed Brahmanas and give gold to Ashwatha in charity. She started worshipping Ashwatha as advised by Sri Guru. On the third day, she had a dream. A Brahman told her to go to Sri Guru at Gangapur and have 7 rounds of Sri Guru and take the prasad that is given to her, and her desire will be fulfilled. She woke. On the fourth day, she went to Sri Guru and had 7 rounds. Sri Guru gave her 2 fruits and said, "Eat these fruits, your desire will be fulfilled." She then completed her vrata of worship of Ashwatha. During meals, she ate fruits given by Sri Guru. In the evening, she started periods. On the fourth day, after bath, she went to Sri Guru and bore to him. Fifth day, she became pregnant. In the 7th month, she was given oti and she gave vayan to married women. Seemanth was performed in the 8th day. After 9 months, she begot a daughter. After 10 days, she came to Sri Guru with the baby. Sri Guru smiled and blessed her baby and said, "You will have one more son. What do you prefer? A well-behaved son of 30 years of age or a foolish having 100 years life?" The woman said, "I would like to have a well-behaved son who should have 5 sons." Sri Guru blessed her as she desired. Later on, she had a son who became learned and won fame. He had 5 sons, and in course of time, her daughter's husband performed sacrifices and was well known as Dikshita. Chapter 40. Leper Brahman Cursed. Once a Brahman, Narahari by name, came to Sri Guru at Gangapur and bowed to him, saying, "My life is futile. I studied Yajurveda, but I am suffering from leprosy. All the people despise me and do not invite me for karma. I have visited several holy places, but the disease is there. Kindly bless me." Sri Guru gave him a dry log of Audumbara and said, "Go to a sangam and plant it on the bank of Bhima in the east. After bath, worship Ashwatha at the sangam. Again bathe and give water to this log thrice a day. When it sprouts green foliage, your sins will be wiped off and you will be free from leprosy." As instructed by Sri Guru, Narhari planted the log on the bank of Bhima and began to water it thrice. Some person said to him, "Are you mad? How can a dry log bear green foliage?" Still, Narahari continued his watering of log devotedly. He observed fast for 7 days. Sri Guru was informed by his disciples regarding the devoted service of Narahari to the log. Sri Guru said, "One gets fruits as per one's devotion." There is a tale in Skanda Purana in this connection. Sud narrated to the rishis, "In former days there lived a king, Singhaket, in Panchal. His son Dhananjaya once went to the forest with Shabardud, who picked up a linga-like stone near Shiva temple. Rajkumara asked him, "What will you do with this stone? There are so many lingas like this spread over here." Shabardud said, "I wish to worship this linga daily. Please tell me how to worship it." Rajkumara said, "Take this linga home, worship it with flowers, bela leaves, along with your wife. Offer nevedya of bhasma every day. Whatever food you have should also be offered." The Shabar took the linga home and started worshipping. One day he could not find fresh bhasma. He was much worried. His devoted wife said, "Burn my body and offer bhasma to God." The Shabar was very much pained to hear this. He said, "I shall be doing a great sin if I burn you." The wife said, "Death will occur some day or other. If I give my body for Shiva's worship, I shall have place in Kailas, so you need not be sorry." Shabar burned her and the bhasma was
offered to Shivalinga. As usual, he called his wife to take prasad. She also came smiling and took the prasad. The home appeared to be normal, as if nothing had occurred. Seeing this, Shabar was much astonished. His wife said,
I heard your voice, and as if I was aroused from sleep, Gauri, Raman, Shiva appeared before them. Both bowed to them. Sri Shiva was pleased and blessed the couple. Such is greatness of devotion of Guru. One who has implicit faith in the words of Guru gets such fruit. Sri Guru went to Sangam to see the leper Brahman. He was pleased with his devotion. The Brahman was giving water to the log. Sri Guru sprinkled the holy water of his bowl on the log, and instantly green foliage sprouted on the log. The leprosy of the Brahman disappeared and his body became healthy and bright. Narhari bowed to Sri Guru and began to pray him. He composed 8 shlokas which are being chanted at Gangapur in night after Aarti daily till now. Sri Guru placed his hand on the head of Narhari and blessed him. He returned to Math with Narhari. All the persons wondered to see this miracle. Many did Samaradhana. Sri Guru named Narhari as Yogeshwar and asked him to come with his family and live with them. Sri Guru gave him Vidya Saraswati mantra also.
Shri Ganeshaya Namaha, Chapter 41. Sayam Dev serves Shri Guru. His Kashi Khand Mahayatra. Namdharak. How did my forefathers serve Shri Guru? Shri Siddha says, your grandfather's father Sayam Dev had worshipped Shri Guru at Osar Gram. Shri Guru had affection for him. Shri Guru later came and stayed at Gangapur. His fame spread all over the country. Knowing this, Sayam Dev also came to Gangapur. He came to the mutt, bowed to Shri Guru and prayed him. Shri Guru was pleased. He placed his palm on his head, blessed him and said, you will be my devotee for generations. Shri Guru asked him to bathe at the Sangam and return for meals to the mutt. After return from Sangam, Sayam Dev worshipped Shri Guru with 16 upchars and offered several delicious articles of food as Naivedya. He dined with Shri Guru, who inquired about his family. Sayam Dev said, my relatives and sons are living at Uttar Kanchi, Kadkanchi, hale and healthy. I wish to stay with you and serve your holy self now. Shri Guru said, my service is difficult. I live in a town for some time, while in the forest at the other time. It is troublesome to live in the forest. If your mind is firm, then only you should stay here. Sayam Dev said, a devotee of Shri Guru has no fear. 3 months passed. One evening, Shri Guru went to the Sangam along with Sayam Dev alone and sat below Ashwatha tree. There was a great storm, followed by heavy rain. Sayam Dev stood stretching a cloth over Shri Guru to protect him from the rain. It was shivering cold in the night, so Shri Guru asked Sayam Dev to go to the mutt in the town and bring fire. Thick darkness and spread all over, and there was lightning now and then. Shri Guru warned Sayam Dev to not look to his right or left side. Anyhow, Sayam Dev reached Mad, took the fire and returned. Out of curiosity, he looked to his right side and saw a cobra going with him. He was frightened. Then he looked to the left side. There too he saw another cobra. He recited Shri Guru's name and walked straight. He came to Shri Guru and lit the fire. 2 cobras came before Shri Guru, bowed to him and went away. Shri Guru said to Sayam Dev, why are you so much afraid? I had sent these cobras to protect you. I shall tell you a tale about service to Shri Guru to pass this night. When Shri Shiva was sitting on the peak of Mount Kailas with Parvati, she asked him, how can Shri Guru be served? Shri Shiva said, one who serves Shri Guru with sincerity can attain all that one desires. Brahma had an incarnation wherein he had an handsome son. When his thread ceremony was performed, his father sent the boy to a guru for study of Vedas and Shastras. He served the Guru devotedly. Once there was rain and the water came in the ashram of Guru. The Guru told the pupil to construct a lasting house with all conveniences which should look always new. The wife of Guru asked the boy to bring her a blouse
which would neither be sewn nor woven. The son of Guru said, "Bring sandals for me. That would enable me to walk on waters and take me to any desired place." The daughter of Guru asked the boy, "Bring earrings for me and a playhouse of elephant tooth, having one pillar and all other conveniences. Also bring pots in which food will be warm and which will not be black due to soup." The pupil took the leave of Guru and went to forest. He was anxious how all these things could be obtained. On the way, he met an ascetic who inquired, "Child, why are you so worried?" The brahmachari boy bowed to him and said, "Kindly guide and protect me. It's my good fortune that I could see you in this forest." He told him what his guru, wife, son, and daughter asked him to do. He said, "I'm anxious as I don't know how these things can be obtained." The ascetic assured him and said, "Don't worry, Kashi is a holy place of Vishweshwara. You go there and worship him. All your desires will be fulfilled. Kashi is known as Anand Kanan. One attains all four Purusharthas after going there." Brahmachari asked, "Where is Kashi? How can I go there?" The ascetic said, "I shall take you there. Because of you, I shall also have the fortune of seeing the holy place again." Saying so, both went to Kashi instantly by yogin power. The ascetic then told the brahmachari to do Antar Graha Yatra, Dakshina Manas Yatra, Uttar Manas Yatra. While visiting holy places, bath should be taken there. And then Ansh Kroshi Yatra, Shukla and Dark Fortnight Yatra should also be performed. Worship 9 lingas and Kashi Vishweshwar. If your devotion to Guru is firm, Sri Shankar will be pleased and fulfill all your desires. Saying this, the ascetic went away. The brahmachari performed all the yatras as instructed by the ascetic. Sri Shankar was pleased. He appeared before the boy and asked him to have a boon. Tvashtra Kumar narrated his account and mentioned the articles required for Guru, Guru's wife, son and daughter. Sri Shankar blessed him saying, "You will be as efficient as Vishwakarma." The brahmachari prepared all these articles skillfully, returned to Guru's place. The Guru was also pleased to see him back with success. Guru blessed him saying, "You will be proficient in all the vidyas." Sri Guru explained the greatness of Guru to Sayam Dev in this way. By this time, the sun was rising on east horizon. Sayam Dev said, "You explained Kashi Yatra in details. While hearing the same, I could see and also visit the respective holy shrines, tanks and places with your holy self and thought as if we were in Kashi." He then prayed Guru with 8 shlokas which are daily chanted after Aarti at Gangapur till now. While praying, his throat choked and his hair stood erect on his body. Shri Guru was much pleased. He blessed him saying, "You bring your family and children here and stay with me." Sayam Dev went to his place and returned to Gangapur with his family and children on Bhadrapad Shukla on Ananta Chaturdashi day. This time he prayed Sri Guru with 8 shlokas in Kannada. Sri Guru seated him by his side and inquired about all. Sayam Dev had 2 sons. Sri Guru loved the elder Nagnath. Sri Guru placed his palm on the head of Sayam Dev and said, "Now you all have a bath at Sangam." Sayam Dev and his family took a bath at Sangam, worshipped the Ashwatha there and returned to the mutt. Sri Guru said to Sayam Dev, "Today is Ananta Chaturdashi. All the Brahmins worship Ananta on this day. You should do Ananta Puja." Sayam Dev said, "You are my Ananta." Sri Guru insisted him to do the Ananta Puja. Chapter 42. Significance of Ananta Vrata. Sri Guru narrated the significance of Ananta Vratas to Sayam Dev. He said, "Dharmaraj, the son of Pandu, did this vrata. He regained his kingdom, which was lost in the game of chess after Kauravas. Thereafter, the Pandavas were living in the forest with great suffering. The Kauravas sent Durvas Rishi to Pandavas for harassing them in the forest. Sri Krishna, the protector of his devotees, assisted Pandavas in difficulties. Once Draupadi and the 5 Pandavas bowed to Sri Krishna and asked, "How shall we be relieved from this vanvas?" Sri Krishna advised them to do Ananta Vrata. Sri Krishna said, Ananta should be worshipped on Bhadrapad Shukla 14th day. I will tell you a tale regarding this Vrata. In the Krita Yuga, there lived a Brahman named Sumantu of Vasishtha Gotra. Diksha was his devoted wife. He begot a daughter named Sushila. Later, Diksha died, and in order to continue the Grihastha rites, he married with Karkasha, who used to quarrel with her husband and daughter every now and then. Due to this, Sumantu was always dejected. As Sushila grew, she became fit for marriage. One day, Kaudinya came to Sumantu, who gave Sushila to him in marriage. In Ashad and Shravan months, Sushila and Kaudinya lived with Sumantu, but Karkasha quarreled with Sushila daily. So, Kaudinya requested Sumantu to allow him to go. Sumantu felt very sorry as his only daughter would be going away. He said, This is not my wife, but she is my enemy. Now my daughter will go away. There is no peace. The home is like a forest. Kaudinya also consoled him. Due to his persuasion, he agreed to stay for 12 more days. On the 13th day, Sumantu asked his wife to prepare delicious food for his daughter and son-in-law as they were departing. Karkasha entered the inner room, shut the door, and placed the stones against the door so that it should not be opened easily. At last, Sumantu gave beet konda to Sushila and bade them goodbye. Next morning, they reached the river. Kaudinya got down from the chariot and went to the river for bath and rituals. Sushila saw that many females were wearing red silk saris, had gathered in the sun, and they were worshipping some god. Sushila went to them and inquired what they were doing. The females replied they were worshipping Ananta, and by doing this vrata, all their desires are fulfilled. Sushila took instructions from them. She gave 14 knots to a red string and prepared Ananta and Shesha, a cobra of Darbha, and worshipped Ananta with 16 upchars. She then tied Ananta on her wrist. Once, when they were sitting, Kaudinya observed the red string on the wrist of Sushila. He asked angrily, Did you tie this red string to keep me under your thumb? She said, This is Ananta, by whose favor we got this kingdom and prosperity. Hearing this, Kaudinya took the string by force and threw it into fire. He remarked, It is due to my penance that this kingdom is obtained by us. Sushila was very dejected. She hastened to take out Ananta from fire and put it in milk. But due to this, Ananta was enraged. The kingdom and all their glory was destroyed in no time. Kaudinya became a pauper. Kaudinya now repented and resolved that as long as he could not see Ananta, he would neither eat or drink. Having resolved, he started with Sushila and went to forest. He saw a tree laden with fruits, but no bird touched its fruit. Kaudinya asked the tree if it had seen Ananta. The tree said, I have not seen Ananta, but if you see, please speak to him about me. He further saw a cow and a calf. They were trying to eat a grass, but they could not do so. He then saw a big bull. He further saw 2 legs, goose, and other birds did not drink water. Later he came across an elephant and an ass who could not speak. Kaudinya had asked if they had seen Ananta. They all denied, but said if he saw Ananta, he should speak about to each of them. At last, Kaudinya was tired of walking and he lay down on the ground. In the meantime, an old Brahmin came there and inquired about him. Knowing the cause of his worry, he said, I shall show you Ananta, come with me. Kaudinya followed him and saw a fine city. Brahman seated Kaudinya on the throne of precious stones and appeared before him in his real form. Seeing this, Kaudinya was amazed and he bowed to Sri Ananta and began to praise him. Sri Ananta was pleased and gave him 3 boons. By the first, he attained dharma. By the second, his poverty was destroyed. And by the third, he finally got abode in Vaikuntha. Kaudinya referred to the tree, cow with the calf, bull, 2 legs, elephant, ass, and the old Brahmin. Sri Ananta said, The tree laden with fruits was a Brahmin who was proud of his learnings and did not teach his students, hence he became a tree. The cow had given infertile land to a Brahmin in charity. The bull was rich Brahmin who did not give charity to anyone. The two lakes were two sisters who exchanged charity among themselves. The elephant is your anger, the ass is your vanity. The old Brahmin you met was myself. Whomsoever you have seen, they all are liberated. After receiving the blessings of Sri Ananta, Kaudanya lived as a ruler for many years and in the end went to heaven. Sri Krishna told this to Yudhishthir, who also then worshipped Ananta with devotion. Sri Guru told this to Sayamdev and asked him to let his elder son Nagnath do the Ananta Puja. Sayamdev did as advised, arranged grand Samaradhana and dined with Sri Guru. Sayamdev then returned to the place, kept a family there, and he alone returned to Sri Guru. Chapter 43. Tantuk's Sri Shaila Yatra on Mahashivratri. Tantuk, a weaver, was one of Sri Guru's devotees. He served Sri Guru devotedly. He did his profession till afternoon, then had bath, swept the courtyard of Sri Guru Mat. Mahashivratri was approaching. His parents and other relatives started for Sri Shaila and asked Tantuk to come with them. Tantuk said, "My Sri Shaila is here," and he lived alone at home. Sri Guru asked him, "Why did you not go for yatra?" He replied, "My yatra is at your feet." On Mahashivratri day, Sri Guru went to Sangam for bath. Tantuk observed a fast and he also went to the Sangam and bowed to Sri Guru. Sri Guru said, "All your relatives went for yatra. You only remain behind. Do you want to see Sri Shaila? Follow me. I shall show you. Shut your eyes and hold my sandals firmly." Saying so, he took him to Sri Shaila within a moment. Sri Guru asked him to open his eyes. Tantuk saw Sri Guru before him. Sri Guru told him to do shower, bath and see Malleshwar. He went to the river where he met his parents and relatives. They asked him, "Why did you not come with us but came here stealthily?" He asked him, "I came just now with Sri Guru." Some people did not believe in him, but others who believed in Sri Guru knew that he was speaking the truth. Doing sure and taking bail and flowers, he went to the temple. While worshipping, he saw Sri Guru in the linga. He offered puja with devotion and came back to Sri Guru, who asked him, "Will you stay with me or come with me?" Tantuk said, "I saw a wonder today. While worshipping Sri Shankar, I saw you in the place. When you are here, why are people coming so far? Kindly explain this to me." Sri Guru said, "God is all over, but significance of the place is there. The greatness of this place is narrated in Skanda Purana. Formerly, Vamarshan was a king of Kirat. He had won all the kings. He was an adulterer. He had a wife who asked him, 'You are an adulterer and eat meat, yet how are you devoted to God?' The king said, 'I shall tell you an account of my previous birth. I was a dog in Pampa city. On Shivratri day, all were worshipping Sri Shiva in the temple. I went there hoping to get something to eat. People began to drive me out of the temple and beat me with sticks and stones. I ran out of the temple and entered into a drain. I saw the worship of Shiva that was being performed there. But due to thrashing given to me by the people, I died in front of the temple. Due to that meritorious deed, I became a king in this life. But the nature of dog of eating anything has not left me." The queen asked, "You narrated your previous life. Please tell me my previous life as well." The king said, "You were a bird, pigeon. You were flying with a piece of flesh in the mouth. The kite saw this and it attacked you. You ran in the forest at Giri and began to take rounds at the Shiva temple. The kite followed you all along. Ultimately, you got tired and sat on the top of the temple, and the kite attacked you and took away all the flesh that you had. You too died instantly. Due to the merit of the rounds of Shiva temple, you became my queen in this life." The queen further asked, "What will be your future?" The king said, "I shall be the king of Sindhu Desh, and you will be born in Shrinjaya Desh, and you will be my queen again. Later, I shall be the king of Saurashtra, you shall be born and be my queen again. In the fourth birth I shall be the king of Gandhar, and you will be born in Magad and be my queen again. In the fifth I shall be the king of Avanti, and you will be born in Dasharha and be my wife again. Next I shall be the king of Anarth, and you will be the daughter of Yayati. You will marry me. The seventh time I will be the king of Pandya, and Pandvarma will be my name. You will be Vidarbha princess Vasumati and will marry me in Swayamvara. After performing sacrifices, I shall accept sannyasa and study Brahma Vidya at Agastya Muni's ashram, and in the end I shall go to the heaven with you. Such is the greatness of worship of Sri Shaila. Shri Guru said, there is Kaleshwar in Kanpur. Thinking him as Mallikarjuna, worship him. Tantuk said, when I see thyself at the place of Mallikarjuna, why should I worship other shrines? Hearing this, Sri Guru smiled and asked Tantuka to shut his eyes and hold his padukas firmly, and instantly both returned to Kanpur. Sri Guru sent Tantuka in the town to call his disciples. Seeing Tantuka in clean shave, people wondered and asked him why he had shaved. Tantuka said, I had been to Sri Shaila. Here is the bukka and prasad. All laughed and said, how can you go? We saw you here in the morning. How can you go and return from Sri Shaila so soon? He said, I had been there with Sri Guru and have just returned. Sri Guru is at Sangam and he has asked me to call you. Hearing this, all were astonished. They went to Sangam and praised Sri Guru. The persons who had been to Sri Shaila returned in a fortnight. They were also wondered to know this episode. Chapter 44. Nandi Brahman relieved of leprosy. He became a poet. Nandi was a Brahman suffering from leprosy. He worshipped Turjapur Bhavani for 3 years. He observed fast. He stayed near Bhuvaneshwari at Bhillavdi for 7 months and worshipped the deity devotedly. He was told in a dream to go to Sri Guru at Kanpur and that he would be relieved of all the disease. Nandi said, you are goddess yourself. How do you ask me to go to a human being? I shall be here, no matter if I have to lose my life. The Pujari also had a similar dream. He and some others told Nandi, do not trouble the goddess hereafter, and if you don't mind, we shall not allow you to enter this mandir. Being helpless, he came to Gandgapur and went to Matha and bowed to Sri Guru. Sri Guru asked him, leaving the goddess, why did you come to a human being? When you are in doubt, how can you be relieved of the disease? Realizing that Sri Guru knew what was in his mind, he said, I am dull. Kindly forgive me. I have come for your shelter. Kindly protect me. I am very much harassed due to this disease. My wife also left me and went to her parents. Chandla Devi has sent me to you. Kindly do not drive me away. Sri Guru asked Somnath to take Nandi to the Sangam and said, let him bathe at the Shatkul and have rounds of Ashwatha. Give him new clothes, throwing away his old ones. Then bring him here for meals. As advised by Sri Guru, Somnath took Nandi to the Sangam for bath. After bath, his body became free from leprosy. After taking rounds of Ashwatha, Somnath brought him back to Matha. Nandi bowed to Sri Guru and began to pray him. Sri Guru asked him, see if all your body has been freed from the disease. He looked to his body and found that some patches had remained on his thigh. Being afraid, he asked, having your blessings, why these patches should be here? Sri Guru said, you came with suspicion that what a man could do, and so a little disease is there. You should stay here praying God. The little disease that is there will also be wiped off soon. Nandi said, I am an illiterate. How can I compose poems of praise? Sri Guru asked him to draw out his tongue. When he did so, Sri Guru put little bhasma on the tip of his tongue. Instantly he became wise. He bowed to Sri Guru and began to compose poems in praise of Sri Guru. The summary of those poems is as follows. I was sinking in the worldly ocean, being diluted by the affection of my family members. I was roaming through different species as Svidaj, Andaj, Udbija, Jaraj. Human life is the best of all. I had no knowledge But if a Brahmin is also a dullard, how can he have the knowledge of Sri Guru? If my span of life was fixed, half of the time nights were spent in sleep in vain. The remaining half is divided in three stages: childhood, youth, and old age. In the childhood, I had to suffer much. I wept due to the pain in stomach, but my mother thought I was hungry and took me to her breast. When I was hungry, she thought I was ailing and she gave me bitter medicines. At times, due to scorpion bite in the cradle, I would cry. She would then sing lullabies and move the cradle to and fro and tried to lure me to sleep. Or she would think I am affected by some spirit, and she tried mantra, tantra, and tied black string on my breast. My mother would take pungent and sour articles, and I had to suffer from diarrhea and cough, etc. In the youth, I was influenced by passion. I disregarded the parents and Guru. And due to vanity, I despised gurus, saints, and old people. How can I have adored Sri Guru during this period? In the old age, I was suffered by cough, gas, and other troubles. My hair became white while taking care of my family and children. I lost my teeth. I could not hear well and see properly. Even in this state, I did not serve Sri Guru. You are the protector and liberator of the universe. Please liberate me. The illiterate Nandi composed such poems. All wondered to see his feet. Vedas say that the feet of Sri Guru are holy, and there is no way other than the feet of Sri Guru to be free from the worldly sea. By favor of Sri Guru, all my sins are wiped off. Sri Guru Nrushinha Saraswati is like Kamadhenu, so people should adore him and get liberated. Nandi was called later Kavishwar due to his poetry. The patches of leprosy on his thigh also disappeared in course of time. Nandi greatly rejoiced at the cure. He began to serve Sri Guru with more devotion.
Chapter 45. Poet Narhari becomes a disciple of Sri Guru. Once, some disciples took Sri Guru to their town. This was the holy place of Kaleshwar. A Brahman Narhari lived there. He was a great devotee of God Kaleshwar. He daily composed 5 new stanzas in praise of Kaleshwar and worshipped him devotedly. People told him the greatness of Sri Guru and requested him to compose poems in his praise. But Narhari said, I have sold my tongue to Kaleshwar, and I shall not compose poems in the praise of a human being. As usual, he went to the temple to worship Kaleshwar. While worshipping, he had a nap and got asleep. He saw a dream that Sri Guru was in the Shivling and he was worshipping Sri Guru. Later, the linga disappeared and Sri Guru was only seen. Sri Guru smiled and asked him, You do not believe in a human being, then why are you worshipping me? Narhari awoke and wondered about the dream. He repented for underestimating Sri Guru Nrsimha Saraswati, who was all incarnation of the Shiva himself. Immediately he went to see Sri Guru, bowed to him and said, Kindly forgive me. Without knowing your greatness, I underestimated you. But now I know that you are Kaleshwar himself. When Kamadhenu is at home, why should one be anxious? Kindly let me have your blessings. I wish to serve you thereafter. Saying this, he began to praise him. Sri Guru was pleased. He gave his clothes to Narhari and accepted him as his disciple. Sri Guru said to him, Kaleshwar is great. You continue to worship him. Narhari said, When you yourself are Kaleshwar, why should I worship other Kaleshwar? I shall not go away leaving thy feet now. In this way, Narhari, poet, also became a great devotee of Sri Guru. Chapter 46. Sri Guru visits 8 places at one time. At the time of Diwali festival, 7 devotees of Sri Guru came to Gangapur Math and requested Sri Guru to come to their places for Diwali. As Sri Guru loved them all alike, there was a problem before him as to whose invitation he should accept. Sri Guru said to them, You all are from different places. How can I come to your homes at the same time? You decide amongst yourself where I should go first and where I should go later. Each devotee wished that Sri Guru should come to him first.
So they could not decide and began to quarrel. Sri Guru called the devotees one by one and told each of them, I shall come only to one house, so don't argue unnecessarily. Then devotee said, O Guru, you do not make distinction between the rich and poor. Please treat us equally. We serve you. We do whatever you say. With these words, they all prostrated themselves before him humbly. Thereupon Sri Guru said, All right, I shall visit you all. Rest assured about that. One of the disciples asked him, How can we be sure that you will visit the homes of all of us? Then Sri Guru called each of them separately and said, I will come to your house, but do not tell others. All 7 devotees thereafter went back to their respective places pleased. When devotees of Gangapur knew this, they requested Sri Guru, You should not go out of Gangapur for Diwali. Sri Guru promised them also that he would be there and that they need not worry. In the morning of Narak Chaturdashi, Sri Guru took 8 forms and went to 7 places of 7 devotees and also stayed at the Gangapur Mutt. He accepted the puja in all the places. Later, the devotees gathered at Gangapur for Deeparandhan on Kartik Purnima. Each one told that Sri Guru had been to their place in Diwali and showed the cloth presented to them by Sri Guru. The people of Gangapur said, Sri Guru was here in the mutt during Diwali, but on seeing the articles presented by Sri Guru, all realized that Sri Guru had taken 8 forms in Diwali and they all were amazed. The conviction that Sri Guru is an incarnation of 3 Murtis became more firm and they adored him with greater devotion. He who worships Sri Guru will have all his desires fulfilled. All try to experience the value of Guru Bhakti, but fools cannot appreciate Amrit. Only Jnanis and devotees can relish the Amrit of Guru Nama. The Vedas, Shastras proclaim that he who looks down upon Guru as an ordinary human being will be born as animal. So Sri Guru Charitra is equal to Veda Shastra. Only Guru can liberate one from the cycles of samsara. Those who go to Gangapur and serve Guru with great devotion will surely get their desires fulfilled. So listen, all of you, purify your minds and visit Gangapur. Chapter 47. Parvati had bumper crops even in scarcity. There lived a pious farmer named Parvati in Gangapur. He used to bow to Sri Guru when he went Sangam in the morning and again at the midday when Sri Guru returned. His field was on the way to the Sangam. Once Sri Guru asked him, Why do you take this trouble daily? What is your desire? Parvati said, I wish that my field yields a good crop. Sri Guru asked, What have you sown? Parvati said, Jawar. He further added, It is due to your favor that this year the crop is good. I wish that you kindly come to my field and have a look at the crop by your side. Sri Guru went to the field, looked at the crop and said, If you have faith in me, do as I abide you. Parvati said, I shall obey you from the bottom of my heart. Sri Guru said, Till I return at the midday, cut off this crop. Saying so, Sri Guru went to the Sangam. Parvati approached the revenue officer and asked him to permit him to reap the crop on the rent as per the previous year. The officer said, This year the crop is good, hence old rent will not suffice. Parvati said, I shall pay double the rent, so please give me permission. Officer agreed and granted the permission. Parvati took some men with him, went to the field and reaped the crop. His wife and children tried to prohibit him, but he did not listen to them. Wife complained to officer, The crop is good this year, but before harvest, my husband is reaping the field on advice of a sannyasi and is depriving us of food. Kindly prohibit him to cut the crop. The officer sent his men to ask Parvati why he was reaping the field before harvest. Parvati said, If the officer has doubt of getting the rent, I shall pay the corn from reserve and keep cattle at his door. Parvati reaped all the crop. Seeing that Sri Guru was returning from Sangam, he bowed to him and reported that he had cut the crop as instructed. Sri Guru says, You have reaped in vain. Parvati says, I have reaped the crop as advised by you. I have full faith in you. Shri Guru says, you will have the fruit of your devotion. The wife and children of Parvati said they had lost their food. Parvati consoled them by saying, Shri Guru is Shri Shiva's incarnation. With his blessing, we shall have no loss. He told us to do this due to some unforeseen reason. In about a week, there was a severe cold and all the crops in country were lost. Then on Moola Nakshatra, there was heavy rain, which was also harmful to the crops. But Parvati's field yielded 100 times more crop of good quality. All wondered to see this. The wife and children of Parvati also rejoiced. They begged apology of Parvati and repented for underestimating Shri Guru. Chapter 48 Amarja Sangam and the Greatness of Gangapur. On the Parva day of Ashwin Vad 14, Shri Guru said to his disciple, we shall have bath at Trishaili, 3 holy places, Prayag, Kashi and Gaya with family and children. The disciple said, for such a long journey, we require some time for preparations. Shri Guru said, these holy places are near about, so there is no need for special preparation. Saying this, he went with them all to Sangam. He took bath there. Shri Guru said, Sangam is like Prayag. Bhima flows here northwards. This is Amarja Sangam. This Amarja Sangam is as holy as Ganga Yamuna Sangam of Prayag. There are 8 other holy places, tirthas near about. The disciple asked, why this river is called Amarja? Shri Guru said, Jalandhar Rakshasa were on war with Indra. And Indra went to Shankar and said, we kill Rakshasa, but from each drop of their blood, new Rakshasa is born, and they have spread in 3 lokas. They have killed many gods. Hearing this, Shankara was enraged and started to kill Rakshasa in the form of Rudra. Indra said, you will kill the Rakshasa, but kindly suggest any device to make gods alive. Sri Shankar recited Amrut mantra and gave it in a jar filled with nectar. Indra sprinkled the nectar on the gods and made them alive. While Indra was going with the jar of the remaining nectar, some drops fell on the earth and the river was created called Amarja. Bathe in this river prevents diseases and untimely death. The river meets Bhima and this Sangam is as great as Triveni Sangam of Prayag. Bathe in this Kartikeya, in the Kartikeya and Magha months on Somvar Sankranti Grahan Parva at this Sangam is very virtuous. Before this Sangam is Ashwatha. Bathe near is Ashwatha, which fulfills all desires. I also live here. After worshipping Ashwatha, worship Sangrameshwar with devotion. This is like Mallikarjuna of Sri Shaila. Go to Nandi and Chandi and have 3 rounds and see Shiva Shankar. There is Varanasi Tirth, that is Kashi 1 mile ahead. One Brahman of Bharadvaj Gotra was a great devotee of Sri Shiva. He roamed everywhere without clothes and people called him mad. He had 2 brothers, Ishwar and Panduranga. They were thinking of going to Kashi. At this time, one devotee of Sri Shiva came there and said to his brothers, why don't you go to Kashi? There is Kashi Vishveshwar. The brothers said, where is it? Show us. The devotee took bath and sat in meditation. Sri Shankar appeared before him. The devotee requested him to create an idol of Kashi Vishveshwar there for daily worship and darshan. Sri Shankar conceded and Manikarnika Kund was first created and then shrine of Kashi Vishveshwar came out of it. A river flowing northward like Bhagirathi also came into existence. All the principal places of Kashi were thus created here. Both the brothers then worshipped Kashi Vishveshwar. These brothers lived at Pandharpur and were known as Aradhya. Hearing this from Sri Guru, all took bath there and worshipped Sri Vishveshwar with devotion and observed their rites. Sri Guru said, here is Papa Vinashi Tirtha, the bath in which destroys all sins. Sri Guru called his sister Ratnai here and said, you had killed a cat with a stick and therefore you are having leprosy. You bathe in this tirtha daily and your disease will disappear. As advised, she bathed here for 3 days and her disease was wiped off. A little further is Koti Tirtha. One should bathe here on Sankranti, Grahan, Purnima, Amavasya and give a cow and calf in charity. Further ahead to this is Rudra Tirtha. It is also known as Kaya. Observe Shraddha here. Further is Chakra Tirtha. It is like Dwarka. Beyond is Manmath Tirtha. To the east of it is Kaleshwar, like Gokarna Mahabaleshwar. By doing this, 8 glories are obtained. Sri Guru thus narrated the greatness of 8 holy places and all were pleased. They bathed and observed other rites and returned to Gangapur with Sri Guru. A grand Samaradhana was arranged jointly. Chapter 49. The Gist of Guru Gita. Namadharak bowed to Siddha Muni with folded hands and said, Gurudev, you have narrated to me the life of Sri Guru and have given to me real Jnana, which has wiped off my karma, and by your blessing I have known the essence of religion. Devotion to Sri Guru is like a Kalpataru, and rishis like Vasishtha and Shukra also follow this path. Now kindly tell me the path of Sadguru. Being pleased with the question, Sri Siddha said, Namadharak, you are very fortunate as you have asked question regarding the eternal principles, and knowing this, illusion and ignorance are wiped off and the mind becomes as clear as the light of the sun. Once when Sri Shankar was sitting on a beautiful point in Kailasa, Parvati with folded hands said to him with great devotion, Great God, Guru of universe, give me Guru Mantra and kind. Chapter 49. The Gist of Guru Gita. Namadharak bowed to Siddha Muni with folded hands and said, Gurudev, you have narrated to me the life of Sri Guru and have given to me real Jnana, which has wiped off my karma, and by your blessing I have known the essence of religion. Devotion to Sri Guru is like a Kalpataru, and rishis like Vasishtha and Shukra also follow this path. Now kindly tell me the path of Sadguru. Being pleased with the question, Sri Siddha said, Namadharak, you are very fortunate as you have asked question regarding the eternal principles, and knowing this, illusion and ignorance are wiped off and the mind becomes as clear as the light of the sun. Once when Sri Shankar was sitting on a beautiful point in Kailasa, Parvati with folded hands said to him with great devotion, Great God, Guru of universe, give me Guru Mantra and kindly tell me the means by which one's soul becomes united with the Brahma. Sri Shankara said, Dear Devi, this question, which has never been asked to me so far by anybody, you are my second form, so I shall tell you this gist, and this will benefit the people also. Vedas, Shastras, Puranas, Itihas, Mantra Tantra Vidya, Smriti, Jaran, Maran, using the power of doing miracles by the devotees of Shiva and Shakti and other various sciences put one in illusion. Without knowing the gist of devotion to Guru, people perform sacrifices, observe penance, vrata, charity, recitation, and go to holy places, but only after the rise of the light of Sri Guru, difficult vidya, worldly illusion, and ignorance are all wiped off. By serving Sri Guru, all sins perish and the soul becomes pure and united with Brahma. Taking the holy water touched by the lotus feet of Sri Guru is like bath at holy place. This tirtha is as holy as Kashi or Prayag. Always remember Sri Guru. Recite Sri Guru's name in all time. Obey his orders. Serve and worship Sri Guru with devotion. Doing this, one can even attain my position. The alphabet Gu means darkness, Ru means light. Guru means knowledge of light of Brahma that destroys the darkness of ignorance. Gu is the first alphabet to create illusion and other attributes. Tu is the second alphabet of Brahma which destroys illusions and vain appearance. This power of Guru is supreme and is difficult even for gods to obtain. A sadhaka, which is a disciple, should offer Sri Guru good seat, bed, clothes, ornaments, conveniences, etc.
he should serve him with devotion, forgetting one's position. Clearly, one should not be ashamed to lay prostrate before him. Shri Guru is Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh. He is Parabrahma. He is the cause of creation of universe, liberator of persons from worldly sea, and giver of knowledge of all the Vidyas. By applying the ointment of Shri Guru's knowledge to one's eyes, closed eyes are opened. Parents, brothers, and good men who give real knowledge of worldly life are all gurus. Though there is diversity in universe, yet there is oneness. Shri Guru protects one from all difficulties, showing the cause and effect. If Shri Shankar or Vishnu are enraged, Guru protects the devotees, but when Guru himself is enraged, even Shankar and Vishnu cannot protect him. Just as the blind man cannot see the light of the sun, dull people do not see the nectar-like appearance of Shri Guru, which is visible only to the eyes of the thoughtful. Shri Guru is like monarch who is witnessing the drama of creation and destruction of the universe. To think about Shri Guru is like thinking about everlasting Shri Shiva, and to recite Shri Guru's name is to praise the eternal Shiva's qualities. Shri Guru is birthless, devoid of old age and has no beginning. He is self-created, devoid of change, full of bright bliss, minute of minute, greatest of the greatest and eternal. He is self-shining, spotless, sky-pervading, everlasting and has no decrease. Vedas and Manu describe Shri Guru's penance in this way. Therefore, always remember Shri Guru. By the knowledge of self, which is pervading all the universe, movable and immovable, sins of several births are atoned. There are no greater principle than the knowledge of self. There is no greater penance than service of Shri Guru, and there is no deeper knowledge than the advice of Shri Guru. Shri Guru is Jagannath and the Guru of three lokas. Guru is the universe, and our soul is the soul of all creation. Bow to Shri Guru who gives this knowledge. The person who are proud of penance and knowledge, and those who are engrossed in worldly affairs, are like pots moving on the wheel of a pot maker. Bow to Shri Guru who is supreme joy and who gives best pleasure. He is shrine of knowledge about sky pervading, knower of Tattvamasi, principle, one only, eternal, pure, immovable, who witnesses everything and who is devoid of existence and three qualities, Sattva, Raja and Tama. To know one's self is supreme knowledge and the utmost goal of life. This is attained only by the favor of Shri Guru. Remember Shri Guru till death. Those who despise Shri Guru go to hell. Those who discuss vainly with Shri Guru become Brahma Rakshas and have to live in barren and waterless places. O Parvati, Shri Guru protects his disciples even if God Muni curses. Gods and Munis are weak before Shri Guru, whose curses can destroy them in no time. O Devi, according to Smritis and Vedas, Shri Guru is Parabrahma. Guru is the master of two syllables. Bow to Shri Guru who is pervading all universe from Brahma to grass, who is eternal, whole, formless, devoid of quality, engrossed in self-knowledge, above divisions, and full of real bright joy. Brahma is eternal like fragrance in camphor and flower, and like the coolness and warmth in an object. This knowledge can only be got through Shri Guru, so worship and serve him with pure and clear heart. Singular-minded devotion. One who is united with Brahma in meditation realizes Kundalini, Brahmarandra and formlessness and gets salvation without doubt. The ignorant wins over worldly sea, and the wise begets the knowledge of action and no action by following the path of Shri Guru. Those who read, hear or recite Shri Guru Gita and give it in charity with money, all their desires are fulfilled. Always read Shri Guru Gita to get rid of miseries of the worldly life. Each and every syllable of Guru Gita enables to win death, remove all difficulties and fear of Yaksha, Rakshas, ghosts, thieves, tigers and disease. It gives the power of using Bhasma. O Devi, read Shri Guru Gita sitting on kusha grass or white blanket with attentive mind. Use a white seat for peace.
red for mesmerizing, black for punishing the evildoers, yellow for getting wealth. For peace, sit facing at the north, for mesmerizing, facing the east, for punishing the evildoers, facing the south, and for wealth, facing the east. Recitation of Guru Gita gives one incentive power. One develops one's qualities, destroys evil acts, removes the fear of grahas, destroys evil dreams, and gives peace of mind. Sri Guru Gita is like Kamadhenu to those who read it with some expectation. It is like a Kalpataru to those who read it with desires. It is like Chintamani to the thinkers of everything good. If you read it for salvation, you get salvation. If you read it for worldly pleasure, you will get them. One can read Sri Guru Gita with some object, sitting on a bank of river or seashore, in the mandir of Vishnu, Shiva, Devi or other god, mutt, cowshed, underwood, avla, water, avla, mango tree or a plant, tulsi or dhotra, or in cremation ground at a lonely but clean, nice place. Even though a devotee of Sri Guru may be a fool, he is still great. All his good acts, penance, vrata, diksha become successful. They are never futile. Sri Guru knows Brahma. He is always pure, and wherever he goes there is presence of God, Tirth and Peet. One who reads Guru Gita sitting or lying on a bed, standing, walking, speaking, riding on a horse or elephant is pure. He has no rebirth. Lost in himself day and night. O Parvati, when one is blessed by Sri Guru, all his doubts vanished. Goddess Saraswati resides on his tongue, and he gets the pleasure and salvation by the favor of Sri Guru. One's recitation, vrata, penance, of several birth bears fruit. O the one with beautiful face, I told you the principle of Sankhya Shastra, one God, one religion, one devotion, one penance, are none else but Sri Guru himself. There is no higher principle than that of Sri Guru. Those who not adore Sri Guru due to vanity of knowledge and penance are unfortunate. Even Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, gods, rishis, forefathers, kinnas, siddhas, charan, yaksha, munis, the favor of Sri Guru is like a great holy tirtha. Sri Guru's tirtha is the root of all the tirtha. If one reads Sri Guru Gita in travel or during war, at the time of attack of enemy, he gets victory in life and salvation at death. If Sri Guru Gita is read with evil acts at evil places and with fickle mind, it gets evil effects. As you are dear to me, I have told this gist to you. Keep it with yourself. Tell this to one who is not engrossed in worldly pleasures, has devotion, but do not tell it to him who is not devoted, who is cunning, deceit, atheist, and who discusses vainly. Here ends the gist of Sri Guru Gita in the form of dialogue between Ishwar and Parvati, included in Uttarakhand of Skanda Purana. Chapter 50. A Muslim king comes to see Sri Guru. We have seen a reference of Rajak in chapter 9. By the blessing of Shripad Shrivallabha, he was born in a Muslim royal family and he became the king of Bidar. Due to devotion of previous birth, he was kind and pious. He treated all the religions and sects equally. There were several temples for which he had due sympathy. He also had respect for Brahmins. Muslim priests despised Brahmins and Vedic religion, but the king said to him, God is one, only names are different. All are created from 5 great elements. The earth is the mother of all. Cows are different colors, but their milk is white. Ornaments may be many, but the gold is same. Similarly, Paramatma is everywhere. So make no difference between caste and religion. Thus the king was ruling impartially. Once he had tumor on his thigh. Vaidas and Hakims treated him, but no effect. The king had great pain due to it. He called some Brahmins and requested them to suggest a remedy. The Brahmins said, sins of previous birth harass one in the form of disease. For this, visit holy places and give some charity. Live in the company of saints. You go to Papa Vinashi Tirtha and bathe there. The tumor will subside. The king went to Papa Vinashi Tirtha. He met a sannyasi there. He bowed to him and showed him his tumor. The sannyasi said, When you see a saint, you will be relieved of this disease. I shall tell you a tale in this connection. A Brahman lived in Avanti, that is Ujjain. He gave up, that is Sandhya, Puja, etc., and lived with a prostitute named Pingala. Once Rishabha Muni came to him. They treated him well. They worshipped him and took tirtha of his feet. When Muni was asleep, both served him, keeping awake the whole night. Next morning, the Muni went away. Later on, in their old age, both the Brahman and Pingala died. The Brahman became son of King Vajrabahu in the next birth. When he was in Sumati, the eldest queen's womb, the younger queen became jealous and she gave poison to the eldest queen, who got eruptions all over body. Due to God's grace, she and the child did not die, but instead got eruptions all over the body. She delivered a male child who was also affected by these eruptions over all the body. The king got them treated by physicians, but they could not be cured. The king suspected that the infection would spread in the whole family, and he therefore asked a fisherman to take the queen and her son to the forest and leave them there. People were sorry to know this evil act of the king. Sumati was roaming in the forest with her son in despair. Due to exertion, she was thirsty and was searching for water. She came to Mandir and met some females who told her, Padmakar is the king of the country. He is kind and pious. He will protect you. In the meantime, some maidservants of the king came there. Sumati narrated to them her sad account. They took Sumati to the palace and reported to the king about her. The king was very kind and he arranged for her stay. There too, the eruptions on the body of mother and son harassed them. One day, due to unbearable pain, the child expired. Sumati began to weep bitterly. The women in the neighborhood tried to console her, but she continued mourning. In the meanwhile, Rishabha Muni came there. Padmakar had received him warmly. He heard a moaning sound and inquired. Padmakar narrated to him the sad account of Sumati. Rishabha Muni came to her and began to console her, saying, It is futile to mourn for the bygone. All lives are like bubbles in water. This body is made of 5 elements, and when these elements separate, nothing remains behind. So, do not mourn for the perishable body. One has to suffer as per one's previous actions. For self-emancipation, adore Sri Shankara. Sumati said, I had come here leaving the kingdom, and here too I meet this fate. Now I don't wish to live any longer. Saying so, she fell on the feet of Muni. The Muni was moved to see her state. He remembered the service her son had given him in the last birth. He applied a little bhasma to his forehead and put a little in his mouth. Suddenly the child got life and began to move. The eruptions on his body and his mother's body also vanished by the powerful sight of the Muni. Both looked as bright as gold. Sumati and the child bowed to Muni devotedly. The Muni blessed them and went away. The greatness of a blessing of a saint is like this. If you serve a saint, you will be relieved from the tumor. The Muslim king asked with folded hands, Kindly tell me where the great saint is. I shall go there. The sannyasi said, Sri Guru lives in Gangapur on the bank of Bhima. You must go to him. The king immediately went to Gangapur and inquired about Sri Guru. The people were afraid when the Muslim king had come to Gangapur. They did not speak due to fear. When the king asked again, he was told that Sri Guru had gone to Sangam and he would return soon. Hearing this, the Muslim king started to go to Sangam. On the way, he saw Sri Guru coming. He came down. He got off the horse and bowed to Sri Guru respectfully. Sri Guru said, O Rajaka, where have you been so far? I am seeing you after a long period. Hearing this, the Muslim king recollected his life of last birth. He lay prostrate before Sri Guru and began to shed tears of joy and love. Choked voice, he asked, Gurudev, why did you keep me away for so long? Being entangled in the royal pleasures, I forgot you. Now I have come to your shelter. Liberate me. I am much harassed due to this tumor on my thigh. Sri Guru smiled and said, Show me, where is the tumor? The king began to look at his thigh, but the tumor had vanished. He said, By your blessing, I could enjoy the royal pleasures and glory. All my desires are fulfilled. I now wish that thy holy self come to my place and bless my family members. Shri Guru said, we are sannyasis, we should not live in cities. You being a Muslim, cows are slaughtered daily in your city. This is a great sin. Prohibit the killing of cows in your kingdom. The king said, I am not a king now, I am your devotee, a Rajak. Please give me a place at your feet. Shri Guru began thinking, now in this Kali Yuga, cruelty will be increasing. It would be better if I disappear from here. He therefore thought of going to Godavari. While returning to the mutt, the king seated Shri Guru in his palki and he took his padukas in his hands and walked on foot behind the palki. Shri Guru said, you should ride on a horse. You are a king. Your people will blame you for serving a Brahman and a sannyasi. The king said, I may be a king for people, but for you I am a devotee. I am devotee Rajak. All my desires are now fulfilled. By this time, all the elephants, horses, soldiers of the king had reached the place. Shri Guru said, listen to me, ride a horse. The king first seated all disciples of Shri Guru on the horse and then rode a horse, and the procession started ceremoniously. Shri Guru then said to him, if we come with you, we cannot observe our rituals punctually. Therefore, I will go ahead. You come at Papa Vinashi to see me. Saying this, Shri Guru disappeared instantly with all his disciples and reached Bidar. Naganath, the son of Sayamdev, met Shri Guru there. He worshipped Shri Guru and did Samaradhana. Then Shri Guru went to Papa Vinashi Tirtha. The Muslim king was very sorry to see Shri Guru disappear from the procession suddenly. But he remembered that he was asked by Shri Guru to see him at Papa Vinashi. He rode a swift horse and started for Papa Vinashi. He covered the distance of 88 miles in a day. He saw Shri Guru and again requested him to grace his city by holy presence. The king decorated the city. He seated Shri Guru in a palki. 9 kinds of gems were waved on him. The citizens waved arti at various places. The Muslim censured the king for serving Brahmins, but the Hindu citizen and the Brahmins praised him for being liberal, learned and pious. The procession was going with musical instruments. Coins and clothes were distributed to the poor. When the procession reached the main gate of palace, Shri Guru walked on costly carpets spread on the path. Shri Guru was seated on a decorated throne, and all the queens and children of the king bowed to him respectfully. Shri Guru blessed the king and his family members and asked, are all your desires fulfilled now? The king said, I have enjoyed the glory and I now wish to serve at your feet. Shri Guru asked him to come to Sri Shaila and went to Gautami at Nasik. He bathed there and returned to Gangapur. All the citizens were pleased to see that Shri Guru had come back safe. Shri Guru called all disciples and said, now I wish to live secretly, therefore I intend to go to Sri Shaila. I shall be staying at Gangapur. If I live openly, the Muslims will come here daily and trouble me for fulfillment of their desires as the king himself has been here. Chapter 51. Shri Guru's Journey into Bliss. Disciples get flower gift. Knowing that Shri Guru has decided to go to Sri Shaila, all the disciples and citizens, they said, you are our treasure. Why do you go leaving us? Shri Guru smiled and said, you need not worry. I shall stay here secretly. I shall have bath at Amarja Sangam in the morning. In the midday, I shall come to Gandkapur Math and accept Nirguna Puja and give darshan to the devotees. From the viewpoint of the public, I am going to Sri Shaila Yatra. Have no doubt, I shall always stay at Gandkapur. The Ashwatha here is like Kalpataru. Saying this, Shri Guru started for Sri Shaila. People accompanied him for some distance, and when they returned to Math, they saw Shri Guru there. After some time, he disappeared. All wondered at this miracle. Shri Guru went to Patal Ganga, flowing at the base of Sri Shaila. He asked his disciples to prepare a flower seat and said, I have to go to Mallikarjuna on Sri Shaila on the other side of the river. The disciples prepared a nice seat of flowers of Shevanti, lotus, Malati, kanher, etc. on the leaf of kardali and placed it on the riverside. Sri Guru said, "Now you should return to your respective places." Sri Guru sat on the flower seat on Magh Ved first on a Friday when Guru, which is the Jupiter, was in Kanya Rasa at evening time, and before going away he said, "I am going to the place of self-bliss. I shall send flowers as gift which you should distribute amongst yourselves and worship them daily. I like singing. I shall be near those who sing prayers. They will get all pleasures." Saying this, Sri Guru disappeared. After some time, some boatsmen came there from the other side of the river. They told, "We saw Sri Guru on the other side. He was looking like a sannyasi and was holding danda in his hand. He had golden sandals. He told his name as Nrushinha Saraswati. He has a message for you. I am going to Kardalivan. I shall be at Kangapur. Don't worry. I am sending flowers as gift which may be distributed amongst yourself." They were all waiting for flowers. After some time, 4 flowers came flowing. They were taken one each by Sayamdev, Nandi, Narhari and myself. "Here is the flower given to me." Saying this, Sri Siddha showed the flower to Namdharak. Such is the greatness of Sri Guru. I have narrated only a part of Sri Guru's life, which is very exhaustive. Those who read, hear and write his life will attain all the pleasures. These nectar-like tales will give 4 Purusharthas and Paramarth. Chapter 52 Conclusion Avatarnika. After hearing 51 chapters of Sri Guru Charitra, Namdharak lost senses and got samadhi. His body perspired, his throat got choked, and tears flowed from his eyes. He could not speak out a word. Sri Siddha Muni was pleased to see this state of Namdharak. Though the disciples got samadhi, but he should be awakened for the benefit of people. Thinking thus, he moved his hand over his face and body with affection and called him and said, "Dear boy, come on senses. You have got dhyana and you will get salvation. But if you remain in meditation, how will the people be benefited and enlightened? You asked me and I narrated to you these nectar-like tales of Sri Guru's life. You also heard them consciously. You should therefore elaborate them and propagate amongst people." Namdharak opened his eyes and placed his head on the feet of Sri Siddha and said, "You are Sri Guru yourself. Sri Guru's life that you have narrated is even more sweeter than nectar. I am not contented yet. Please tell me whole life again in short." I am telling you the summary of the life of Sri Guru. Further, Siddha said, though Sri Guru has disappeared, he still gives darshan to his sincere devotees as before. Namdharak says, "Kindly tell me the procedure of weekly reading and other rules to be followed during the week." Sri Siddha said, "Sri Guru Charitra can be read at any time with pure mind. The credit of reading it in a week is still great. For this, one place and seat should be selected. Keep control on senses during the week. Before starting the reading, bow to God, Brahma and elders. Worship the volume of Sri Guru Charitra. One should complete 7 chapters on first day, up to 18 chapters on second day, up to 28 on third day, up to 34 on fourth day, and up to 37 on fifth day, up to 43 on the sixth day, and up to 52 chapters on seventh day. After reading, worship the volume and take light dinner. Observe fast for a week. But if this is not possible, have food of only one type of grain. On the 8th day, after completion of the reading, take meals with a Brahmin couple and offer money as dakshina. If reading is done with devotion and pure heart, Sri Guru gives darshan in dreams and fulfills one's desires. The trouble of spirits and ghosts vanishes and one gets peace of mind." Namdharak again expressed to Siddha Muni his gratitude for narrating the life of Sri Guru, which has made his life fortunate.